Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 101 Remarks on the Launch. Chapter 101 Remarks on the Launch. It was a bit sudden. The editor notified that it would be put on the shelves. It took me a long time to write this book during the free period. Maybe it was because I hadn't written for a long time, so I was a little uncomfortable at the beginning. I slowly got back into the feeling, so the results were not ideal. I made some mistakes and took many detours in the early stages. I read all the readers' opinions. I will delete any inappropriate ones and adopt any useful ones. After the plot of Iron Man 1 is completed, the focus will be on matters related to Dragon Ball, preparing for the revival of Dragon Ball and the Second Wish. The following plot will revolve around the fight for Dragon Ball. As for the updates after the release, I promised my readers that I would update 10,000 words a day for 3 weeks, which means 10,000 words a day for 21 days. Readers who like to keep reading can turn on automatic subscription. The daily update of 10,000 words should give everyone the motivation to continue reading. Let me tell you about the additional conditions. Rewarding the leader means giving him 10,000 points and adding another chapter. Reward the leader and add 10 more chapters. Tip roll eyes and I'll add 100 chapters. Although there's little hope, a salted fish should always have a dream. For every 1,000 monthly votes, 5 more chapters will be added. I hope everyone will vote for the monthly ticket. Starting next month, 5 more chapters will be added for every 1,000 votes. I'm a bit rushed today, so I'll post 2 chapters at noon, and 3 more chapters before 12 p.m. Finally, I beg everyone to subscribe, please. End of this chapter. Chapter 102 Disappearing. Chapter 102 Disappearing, seeking follow-up reading. Dreykov is going to run, I'm going to intercept him. After Smith Doyle gave his instructions, he immediately rushed towards the other party's evacuation route. His speed was so fast that a strong gust of wind was formed, blowing everything around him away. Natasha was holding Elena with her red hair flying. After hearing Smith's words, she carried her sister on her back and rushed over. At this moment, Dreykov, under the escort of guards, has brought his daughter to the jet on the elevator. The moment he got on the plane, Dreykov felt a lot more at ease. With the takeoff speed of this kind of plane, just a few seconds is enough. As the plane took off successfully, Dreykov looked at the control platform in his hand. As long as he was still there, the scattered Black Widows were still under his control. Such a base could be rebuilt if he was given enough time. As the ring on his finger was recognized on the control platform, Dreykov gritted his teeth and directly activated the self-destruct program, and soon the 60-second countdown began. Damn Smith Doyle, damn Natasha, I will let you perish along with my base. You extraordinary people should be imprisoned forever like Alexei and studied. Dreykov gnashed his teeth in hatred. This was the air base he had spent a lot of money, manpower and material resources to build, and now it was going to be destroyed just like that. Bump. However, the next second, a huge fist mark appeared on the door of the plane. Seeing this scene, Dreykov shouted in horror, "Shoot, shoot." Boom. The next moment, Smith Doyle pulled down the door of the plane and threw it out. Ding, ding, ding. Countless bullets hit Smith Doyle's body, and the bullet heads were flattened and fell around. Fortunately, the suit he was wearing was bulletproof and did not become tattered under the gunfire. As Smith Doyle rushed into the plane, the soldiers guarding Dreykov were thrown out of the plane. These soldiers were controlled by Dreykov. Even if they were thrown out of the plane, they adjusted their posture in the air and kept pulling the trigger in the direction of the plane. Smith Doyle punched through the armor on Dreykov's daughter, knocking her unconscious. He then grabbed Dreykov in one hand and the future Taskmaster in the other and flew back to the landing pad at the Red House base. As for the plane, it was directly exploded and disintegrated in the air by Smith's gas bomb. Natasha had just arrived at the lift platform carrying her sister when a figure was thrown from above and hit her in front of her. Bang, bang. The ones thrown over were none other than Dreykov and Mimic Master who were trying to escape. Dreykov was hit hard and the control platform in his hand was almost knocked away. Dreykov. Hearing someone calling his name, Dreykov climbed up and sat on the ground. As for the control platform, he turned his hand and folded the screen underneath. Natasha, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to actually bring people to destroy the red house I built with my own hands. Smith Doyle flew back from the air at this moment and landed beside the 4 people. Natasha looked at the disfigured woman beside her and asked doubtfully, who is she? Being brought back by Smith Doyle, he must not be an easy role. Drekhoff's daughter. Smith Doyle said indifferently. Natasha looked at the other person carefully and was surprised that he was not killed in the explosion. This left Natasha puzzled. The bomb was so powerful that the building was about to collapse, but Drekhoff was fine and even his daughter was not killed. Is this how S.H.I.E.L.D. deceives itself? You have to know that he saw the building explode with his own eyes. Drekhoff was at the scene and the other party's daughter also entered. But what is the point of all the hard work I have done for S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years? Bad luck. What does my own guilt mean? Asking for trouble. Looking at Natasha, who seemed to be constipated, Drekhoff laughed out loud. Haha. I heard that you've been living in guilt because of that bomb. I have to thank you for sending me a powerful warrior. At this moment, Natasha felt relieved. It turned out that she had been living a lie in the Red Room and in S.H.I.E.L.D. What's my mother's name? Hearing this, Drekhoff was stunned for a moment, but he was willing to answer Natasha's question to delay time. Anyway, he had no hope of survival, so he would take as many people as he could. Drekhoff thought for a moment, then spoke, where we buried her, there was a tree. A patch of pink flowers, very beautiful. And there's a tombstone with her name on it. What's her name? Hee. Anonymous. Hearing this, Natasha said with red eyes, kill him, I don't have any thoughts. However, before Natasha could finish her words, the entire red house base exploded instantly, and the entire base began to disintegrate. The violent explosion caused the lifting platform to shake violently and began to break. Ha ha ha. Drekhoff laughed, then turned to self-deprecatingly. He looked at Smith Doyle and said, I didn't expect you could fly. I originally wanted to blow you all up, but now let me be destroyed along with the red house. Originally on the plane, Drekhoff had the idea of blowing up the other party, but after seeing the other party flying up and grabbing him, he gave up. I just don't know if your flying ability is enough to carry 2 people. After saying this, Drekhoff glanced at the unconscious Yelena and Natasha. Smith Doyle instantly appeared in front of Drekhoff, took away his control platform with one hand, and broke off Drekhoff's finger with the certification ring with the other hand. Ah! Drekhoff screamed, then shouted in disbelief, no, how would you know that? Smith ignored Drekhoff and threw him directly into the exploded base. Go to hell with your red house, and remember to say hello to Mephisto for me. Boom! Drekhoff crashed into the flames of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The entire base began to explode and disintegrate. Smith Doyle collected Black Widow's control platform and verification ring, then came to Natasha and said, it's time for us to evacuate. Smith Doyle held Yelena with his left hand, while Natasha came to the right and put her arms around Smith. Holding Yelena in his left hand and Natasha Smith Doyle in his right hand, he flew away from here with the 2 of them. Boom! The red house completely collapsed into a pile of debris with a violent explosion, and Natasha shed a tear at the corner of her eye. Everything about the past is finally over. End of this chapter. Chapter 103 Allegiance. Chapter 103 Allegiance, please read. The next day, inside the Assassin's League base. When Smith Doyle left, there were only 3 people in his group, but when he returned, the group had grown to 6 people. In the laboratory, Bulma complained. Brother Smith, you promised to take me out for a walk. When will you fulfill your promise? Looking at Bulma hugging his arm and acting coquettishly, Smith Doyle touched Bulma's head awkwardly and said, in 2 days. In a couple of days I'll take you to meet an interesting friend. He's one of the rare smartest guys in this world. That guy is also an inventive genius. Bulma doesn't care about any inventive genius, he only cares about Smith Doyle taking him out on a date. It's a deal. You'll take me out in 2 days. Smith Doyle nodded and said, I will not break my promise this time. Bulma's smile grew even wider, and she had already begun to enjoy her date with Smith Doyle. As for meeting a scientific genius, she had long forgotten about it. What genius could compare to this young lady? Brother Smith, the combat effectiveness detector you asked me to develop is now ready for mass production. The first generation version currently only has a combat power detection limit of 150 points. If this limit is exceeded, the combat power detector will explode directly, but it will not hurt anyone. At the same time, I've also lost my ability to detect life energy through perspective, and the corresponding ability to detect life energy over a large area is also gone. If you want to test a person's combat capability, you need to aim with your naked eyes. As for the communication function of the combat capability detector, I have retained it. At the same time, we can detect the conversations when the other party uses the combat capability detector. Anti-cracking features have also been added. If it is disassembled by external forces or impacted by data flow, it will explode. When Smith Doyle heard about Bulma's modification of the combat power detector, a smile appeared on his face. The effect was unexpectedly good. As expected of Bulma, what a genius. Hearing Smith Doyle's exaggeration, Bulma's smile widened. Looking at the blonde woman tied to the stretcher beside him, he asked, "Brother Smith, who is this sister you brought here?" Hearing Bulma asking about Yelena, Smith Doyle said, "Bulma, this is Yelena. A neurotoxin was implanted in her brain, causing her to be controlled by someone. Can you research it and find a way to crack it?" Hearing Smith Doyle's request, Bulma let go of Smith's arm, rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and then said, "Let me research it. I can't be sure right now." When Smith Doyle heard Bulma agree, he knew that this was almost certain. "Please, Bulma. I still have to give them a meeting, so I'll be busy now. I will take you out in 2 days." Watching Smith Doyle leaving, Bulma looked at Yelena in front of her and began to think. Walking out of the laboratory, Smith Doyle went straight to the conference room. At this moment, Natasha and her family of 3 were waiting for him there. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Smith Doyle came to the main seat and sat down and said, "I brought Yelena to the scientist here. She's a very talented person. I believe an antidote will be developed for this neurological virus. Melina, you participated in the research and development of this virus. Do you have any ideas for an antidote?" Smith Doyle is not only doing this for Yelena, but more importantly for the Black Widows who control the platform. Those in the Red House are all reservists and are still in training. If they dare to attack him, they will die. All the graduates were sent out by Dreykov, and these elites are currently under his control. Melina shook her head and said, "Although I am a scientist in the Red House, I have nothing to do with detoxification. Even I am under Dreykov's control and cannot harm him. If I had any involvement in the detoxification, you might not even have the chance to see me." Hearing the other party say this, Smith Doyle also nodded. "Then let's wait for my people to develop an antidote." Natasha then spoke, "Smith, thank you for saving our family and letting me know the truth. I have truly avenged myself. We have no way to repay such great kindness. We can only hope that you will take us in and pledge our loyalty to you." Natasha, Melina, and Alexei stood up from their chairs, knelt on one knee in front of Smith Doyle, and said, "We are willing to offer our loyalty." But it was the result of a conversation between Natasha, Melina and Alexei during the time when Smith Doyle was away. Melina even learned from Natasha about the power behind Smith Doyle and the organization he led. She was also very much looking forward to the code of conduct of the Assassin's League. If it could redeem her past actions, everyone thought that this was a place truly worth serving. In the end, Melina and Alexei unanimously decided to seek asylum with Smith Doyle. As for Natasha, she no longer trusted SHIELD and felt that Smith Doyle was a good place to stay, but she didn't know whether he would accept their family of 4. As for helping her destroy the Red House, such behavior was completely in line with the code of conduct of the Assassin's League, and she didn't want to think about whether there were other calculations behind it. Looking at the 3 people kneeling in front of him and swearing allegiance, Smith Doyle showed a smile on his face. It was worth it for him to run around for Natasha this time. She surrendered without him having to say anything. "Okay, I accept your allegiance." On the other side, in Stark's villa, Tony had taken off his armor and changed into casual clothes. Pepper Potts argued with Tony for a few words after seeing his armor riddled with bullet holes, and then left the villa directly. Looking at the armor he had taken off, which was covered with bullet holes and traces of artillery fire, Tony directly ordered, "Jarvis, how long will it take to repair and repaint the armor?" "Sir, it will take 2 hours. Get to work, Jarvis." After explaining Jarvis's work, Tony thought that he needed to inform Smith Doyle about Ethan's matter. At the same time, he also wanted to compete with the other party to verify how well his armor could perform in front of a superpowered person. Tony went upstairs, picked up the phone, dialed Smith Doyle's number and called. Smith Doyle, who had just accepted the loyalty of Natasha's family, heard his cell phone ringing. He picked it up and saw that it was Stark calling, so he answered it. "Hey, Smith Doyle." "Hey, Tony Stark." "Smith, last time I said I'd developed a new battle armor and we were going to have a competition. What do you think about tonight? Let's not go to the desert this time. The area near my villa is also an option. What do you think?" Listening to Tony's words, Smith also became interested. Thinking of taking Bulma for a walk, he agreed directly. "Okay, I'll come over later. Oh, and I'll bring a friend." End of this chapter. Chapter 104, The Suspected Shield. Chapter 104, The Suspected Shield. Please read. As the call ended, Smith Doyle looked at the three people in front of him and called Fox to make arrangements. Fox, from now on the three of them will be joining the League of Assassins. Fox was a little surprised. Natasha was just discovered to be a spy, so how come she joined the Assassins League with two other people in the blink of an eye? Although somewhat puzzled, Fox nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it." "I wonder who these two are," Smith explained. "This is Iron Lady Melina, Natasha's family. The other is Alexei, a former Red Guardian and a member of Natasha's family." Fox looked at Natasha with some surprise. It seemed like the whole family was coming to invest. "Natasha, stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Fox did not leave with Melina and Alexei immediately, but came over with a document. "These are the 3 plots of land I selected in the suburbs of New York. They are 8 acres, 12 acres, and 16 acres. This is where they are located. You decide where to choose as the base for construction." Smith Doyle flipped through the documents Fox handed him. The 3 positions were larger and farther away than the last. However, thinking of his own needs and the growing Assassins League, he spoke, "As for this 16-acre plot of land, we will start construction as soon as possible after acquiring it." Smith Doyle thought about the Avengers base in Avengers 4, which was on the West Coast. His own base was a full 8 acres and would be twice as large as the base. As for the future Chidori army wreaking havoc in New York, Smith Doyle is not worried at all. Fox nodded and said, "These places have already been contacted, and the contract can be signed directly after confirmation. But with an area of 16 acres and our plans for the base, if everything goes well, it might take 5 to 8 years to complete." Hearing the time of 5 to 8 years, Smith Doyle frowned. This time was too long, enough for Dragon Ball to make 5 to 8 wishes. "No, construction is too slow. Contact the infrastructure companies in the East, as well as the top 10 construction companies in the United States. They'll pay you enough, but I only have one requirement: 24-hour uninterrupted construction. We need to maintain good relations with the government and ensure that noise pollution, air pollution, and other things do not disrupt the construction progress. I hope to see the base completed in a year." Hearing Smith's request, Fox didn't understand why the deadline was so tight, but he still said, "If this is done, the construction cost may increase by more than 10 times. Smith waved his hand and said, "The key projects have been handed over to the infrastructure team in the East. Their construction speed is beyond your imagination. If I didn't want to argue about this, it would be much faster to just give them all the work." In short, the project will be primarily led by the Oriental Construction Company, supplemented by local companies. "I want the construction there to continue 24 hours a day to speed up the progress." Fox nodded, "I understand. I'll arrange to contact them right away." Thinking about the increased expenditure, Smith asked, "Is there enough money?" Fox reported, "It's enough. The high table, the hand, and the Kingpin's legacy we received are enough for us to build a base, even within a year." Hearing that there was enough money, Smith Doyle felt relieved. It would be a joke if he went bankrupt by building a base. Melina and Alexei listened to the conversation between the two, which reminded them of the days when the Soviet Union was engaged in large-scale construction. After Fox finalized the location of the base, he left the meeting room with Melina and Alexei. There are many procedures to join the Assassins League, and understanding the concept is the most important one. Watching the two leave, Natasha smiled and asked, "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Hearing Natasha change even her address, knowing that she was changing quickly, he asked, "Natasha, do you know the ideals that the Assassins League believes in?" Natasha recalled the information about the Assassins League that she had seen at SHIELD and said, "All things are false, all things are permitted, walk in darkness, serve the light." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "The foundation of social civilization is fragile. We must become the guardians of our own civilization. We are the designers of our own actions, and we bear the consequences of our actions, whether they are glorious or tragic. When people's hearts blindly follow the so-called truth, remember that there is no absolute truth in the world. When people's behavior is constrained by morality or law, remember that any constraint can be broken. We work in the darkness to serve the light. We are assassins. Everything is false, and everything is permitted." At this time, a ball of air appeared in Smith's hand, emitting light that was somewhat similar to a gas bomb. "Under the truth, all beings are equal." Natasha nodded, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the Assassins League's philosophy. Smith Doyle dispersed the energy in his hand and continued, "I once told you that justice must be achieved with our own hands, even if it means spilling blood." Natasha nodded. This was the second time she had heard this. At this time Smith Doyle asked, "Natasha, what do you think of SHIELD?" Hearing Smith Doyle's question, Natasha's brain was thinking rapidly, thinking about the meaning of Smith's question, and at the same time said, like all spy organizations, they act despicably and will do anything to achieve their goals. They cannot be trusted. Of course, there are some employees who uphold justice, but they are still coerced by the organization and do things that seem right but may actually be wrong. I'm ready to quit SHIELD, but with my identity, I can only fake my own death to escape. This action made Natasha no longer trust SHIELD. In her eyes, the Red Room and SHIELD are just the same kind of organizations. Not all of them may be bad people, but there are definitely not many good people in them. After hearing Natasha's words, Smith knew that she no longer trusted SHIELD and even had the idea of quitting. After all, she had already joined the League of Assassins. I don't trust them, especially your director Nick Fury. He could become a new threat to the world. I need you to stay with SHIELD and keep an eye on them for me. Natasha was a little surprised that Smith Doyle even knew the director of SHIELD, and the two of them should have never met. Thinking of the information passed by Coulson, the League of Assassins knew SHIELD very well, and there must be many people like herself lurking in it. Natasha asked solemnly, "Is there a problem with SHIELD? Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me." End of this chapter. Chapter 105 Lurking. Chapter 105 Lurking, seeking follow-up reading. Hearing Natasha's words, Smith Doyle put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "Has a problem. According to the intelligence I've learned, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s problems aren't even small." Smith Doyle was not lying. The problems of SHIELD were not just small, they were almost becoming SHIELD. In addition, Nick Fury is also a troublemaker. Look at all the shit he has done. And from what we know about the show agents of SHIELD is not a good place. There are surveillance, imprisonment, detention, experiments, and everything else. They even created a secret invasion drama. Natasha was shocked at this moment. Smith Doyle actually said that the problems of S.H.I.E.L.D. were not small. What kind of secrets were hidden here? Looking at Natasha's curious eyes, Smith Doyle continued, "Perhaps because you are an outsider, you haven't participated in them and haven't been absorbed by them, so you haven't noticed the problems. But when you return to SHIELD after this mission, you can observe and learn more about it. Perhaps you will discover a different SHIELD. But I won't give you a direct answer to the specific question. You need to understand it yourself." Natasha nodded. There was a unique charm in finding out everything on her own. Who can I contact or trust in there? Obviously Natasha has determined that there are definitely many members of the League of Assassins in SHIELD, so she also wants to know her superiors or other people she can trust. Smith Doyle was delighted to hear Natasha's words, as she thought he had a lot of undercover agents inside. The reason we're in single contact is also to protect you. The only person you can trust is yourself. You have to judge others by yourself. As for the intelligence I have, you can report it at your own discretion. If you are unsure, you can consult with Fox or me. Natasha nodded and said, "I understand. I will rely on my own abilities and not let everyone down. As for the cancer within SHIELD, I will uncover it." Smith's eyes stayed on Natasha, and then he said, "Return to Fox and continue your covert mission for SHIELD." Natasha turned and walked out of the meeting room. When she reached the door, she turned her head to look at Smith Doyle and asked, "Will SHIELD eventually be wiped out like the Red House?" Smith Doyle did not answer Natasha's question, but smiled and said, "Nothing is real, everything is permitted." Natasha seemed to understand something, then pushed open the door of the conference room and walked out. At the same time, a guess flashed through her mind. Nick Fury wouldn't be in trouble because of that layer of skin. The nickname of her leader, the Hunter, was no joke. As Natasha left, Smith Doyle took out Black Widow's control platform and authentication ring. Looking at the things in front of him, Smith Doyle thought about how to arrange these people. Dreykov is completely dead and the Red House Air Base has been completely destroyed, but these Black Widows are still controlled by the information toxin. As long as he wants, he can make all these Black Widows commit suicide on the spot on the control platform and die of suffocation. Smith Doyle thought about it and decided that these people could not be left outside like this, otherwise something bad might happen. The recall needs to be carried out in an orderly manner, and the subsequent detoxification, arrangement, absorption or other matters are easy to handle. It just so happened that the Assassin's Brotherhood needed personnel to garrison there. With so many mainland hotels around the world switching to other businesses, even if only 1 or 2 people were assigned to each hotel, the personnel under his command would not be enough, and the intelligence department would also need to be supplemented. What we need to wait for now is Bulma's research progress on the antidote. Once the antidote is produced, we can arrange a recall. After confirming everything, Smith Doyle waved his hand. put away the control platform and ring, and left the meeting room. At dusk, Smith Doyle came to the laboratory again and said to the busy Bulma, "Bulma, the scientific genius I told you about during the day asked to meet me. Let's go together." Bulma was stunned for a moment and stopped what she was doing. "What? So fast, wait for me." After saying that, Bulma rushed out in a hurry and went straight to her room. Looking at Bulma's appearance, Smith Doyle was stunned for a moment. He didn't have time to put on makeup and dress up for the girl. It seemed that he would have to wait. Smith Doyle walked around the laboratory. The area here was not small and many equipment were added. As for Elena, who was sent there, she was currently unconscious in a device similar to a hibernation chamber. More than an hour later, Bulma, full of youthfulness, appeared in front of Smith Doyle. Bulma came up and put his arm around Smith Doyle's arm and said, "Let's go, Brother Smith." Looking at Bulma, who was wearing a pink dress and a purple scarf, Smith touched her head and said with a smile, "Let's go." Bulma leaned on Smith Doyle and squinted his eyes and said, "Let's go." Smith Doyle took Boomer and drove the red Ferrari towards Tony's beach villa. At dusk, Bulma looked at the scenery outside the car window and kept sighing at the difference between the two worlds. Smith Doyle responded while driving, and at the same time he felt that he should take Bulma out more often. What a precious youth. When Smith was admiring Bulma, he forgot that he was only 18 years old. More than an hour later, Smith Doyle arrived outside Tony's villa. As soon as he parked the car in front of the villa, Smith Doyle saw Tony Stark coming out to greet him. Smith Doyle opened the car door and got out with Bulma. Tony raised his eyebrows at the beautiful young girl who came with them. "Man, you really surprised me." As he spoke, Tony gave Smith Doyle a hug and whispered in his ear, "Is this the friend you were talking about? Looks really young." Tony then froze for a moment and punched Smith Doyle. "Damn, I almost forgot you're only 18. Tony then said to Bulma, "Hello, I'm Tony Stark, a friend of this guy." Thinking that Smith Doyle was 18 years old and I was 38 years old, I didn't even call him by his name anymore and just became this kid. Seeing Tony's changes, Bulma said with a smile, "Hello uncle, I'm Bulma. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me." End of this chapter. Chapter 106 Transformation. Chapter 106 Transformation, seeking follow-up reading. The three of them entered the villa together. Tony did not take them directly to the underground laboratory, but came to the living room. After the two sat down, Tony took out a bottle of Highland Park 50-year-old single malt whiskey from his wine cabinet. After getting a bottle of juice for Bulma, Tony opened the whiskey, poured 2 glasses into the square cup, and then placed one on the table in front of Smith Doyle while holding one himself. "Cheers." Bulma raised his juice and made a toast with Tony Smith. Smith took a small sip and found it tasted good. However, Tony's behavior surprised Smith a little. He actually drank all the whiskey in the glass in one gulp. After finishing the wine in his glass, Tony picked up the bottle and poured himself another glass. Seeing Tony take a big gulp right from the start and continue drinking, Smith Doyle felt that something was wrong with the other party. Shouldn't Tony be in high spirits now, having developed a new type of mark armor? Could it be that he discovered that Obadiah had murdered him? "Tony, don't you want to have a competition? Are you planning a drunk driving sparring match? Or have you just learned Drunken Fist and are planning to use it on your armor?" Tony put down the whiskey in his hand, glanced at Bulma beside him, and said, "With children around, some topics are not convenient." Smith was speechless. It seemed that Tony still minded the word uncle. "Tony, Bulma is one of us. As long as it's not a pornographic story, there's no problem. You don't feel old, do you?" Tony exclaimed, "What are you saying? You know, a man is a young man until he dies. I think I can have no problem playing for another 20 years. Then Tony put his arm around Smith's shoulders and said to Bulma, "Smith and I are friends. Next time, don't call me uncle. Just call me Tony." Bulma was very happy to hear Smith say that he was not an outsider. When she heard Tony's words, she smiled and said, "Okay, Tony." After no longer having to hear the word uncle, Tony put away his joking expression and said with a serious face, "Ethan is dead." When Smith Doyle heard the name, he immediately thought of the other person, the surgeon who was with Tony when he was kidnapped. This person should not have died at the absolute time point, so how could he have died? I remember he went back to his hometown, didn't he? What happened? Tony's face was heavy as he said slowly, "His hometown is in Gumara. I saw Ethan on the war news last night. He was hanged by the warlord of the Ten Rings gang. I wanted to bring back his body for burial today, but the enemy tank's main gun hit me." Tony didn't finish the rest of his words, but Smith understood what he meant. This result seems to be more tragic than the original, and neither of them expected that Ethan's hometown was Gumala, where the war started. If Tony knew where it was, he might be more determined to take the other person back to New York. Smith picked up the wine glass and said, "Condolences." Then Smith drank the whiskey in the glass, and Tony drank another glass. After drinking 2 glasses of whiskey in a row, Tony was a little tipsy and seemed a little drunk. "Smith, you don't know. I wanted to save Ethan's body and bury him. He was in my arms, and then a tank's main gun hit him, and everything was gone. Besides the blood mist, there's only a piece of rotten meat in my hand." Hearing Tony's description, Smith could feel Tony's anger. "I learned about your philosophy after I came back. Justice needs to be achieved with our own hands." I agree with this statement. The source of all the tragedies is that the company's weapons were sold privately. He wants to use his own methods to solve the problem. Smith nodded and said, "But you have to be prepared to bear the honor and tragedy of it all." Tony nodded, he understood what Smith meant. At this moment, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, the armor has been repaired." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Bulma looked around. Smith explained, "This is Tony's artificial intelligence butler Jarvis." Bulma nodded thoughtfully, taking in everything in the room. At this time Tony stood up and said, "Smith, now that my mark armor is ready, let's go down and have a fight." Tony brought Smith Doyle and Bulma to the underground laboratory. Smith said, "Bulma, many of the equipment in your laboratory were purchased by Tony." Bulma looked at Tony in front of her and said, "Thank you, Tony. But I still have a lot of equipment that hasn't been delivered yet. Tony, please help me." At this time, Tony also looked at Bulma in surprise, and then said, "I thought your friend was a transcendent like you, but I didn't expect he's actually a scientist." Smith, "All the equipment you bought is not for her use alone, is it?" Smith Doyle nodded, "Yes, it's a special laboratory built for her." Tony, "Don't underestimate Bulma. She is my chief scientist." Tony was even more surprised now. The identity of chief scientist was not an easy one, especially with assets of the scale of Smith Doyle. Afterwards, he had a detailed discussion with Bulma and found that the other party had mastered a lot of things that were beyond the reach of the researchers in his own company. "Not a bad girl, but still not as good as when I was younger." Smith smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. You might not be as powerful as Bulma when you were this age. One of the products we are about to launch is developed by Bulma." Tony did not agree with Smith's statement and immediately said venomously, "As someone who didn't graduate from a prestigious university, you won't understand the gap between scientists. By the way, which school did you graduate from?" The smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Looking at the grinning Tony, Smith Doyle decided to give him a hard time during their next sparring match. Bulma looked at the two people joking with each other and thought to herself, "Is this what boys' friendship is?" Smith changed the subject and said, "Tony, hurry up and let Bulma see your invention. Maybe she can make a replica for me when she gets back." Tony didn't care about Smith's words at all. Without his own arc reactor, any mecha would be just a decoration. Tony went straight to the suit dressing area. Jarvis. Following Tony's call, several mechanical arms soon stretched out from the ground and began to put on the Mark III for him. Looking at Tony wearing the Mark III through the mechanical arm, Smith had to admit that the beauty of machinery was indeed quite cool. Bulma was looking at everything here carefully. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 107 The Beauty of Technology. Chapter 107 The Beauty of Technology, please read. Tony quickly put on the Mark III, then moved his fingers and opened the mask. "We'll go to the C area behind to compete, but what about you, the chief scientist? From what you said, it seems she can't fly." Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "That's not a problem, Bulma can watch remotely. I'll take Bulma to your roof later. As long as we don't fly too far, the view there should be enough." Tony nodded. "That's a nice vantage point, but you really don't trust a little girl to go up on the roof. It's a pity that Pepper is not here, otherwise it would be reassuring to have her accompany me." Tony had just driven Pepper away, so he wasn't going to ask her to come back. Then Tony thought of something and snapped his fingers. "In fact, I can let Bulma experience it. I also have a Mark II in my collection. It's the silver-white one from before, and it doesn't have weapons or ammunition. I can have Jarvis assist in driving. It's a good opportunity for the little girl to experience the gap between scientists." Hearing Tony's proposal, Smith's eyes lit up and he said, "Then it's settled." When Bulma heard that she also had to wear a mecha, she became interested. She had never tried research in this area before. Bulma came to the armor-fitting platform, and soon several mechanical arms put on Mark II for Bulma. Looking at Bulma who was fully dressed, Tony took out a small arc reactor from a drawer of a test bench. This was the one he had replaced. After recent use, the energy was not much, but it was enough for Bulma's flying experience this time. Tony took the reactor, walked up to Smith and pressed it, and soon the Mark II armor was officially started. With the installation of the energy source, the lights in the eyes of the visor lit up, and the Mark II on Bulma was officially started. "Hello Ms. Bulma, I'm Jarvis. Hello, Jarvis. Looking at the virtual projection in front of her eyes, Bulma felt that having such an artificial intelligence was indeed very convenient. Perhaps she also needed such an assistant. After moving her fingers, Bulma opened the mask. At this time, Tony, who was wearing Mark III, looked at Bulma, who had already activated the armor, and said, "Don't worry, I'll let Jarvis assist you in driving." After he finished speaking, Tony closed his visor and flew out first. Watching Tony fly directly out of the basement in the Mark III, Bulma also flew out with the assistance of Jarvis, and Smith immediately followed using the air dance technique. Bulma, who was feeling Mark II at the moment, received Tony's call request and answered it immediately. "Little Bulma, how about it? Have you felt the power of the great scientist Tony Stark?" "Tony, your invention is great and creative, but I like your smart butler more." Bulma doesn't care about the Mark armor. Many scientists in the Dragon Ball world have developed similar things, and she has come into contact with them. Whether it is the black mechanical armor of the Red Ribbon Army or the mecha of King Pilaf, they are products that appeared in the early days. On the contrary, artificial intelligence is more interesting and can also become your own assistant. "Thank you for the compliment, Ms. Bulma." Hearing Bulma's praise, Jarvis suddenly said something inside the armor of both of them. Tony smiled and said, "That's a good idea. I hope you can develop your own artificial intelligence." After Tony and Bulma chatted for a while, he said to Smith, who was flying in the air, "Smith, let's start sparring now. Let me see what level my Mark series can reach in your world of extraordinary people." Hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle said, "Haha, I'm looking forward to fighting you too." At this moment, Jarvis was maneuvering Mark II away from the center of the battle between the two and maintaining a safe distance. The next second, the two of them rushed towards each other. Tony, wearing a mecha, engaged in close combat with Smith Doyle in the air. Ding, ding, ding. It was clearly a collision of metal and flesh, but Smith's fist was not at a disadvantage at all, even though the Mark III was made of the same gold titanium alloy as the tactical satellite Seraph. Smith was a little surprised to see Tony blocking his attacks one after another and fighting back and forth with him. Although he was letting Tony off the mark, Tony's fighting ability should not be able to keep up. Smith didn't know that the person fighting him in close combat at this moment was not Tony, but Jarvis, who was acting as a substitute. Tony fed all the information about fighting, including Muay Thai, Karate, Jeet Kune Do, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Wing Chun, etc., to Jarvis, the artificial intelligence. As the fight went on, Smith discovered a clue. All kinds of martial arts moves appeared, which were obviously not Tony's own abilities. "This guy Tony actually played this trick on me." Smith no longer gave in to Tony. He instantly released his energy, accelerated, and appeared behind Tony, punching Tony's back with his fists clasped together. Bump, boom. Smith Doyle's powerful attack directly created a sonic boom. Tony was thrown directly from the air into the sea, like a cannonball that caused huge waves. "Sir, the metal on your back is experiencing fatigue damage. Continuing in close combat will cause a malfunction or even shattering of the metal." At this moment, in front of Tony, the metal area on his back has changed from a blue intact state to a red fault indication. If Tony took off his armor now, he would be able to see the marks on the metal on the back of the mecha where Smith had smashed it with a hammer held in both hands. "It's so powerful." Tony sighed and flew directly out of the sea. "Smith, the close combat ends here. Next, let me show you the charm of technology." The next second, 2 rows of launchers containing miniature missiles rose from Tony's shoulders. "If you're not sure, you can choose to admit defeat." Seeing Tony's rising missile, Smith didn't think he couldn't resist it. "Come on, Tony." Tony felt relieved after hearing what Smith Doyle said. After all, it was just a sparring match, not a life-and-death fight. He had to make sure that the other party could withstand it before he dared to use some weapons. As Jarvis took aim, 20 micromissiles were fired towards Smith Doyle. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking at the missile launched by Tony, Smith Doyle immediately used gas bombs to detonate it remotely. Boom, boom, boom. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 108 Rock, Paper, Scissors. Chapter 108 Rock, Paper, Scissors, please read. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued as all the micro-missiles were detonated by Smith Doyle's gas bombs. Bulma on the side was shocked by Smith Doyle's strength. She didn't expect that humans could be so powerful. It was beyond her imagination. "Sir, all attacks have been blocked." "What?" Tony's face was full of disbelief. What had just happened was beyond his worldview. He knew that Smith Doyle was very powerful and not an ordinary person, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The gas bullets fired can actually block missiles. Micro-missiles are also missiles. This is more effective than decoy bombs and anti-aircraft missiles. Smith looked at Tony, who had stopped attacking, and said, "Try harder. I've only just warmed up. I won't give up so soon." Hearing Smith's teasing, Tony raised his eyebrows, raised his hands and directly used the palm cannon, saying, "I don't believe you can be faster than the laser." Although the palm cannon was very fast after being fired, Tony's hand-raising action and pre-swing were too long, especially in Smith Doyle's eyes. It was extremely slow. He knew the direction of the attack as soon as Tony raised his hand. Smith Doyle could have avoided Tony's attack with just a move, but in order to test his own strength, he did not choose to dodge. Boom! When the smoke cleared, the bulletproof suit on Smith Doyle's upper body was blown to pieces, revealing his muscles, but there was not a single scratch on his body. Bulma looked at Smith's well-defined muscles and said infatuatedly, "So handsome." She didn't expect Smith Doyle to have a figure that looked thin when dressed but had muscular figure when undressed. "Sir, it seems that our attack did not break Mr. Smith's defense." To borrow the words from the game, it seems that our attack did not break the defense. Tony said helplessly, "I can see it myself. Since the palm cannon doesn't work, let's try this." Jarvis, chest charging, maximum power. The next second, a dazzling light began to shine from the location of the reactor on Tony's chest. It turned out that Tony had converted his reactor into a laser weapon. Boom! A dazzling and thick laser went straight towards Smith Doyle. Faced with the laser that could easily melt the Winter Soldier's arm, Smith Doyle did not use his body to block it, but dodged it by diving down. "Tony, it's my turn to attack." Smith Doyle rushed to Tony in an instant and punched him hard. Scissors. Boom! With a dull thud, the Mark III flew backwards with Tony Stark in it. "Warning, the mecha has been damaged to 20%. Smith's voice sounded again. "Stone." Boom! Smith Doyle hit the Mark III in the abdomen with an uppercut, and the entire mecha was knocked into the sky. "Warning, the mecha has been damaged to 30%. However, before Tony Stark could react, Smith Doyle appeared above Tony's head, who was being knocked away. Cloth. Smith Doyle slapped Tony, and Tony fell downwards at a speed even faster than when he flew up. The speed was so fast that mock loops appeared. Boom! Tony crashed into the sea again, and this time the waves were even bigger than before. The waves rushing into the sky were like rain. "Warning, the mecha has been damaged to 50%. Warning, flight system damaged." Then, after a crackling sound, the virtual screen in front of Tony turned black, and Jarvis's assistant went offline. As Jarvis went offline, Tony's mecha began to fall uncontrollably towards the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Tony was a little panicked. I believe Smith can notice the abnormality, otherwise he would have killed himself in a competition. Smith Doyle looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. The move he just used was exactly Goku's rock-paper-scissors boxing technique. Although it sounds childish and simple, it is powerful at all. This is the first time he has used it. At this time, Bulma flew over and shouted, "Brother Smith." Jarvis said that Tony's armor was severely damaged and he has lost contact with Tony. After hearing Bulma's words, Smith Doyle also reacted. He realized that he had stalled Tony's Mark III. No wonder it didn't fly up for a long time. Tony was not going to be drowned in the sea. Seeing this, Smith did not waste any more time and rushed directly towards Tony's position. Smith Doyle quickly found the sinking Tony in the sea, grabbed his arm, and flew towards the sea. After bringing Tony to the surface of the sea, Smith grabbed Tony's visor and revealed his face. "Dude, it looks like I need you to take me home. You've blown up my mecha." Tony was a little helpless. He was beaten directly and Jarvis was even knocked offline. If Smith hadn't pulled him up, he felt that he would have really died, and drowned. The Mark III almost became his iron coffin. Smith picked up Tony and flew towards the villa, while Bulma followed behind. Inside the villa, Smith and Boomer sat in the living room, and Smith changed into a suit and shirt that Tony had never worn before. At this moment, Tony changed his clothes and came out. Looking at Smith Doyle, who was sitting on the sofa and talking and laughing with Bulma, he said, "Smith, with your strength, you should be the best in the world now, right?" Although he was asking Smith, Tony was very sure that in his impression, the most powerful individual was only at the level of Captain America. Hearing Tony suddenly talk about his own strength, Smith Doyle thought for a moment. With the strength of the Marvel Universe, not to mention the great gods such as the Observers, the Living Tribunal, Death, and Eternity in the entire universe, he was far behind even Odin, Thanos, and the Celestials in a single universe. As for the Earth, there are even more hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the Ancient One of Kamartaj, the new gods being nurtured in the core of the Earth, the three gods of Kansa who can descend at any time, the Panther god of Wakanda, the Eternals, the Wenyu who masters the 10 rings, Big Mom, and who knows which version of the Hulk, there were a lot of people who were named and not named. After thinking about it, Smith said, "You may not believe it, but my strength is not even ranked." Tony was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, "Man, being too modest is pride. Before you, the most powerful person I've heard of was the deceased Steve. He was so powerful that even concentrated rifle fire could kill him without a shield." Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 109, Promise to Fight Again. Chapter 109, Promise to Fight Again, please read. Obviously Tony doesn't believe that there are so many people in this world who are more powerful than Smith. Seeing the expression that said, "Don't think I don't understand the extraordinary people, so you can just lie to me," Smith said with a smile. "You'll soon find that the world is becoming more and more interesting." Tony curled his lips and said, "Then it seems that you are not that good. You don't even have a ranking. After all, I'm the world's #1 scientist. Give me some time, and I'm sure I can develop an even more powerful armor. Then I will compare you and those guys you think are superior to me one by one." No matter what Smith said, Tony didn't care at all. He believed that his armor would become more powerful through upgrades. Just from this competition, he had a lot of new ideas, and there were many areas for improvement in his armor. Just because he couldn't beat Smith Doyle this time doesn't mean he won't be able to beat him next time. Hearing Tony's words, Smith thought of the Mark armor developed by Tony in various comic versions. Some of them were really too strong and could really beat those people. However, Tony's armor seems to be able to be dismantled by anyone who opposes it. Will you dismantle the anti-Smith armor yourself in the future? Thinking of this, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Okay, when you have new armor, we'll compete again." Tony can upgrade his armor, and Smith can also improve his strength. It's not just because of the system's wish lottery, but the Cian bloodline alone is enough for him to explore for a lifetime, and he believes that the improvement of his strength will definitely be much faster than the speed at which Tony upgrades his armor. At this moment Smith Doyle stood up and said, "We've already sparred today, and if there's nothing else to do, I'm going to take Bulma and leave." When Tony heard that Smith was leaving, he did not try to keep him, as he had a lot of ideas to convey to Jarvis. "Okay, let's stop here for today. When I develop a stronger battle armor, we can spar again. I will definitely defeat you next time. Bulma, I'll have Pepper buy the equipment you want and send it to you as soon as possible." Smith waved his hand, "Then I'll wait for your good news." Bulma also thanked at this time, "Thank you, Tony. And next time, maybe it will be me sparring with you." Hearing Bulma say this, Smith knew that she also wanted to develop a mecha. In fact, Smith wanted to tell Bulma that mechas have no future, so you should develop androids. Tony smiled at Bulma and didn't take the little girl's words to heart. He just waved his hand as a farewell to her. After Smith and Bulma left, Tony returned to his underground laboratory and looked at the dents, deformations, and even fractures on the armor. He realized that Smith Doyle was more powerful than he had expected. Moreover, he believed that this was not the opponent's limit. After all, the two were not enemies, and Smith Doyle definitely did not show his true strength. Tony sat in the chair, looked at the computer in front of him, and then said directly, "Jarvis, should we record the entire battle?" "Sir, the fight between you and Mr. Smith has been recorded in its entirety from multiple angles. Obviously another angle is provided by Bulma's Mark II. Analyze the opponent's strength and attack speed." "Sir, Mr. Smith's speed showed different figures during the battle. It can be predicted that this is not his maximum speed. Just the speed shown so far, in the case of an explosion, exceeds Mach 4. Tony nodded. "Sure enough, it's faster than my Mach 3 speed." A photo appeared in front of Tony, showing him being attacked using rock paper scissors. Mr. Smith's greatest strength isn't his explosive speed, but his reaction speed. His reaction is extremely fast. According to Mark II's observation, Mr. Smith can easily dodge your attacks. As for the force, judging by the force of the opponent's blow, it is capable of destroying gold titanium alloy armor. It is obviously a force exceeding 10 tons. After all, the thickness of our armor is not very high. Tony was not surprised to hear these data. Captain America, once the pinnacle of humanity, is nothing more than a baby in front of him. "Sir, you are actually no different from a baby in front of him. Asshole." Tony cursed when he actually heard Jarvis mocking him. "Save the video of this battle to my private server and encrypt it. Also, increase the sealing function of the suit. It actually got flooded when it fell into the sea this time, otherwise you wouldn't have been offline so quickly. Oh, and there's also air circulation. I don't want to suffocate to death. There's also a water circulation system, so we won't die of thirst if necessary. Let me think about it. Oh, there's also a heating system. Jarvis, what's the strongest metal currently available? Is there anything you can choose?" "Sir, vibranium is one of the strongest metals known. Captain America's shield was forged by your father using vibranium and other metals. However, Tony shook his head. I don't know what ratio Dad used to make it. Making it out of pure vibranium isn't a good idea. The biggest problem with that metal is that it will become passive directly under ultrasound. I don't want the armor to disintegrate on its own if the opponent uses ultrasonic waves to attack me. Jarvis, a new directive, research and formulate a new alloy. It must be hard enough to withstand Smith's punches, but without any fatal flaws. As for weapons, the Mark armor needs some new means. The other side. Obadiah received a call from Zara of the Ten Rings gang, and drove to Megillah with a group of his men. At this time, Zara was standing at the entrance of the camp, welcoming Obadiah who was getting off the car. Welcome. Obadiah walked up to Zara with a smile on his face, looking her up and down. If you had killed the enemy earlier, you wouldn't have lost so many men. I heard that you guys were attacked today. Zara stared at Obadiah and said, that would be too easy for you. You didn't tell me at the time that it was Tony Stark who was going to be attacked. Obadiah didn't care, but went straight to the point and said, let me see what you are talking about. Zara said in a heavy voice, wait, let your bodyguard wait outside. Obadiah signaled the bodyguards to stay outside, and then followed Zara into the other party's tent. P.S. The recommendation has been promoted, and the listing time will be postponed. I ask you to continue reading in the next week. It's still the old rule that every time the recommendation is promoted, the listing time will be extended by 1 week. Currently, it has been listed for 3 weeks with a daily update of 10,000. Whether it can be listed for a daily update of 10,000 per month depends on your reading in the next week. Please, newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 110 Technology that comes to your doorstep. Chapter 110 Technology that comes to your doorstep. Please read on. Following Zara into the tent, Obadiah looked around the tent and his eyes finally fell on the table. There was only a pile of drawings and a laptop on the table, and nothing else worth noting. Obadiah went straight to the chair and sat down, leaning back to see what story the other man could tell. Zara looked at Obadiah's arrogant behavior without caring at all. She walked to the computer, opened a video, and then placed the laptop in front of Obadiah. The content of the video is nothing but Tony Stark organizing the Mark I in the cave and testing the performance of weapons at the cave entrance. Looking at the screen on the computer, Obadiah picked up the blueprint on the table and began to read it, exclaiming, did he use this to escape? No, I remember he was rescued by Smith Doyle. At the same time, Obadiah also discovered that Tony, who was testing weapons in the video, did not target any enemies, which means that at this time, Zara's men had been killed or injured. As the video continued, Obadiah saw a familiar figure, Smith Doyle, the man who showed up at the charity gala and rescued Tony. At this time, Zara pressed the pause button, pointed at Smith Doyle on the computer and asked, is this man Smith Doyle? Who is he? Hearing Zara asking about Smith Doyle, Obadiah did not hide anything and spoke directly, this is Smith Doyle. According to Tony, it was he who rescued him. As for his identity, he's the leader of an underground faction, something like the Assassin's League or the Assassin's Brotherhood. Zara remembered the name Smith Doyle and the other party's identity, and he would definitely avenge this grudge. The leader will not remain indifferent to him forever. At this time, Zara pointed at the blueprint in Obadiah's hand and said, the drawings you have in your hands are only preliminary drafts. He has already perfected his work. The one who attacked Megillah today was Tony Stark. That thing is the ultimate weapon. When Obadiah heard Zara say that what she had was just a preliminary design and that Tony had more advanced equipment, he thought of the military press conference he saw today. At this time, Zara looked at Obadiah and said, if I had dozens of these ultimate weapons, I would be able to dominate Asia. And you can possess his kingdom. We have a common enemy. The kingdom Zara was talking about was none other than Stark Industries. At this time, Zara no longer stood by the computer, but walked to the sofa and sat down, pouring wine while saying, if we continue to cooperate, I will give you all these design drawings and video materials. Obadiah put the drawings together and soon revealed the appearance of the Mark I armor. He looked thoughtfully at the hollow area of Mark I and the drawing and the markings on it. However, Zara didn't know that in Obadiah's eyes, Zara was just someone who did his dirty work. He made such a weird move to assassinate Tony, and he still cooperated, go eat shit. At this time, Zara held the wine glass, looked at Obadiah and continued, in return, I hope you can give me an army of iron men. Looking at the wine glass held by Zara, Obadiah walked a few steps to her, put one hand on her shoulder with a smile on his face, and took the wine glass with the other hand. The next second, Zara was paralyzed by the low-frequency sound emitted by a device the size of an MP3 player in Obadiah's hand. This is the only gift you've ever received. At this time, Obadiah picked up the wine glass with one hand, turned off the device with the other, and then said, "Want technology? Technology is the Achilles heel of people like you." Looking at Zara, whose eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged, Obadiah took off his earplugs and said, "Don't worry, it will be fine in 15 minutes. You should worry about the troubles later." After saying this, Obadiah walked out of the tent. At this time, outside the tent, Zara's men were all quietly dealt with by Obadiah's bodyguards. They all surrendered and knelt aside. Looking at the scene before him, Obadiah directly ordered, "Load the computers and design drawings inside into my car and take them away. Okay, clean up the battlefield." As Obadiah finished speaking, gunshots rang out instantly. Obadiah, who was sitting in the car, immediately called his men and said, "Area 16 has been established under the arc reactor project. All information is kept confidential. Find the best engineer and build me a prototype right away." The next day, Smith Doyle woke up from the bed, looked at Fox lying beside him, and slapped him on the butt. Snapped. "The sun is shining on my butt." Fox grabbed little Smith and said, "I think you woke up too excited this morning." Fox then knocked Smith Doyle down and gave him a passionate wet kiss, and then rode on Smith Doyle's body and had a thrilling fight. Tens of thousands of words later, Smith Doyle took a shower, got dressed after stepping out of the shower, and said to Fox, who came out wrapped in a towel, "Two more things. How's the repurchase of Stark Industries shares going?" Fox thought for a moment and said, "Ever since you attended Tony's charity dinner, we've started buying shares. Currently, we have enough to repay our previous loans, with a large surplus." Hearing that it was proceeding in an orderly manner, Smith nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, Tony would soon announce that he became Iron Man. The second thing. The combat effectiveness detector developed by Bulma is now ready for mass production. Next, you need to prepare a company to hold a press conference to sell the product. As for the name of the company, Smith pondered. Frisia Space Real Estate Company? Universal Capsule Company? The former combat power detector seems to be produced by Frisia subordinates, while the latter is a replica of Bulma. Thinking of Bulma's achievements, Smith said, "It's called the Universal Capsule Company." Fox was a little puzzled. Why is it called this name? It seems there is no connection between the two. Isn't Smith Industries good? Doyle Industries is also good. In Fox's view, it would be a good idea to create an industry named after Smith Doyle, just like Stark Industries founded by Howard. Hearing that it was named after him, Smith was actually a little moved, but then he shook his head and said, "Let's call it the Universal Capsule Company. As for the meaning of this name, you will know it later. When Bulma develops the Universal Capsule, the whole Earth and even the entire universe will know the greatness of this company." Fox shrugged his shoulders. "You are the boss, you have the final say." However, with this action, the bath towel on her body accidentally slipped off. Seeing this, Smith Doyle walked up to Fox, put his arms around his waist and gave him a kiss. "Oh my God, you again? I cannot make it. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me." End of this chapter. Chapter 111, Scientific Research Fraud? Chapter 111, Scientific Research Fraud? Please read more. The other side. Pepper Potts came to Tony Stark's villa again. Opening the newly replaced laboratory door, Pepper saw Tony tinkering with Mark IV at first sight. Tony heard the door of the laboratory open, turned around and saw that the person coming was his assistant Pepper Potts, so he stood up and said, "Pepper, speed up the procurement of equipment from Smith's side and send it to them as soon as possible. By the way, Smith is about to release a product. Ask them how their company is doing with the preparations. If they need any help, or if they need any qualifications, use Stark Industries as a tool to build relationships. I'd like to see what that little girl named Bulma has come up with that has given Smith so much confidence." Pepper Potts held the folder in his hand and said after opening it, "Smith's equipment procurement is already underway. They've sent quite a bit of equipment this time, and it's worth billions of dollars. After purchasing, we will send it to them as soon as possible. Actually, our actions are somewhat against the rules. After all, some things are not for sale to the public. Fortunately, they are also in the United States, and our status can suppress what others say. But it would be best if they had cross-shareholdings with the company they're receiving the equipment from. Even if it's only 0.01%, it would still save face." Tony thought for a moment, then said, "I'll talk to Smith about this." Pepper Potts asked curiously, "Who is Bulma? Is she a researcher from Smith's department?" Tony smiled. It was really depressing to think that a little girl called him uncle. A 16-year-old girl. "But I heard from Smith Doyle that she is his chief scientist, and those equipment were purchased for her." Hearing this, Pepper Potts was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but say, "I'm a little curious. What kind of genius could make Smith invest so much money?" I also want to know what the product you mentioned is. At the same time, Pepper Potts had another guess in his mind, 16 years old, is Smith Doyle under a spell? Isn't he afraid of scientific fraud? Moreover, the other party is only 16 years old, which is considered a minor. Even if something happens, it will eventually be left unresolved. Tony smiled and then said, it all depends on their results. I hope they won't be too disappointed. But for a 16-year-old girl, the expectations shouldn't be too high. By the way, are you free now? Can you help me? Go to my office, hack into the main computer, and help me get all the recent shipping manifests. As he spoke, Tony took out a box from the laboratory table and took out an object similar to a USB flash drive from it. Use this. You can get in with it. Pepper Potts took the thing from Tony's hand with a confused look on his face, and heard Tony continue to say it might be in the administrative folder. If not, it must be on a hidden disk. Just look for the one with the smallest number. Pepper Potts took a look at what was in her hand, then looked at Tony Stark and said, if I get my hands on that data, what are you going to do with it? Tony came to an instrument and operated it manually. After hearing what Pepper said, he replied silently, as always, they've been doing backroom deals. I'm going to stop them. I'm going to find my weapons and destroy them. Hearing his boss's words, Pepper Potts sighed and then said, Tony, you know I'd do anything for you. But if you continue to do this, I won't be able to help you. Tony said while operating the instrument, I will stay like this from now on. I won't attend opening ceremonies, don't do charity work, and won't sign any more documents. This is my only mission. Having said this, Tony stopped what he was doing, walked up to Pepper Potts and looked at her directly. That's all. Pepper Potts looked at Tony and murmured, that's it? Then I resign. Then she threw the things Tony gave her onto the table and turned to leave. Looking at Pepper Potts who was about to leave, Tony spoke again. For all these years you've been helping me, earning ill-gotten gains from destruction. Now I want to make amends, but you're quitting. Hearing Tony's words, Pepper Potts, who was about to walk out the door, turned around and said solemnly, you're committing suicide, Tony. I don't want to be tied up. Seeing his assistant say this, Tony sat down on the chair and said in a low voice, I should have killed myself unless I had a reason to live. I'm not crazy, Pepper. I just finally understood what I should do. I'm convinced that for me, there's no other choice. I learned from Smith Doyle that justice needs to be achieved with one's own hands, even if the road ahead is full of thorns. Looking at the dejected Tony Stark, Pepper Potts took a deep breath, then walked back, picked up the things he had just dropped on the table, and looked at Tony affectionately and said, I have no choice but you. Then Pepper Potts remembered the main purpose of coming here today. Tony, although our stock price has been declining overall, it has rebounded recently. I've found out that a group of people are frantically buying up our shares, not just in the secondary market. They might announce a share buyout soon. By the way, the person who bought our stock was Smith Doyle. Tony didn't care when he heard that the buyer was Smith Doyle. The other party had seen his Mark series, and anyone with a brain would know that the stock price would rise. He had shorted the stock before and was now going long and acquiring the stock. This guy really made all the money. Tony pointed to the arc reactor on his chest and said, he should be optimistic about this, let him be. Seeing that Tony didn't care, Pepper Potts didn't say much. The other party was Tony's savior, and becoming a shareholder of the company was also a good thing. Moreover, Stark Industries has been repurchasing stocks recently and competing with Smith for shares. Looking at Pepper Potts' leaving back, a smile appeared on Tony's face. Pepper Potts rushed all the way to Tony's office and walked in with a calm expression. Sitting in Tony's office chair, Pepper opened the laptop on the table. Seeing that it required a password to start up, he took out the item Tony gave him from the private table and checked it directly on the computer. Warning, security system compromised. Warning, security breach. The system has been compromised, access is permitted. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 112, The Conspiracy Exposed. Chapter 112, The Conspiracy Exposed, please read. With the successful intrusion, the computer began to run automatically, and all the secrets stored in the computer were copied. Obviously, this object that looked like a USB flash drive contained Jarvis's subroutine. Various documents, including the missiles Tony had developed, were displayed. Soon the file for Tony Mark I was also displayed, marked with Area 16 file access. Looking at this unfamiliar 16th district, Pepper said in surprise, "What are you doing, Obadiah?" Soon a video file was played. A group of militants grabbed a hostage and read, "Obadiah Staneh, this is Gomorrah. You didn't say that it was Tony Stark you wanted us to kill." Seeing the hostages had been taken off, the face revealed was actually Tony Stark. Pepper Potts quickly started the simultaneous interpretation. Looking at the translated content, Pepper Potts exclaimed softly, "Oh, Obadiah Stene, God." Looking at the documents, Pepper immediately copied them. "This matter." Obadiah's voice was loud and came from outside the office. Pepper was startled and raised her head when she heard it. At this time, the office door was pushed open. Obadiah was also very surprised to see someone in the room, and immediately changed his words. "How should I deal with this matter?" After entering the office, Obadiah came to the table beside him, where a bottle of whiskey was placed. Obadiah opened the wine and said, "I know how you feel, Pepper Potts." Looking at Pepper Potts, who looked a little strange, Obadiah frowned slightly, but still picked up the wine on the table, opened the lid and smelled it, and said, "Tony, he's never short of good wine." But it was Obadiah who said that he came here to taste Tony's wine. Seeing Obadiah say this, Pepper Potts smiled awkwardly and used a newspaper to cover the USB drive plugged into the computer. Watching Obadiah pour the wine and walk over with the glass, Pepper Potts carefully turned on the screensaver. Obadiah came over and stood beside Pepper Potts. He glanced at the computer and saw that it was not unlocked, then said, "When he first came back, you have no idea how happy I was. It was like seeing light in the darkness. Now I understand. Tony never really came back. Half of him stayed in that cave. He broke my heart." Obadiah was very dissatisfied with Tony Stark for not telling him about the armor, so Zara brought him the first draft of the prototype. Looking at Obadiah sitting at his desk, Pepper Potts pondered for a moment before speaking. "Yeah, he's a man with multiple personalities. He's been through a lot. He'll be fine." Obadiah took a sip of the whiskey in his glass, staring at the woman in front of him, not noticing anything wrong, and then spoke. "You're a rare and wonderful woman. Tony doesn't know how lucky he is." Obadiah highly recognized Pepper Potts's business ability, saying he was a rare talent. Hearing Obadiah's praise, although Pepper Potts was terrified in her heart, she still smiled on the surface and said, "Thank you, thank you." Then he stood up and said, "I think I should go back." As she spoke, Pepper Potts picked up the newspaper on the table and unplugged the USB drive from the computer through the cover of the newspaper. Looking at Pepper Potts, who stood up and left, Obadiah said, "Smith Doyle is the man who rescued Tony. I see our company has been helping him procure some limited materials and special equipment, even using our own share. The amount is not small, adding up to billions. I'm not saying they don't deserve gratitude, but didn't they pay $1 million and a batch of equipment for this? You can't just help someone endlessly out of gratitude." Hearing Obadiah mention Smith Doyle, Pepper Potts had to stop and explain. "This is actually related to the original commission to rescue Tony. In addition to the 2 promises you mentioned earlier, we also promised them to become the underwriter of our light weapons. But didn't Tony stop the international arms sales business after he came back? So this contract was changed to helping the other party purchase some equipment and materials." Hearing that this was the price paid for rescuing Tony, Obadiah asked, "Pepper Potts, you should know that Tony's resolution was not passed by the board of directors." Obviously, in Obadiah's view, he could not make much money by helping with purchasing, but selling those light weapons to the other party's forces was a good deal. Pepper Potts explains, "I'm sorry, but the last change to the contract was discussed with the other party after Tony came back." Obadiah sighed, then looked at the newspaper in Pepper Potts's hand and asked, "Is that today's newspaper?" Pepper Potts's face darkened, but Obadiah still paid attention to the newspaper, then smiled and said, "Yes." Obadiah walked over quickly and stretched out his hand. "Show me." "No problem." Obadiah, who had received the newspaper, explained, "Let me try the crossword puzzle up there." "Of course, me too." After replying to Obadiah, Pepper Potts didn't dare to stay any longer. Holding the USB drive in her hand, she immediately walked out. Looking at the somewhat flustered Pepper Potts, Obadiah reminded her, "Be careful." Pepper Potts, who had already walked out of the office door, turned around and smiled, then walked to the elevator and got in and left immediately. Obadiah felt something was wrong when he saw the scene. Pepper Potts was a little too nervous. Then he thought of something and immediately walked to Tony's computer and touched the keyboard. The screensaver disappears instantly and the interface shows that the download is complete. "What the hell?" Obadiah cursed angrily, then touched his head angrily, then immediately got up and chased after him. At this time, Pepper Potts had already walked to the first floor of the building. Sitting on the sofa at the stairs on the first floor was the good guy Agent Coulson. "Miss Pepper Potts, we made an appointment, you didn't forget it, did you?" When Pepper Potts saw that the person who spoke was the agent he had met before, he immediately replied, "No, come with me." At this time, Pepper was talking very fast and walking very eagerly. "Now, let's get started." Seeing the other person get up and follow him, he immediately said, "Yes, follow me." Seeing Pepper Potts like this, Coulson was a little confused, but he still followed Pepper and said, "Okay." At this moment, Pepper Potts turned her head to look upstairs and saw Obadiah looking at her. As Pepper Potts walked out quickly, he said, "This news is beyond your imagination. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me." End of this chapter. Chapter 113, Seeking Help. Chapter 113, Seeking Help, please read. Seeing Pepper Potts leaving with the agents, Obadiah did not stop them in public, but hurried to the exhibition area of the giant arc reactor. At this time, several scientists who were arranged by Obadiah to conduct research after Tony came back were conducting shrinking research here. A scientist put down the phone in his hand, looked at Obadiah who was walking towards him angrily, and immediately explained, "Sir, we conducted the research as you requested. Things seem a bit tricky, actually." Obadiah put his hands on his hips and glared at the scientist in front of him. "A bit tricky?" "Yes, the technology to power the ironclad armor doesn't actually exist." "So it is." Wait, you said the technology doesn't exist?" Obadiah hugged him, then pointed to the giant arc reactor in front of him and said, "William, the technology is there. I just asked that it be miniaturized." Scientist William also replied, "Yes, sir, that is what we are doing now. But, to be honest, it's totally impossible." Hearing the other party say it was impossible, Obadiah pointed at the other party angrily and shouted, "Do you know what Tony Stark is made of, in the cave? With a bunch of broken parts." William was pointed at the chest by Obadiah and said helplessly, "I'm so sorry, I'm not Tony Stark." Seeing the other party say that he was not Tony, Obadiah looked at him hatefully and then cursed, "Waste." At this time, Obadiah knew that time was running out. Although a night and a day had passed, he had arranged for people to build a larger iron armor according to the blueprint and equipped it with corresponding weapons. However, his men had not developed the energy core inside for 2 whole months, which made him very disappointed. But thinking of the documents copied by Pepper Potts, he knew that the matter might be exposed, and it seemed that he needed to take preemptive action. Thinking of the small reactor in Tony's chest, Obadiah did not hesitate and immediately rushed to Tony's villa. It was already dark at this time, and Pepper Potts showed the evidence of Obadiah's crime to Agent Coulson and others, and asked them to arrest Obadiah immediately. After obtaining the other party's consent to arrest him immediately, he took out his cell phone and called Tony. Tony, who was in the laboratory downstairs at the time, heard the cell phone ringing upstairs and immediately went upstairs. Tony quickly found his cell phone on the sofa. Seeing that it was a call from Pepper Potts, he just pressed the answer button when he suddenly heard a low humming in his ear. His body instantly stiffened and he couldn't move. It turned out to be Obadiah who had sneak attacked Tony. He took the phone from Tony's hand, closed it and put it aside, then leaned Tony against the sofa. "Breathe, relax. Tony, do you remember this thing? It's a shame this hasn't been approved by the government. It can cause short-term paralysis, which can be very useful sometimes." After saying that, Obadiah walked around the sofa, came to Tony's side, grabbed his face and said, "Tony, when I gave them the order to get rid of you, I actually had my concerns. You're a goose that lays golden eggs." As he spoke, Oba took out an instrument from the box. It was the instrument that could remove the small reactor from Tony's chest. Obadiah placed the instrument on Tony's chest and said as he operated it, "But you see, fate has allowed you to escape everything. Or rather, your assistant asked a man named Smith Doyle to rescue you." At this time, Obadiah had successfully removed the reactor from Tony's chest and placed it in front of the other party. "Look, this is your last golden egg. Do you really think that the ideas you come up with are really yours? Your father helped me build the atomic bomb. If he had been as selfish as you, what would the world be like?" After completely removing the small arc reactor, Obadiah held it in his hand and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. Tony, it's your ode to joy. A great masterpiece. Take a look at it. This is your final legacy. Now we can say it is the core of a new generation of weapons. With it, we can hold the whole world firmly in our hands. Of course, I want you to see my prototype. It's not as petite as yours. I'm sorry you dragged Pepper into this. I wanted to give her a chance to live." After packing up everything, Obadiah didn't say anything else. He just picked up his suitcase and left Tony Stark's villa. Although he didn't do it himself, Obadiah knew that without the arc reactor to absorb the shrapnel, it wouldn't take long for the metal to pierce Tony's heart and kill him completely. The other side. Pepper Potts immediately realized that something had happened to Tony when she heard the phone go silent and the caller hung up. Something definitely happened to Tony. His phone was disconnected. Coulson on the side said, "Could it be that Tony is doing an experiment and doesn't want to be disturbed?" Pepper Potts' face was full of worry. Knowing Tony, she knew he would never hang up the phone after answering it, not even when he was trying to hook up with Cover Girl. At most, he would just not answer the phone. Pepper Potts, who was at a loss as to what to do, suddenly thought of Smith Doyle who rescued Tony. Thinking of Tony's praise for Smith Doyle and description of his abilities, perhaps the other party would rush over to take a look as soon as possible. I immediately found the phone number saved in my phone and called it. Listening to the music on the phone, Pepper Potts said anxiously, "Hurry up and answer it, hurry up and answer it." At this time, Smith Doyle was in the training room, exercising hard, with a huge metal ball tied behind him and his hands pushing a larger metal ball. In the absence of a gravity room, he trained his body as much as possible, often referring to the scenes of Master Roshi training Goku. At this moment, the mobile phone on the table in the training room suddenly rang. It was very loud in the empty room. Smith Doyle frowned slightly, hoping that it was not a harassing call. After taking off the chains on his body, Smith Doyle appeared next to the phone in a flash. He picked up the phone and saw that it showed Pepper Potts. The purchase of equipment and materials should be coordinated with Fox. Is it because I have enough shares to hold a controlling stake, so they want to give me a seat on the board of directors? As for the villain Obadiah, Smith Doyle really didn't expect it. After all, the prototype of Mark I was placed in Tony's villa. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 114, I Inherited Iron Man? Chapter 114, I Inherited Iron Man? Please read. As the call was connected, Pepper Potts' anxious voice was heard. "Mr. Smith, something seems to have happened to Tony." The call was connected but there was no sound and then it was hung up. "Not long ago, I found evidence that Obadiah murdered Tony in the company, but when I was copying the evidence, Obadiah showed up. Although I escaped with the evidence, I didn't clean up the mess. Maybe Obadiah has found out. I'm worried he's made a move on Tony. I hope you can help me check. If there is any accident with Tony, please help me keep Tony safe. Please." Through Tony Stark, Pepper Potts knew a little about Smith Doyle's magic, and even how he rescued Tony. It was for this reason that she chose to ask him for help instead of Tony's other friend, Military Colonel Rhodes. After all, if Rhodes rushed over, Tony's body might have been cold already, so only Smith Doyle could have arrived in time. Coulson, who was leading the special agent team at this time, was somewhat surprised to hear that the person Pepper Potts called was Smith Doyle. "I didn't expect the relationship between the two sides to be so good. I wonder if it is the result of Smith's deliberate attempt to make friends." At the same time, he didn't know how much Pepper Potts knew about Smith Doyle. Given the distance between the two sides, would Smith be able to get there in time? Or is there some secret here that he doesn't know? At the same time, the relationship between Smith Doyle and Tony Stark seems to need to be redefined. On the other side, Smith, who was in the training room, heard what Pepper Potts said and immediately understood what was going on. He did not refuse and agreed directly. "Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Believe me, Taniji has his own destiny, nothing will happen to him." After hanging up the phone, Pepper Potts said to Coulson beside him, "I know a shortcut, follow me." Tony had an accident and couldn't get there for the time being, but he couldn't give up on capturing Obadiah. After hanging up the phone, Smith did not hesitate. This was an opportunity that he had picked up for free. Smith loves to do this kind of effortless favor the most. "All in all, I've saved Tony almost 4 times. If Tony dies one day, it shouldn't be a problem for me to inherit Iron Man and Stark Industries." Smith Doyle said this jokingly, and then without wasting any more time, he left the base directly in his training suit. After avoiding the surveillance, he used the flying technique to fly into the sky and headed towards Tony's beach villa. Smith knew that with this incident, Marvel's big event was about to begin. The world would become more and more lively in the future, and the day of Dragon Ball's return was getting closer and closer. After Smith Doyle got angry, a mock loop immediately appeared behind him, and he rushed towards Tony's villa at supersonic speed. After all, if he was any slower, Tony would have completed his self-rescue. Fortunately, it was night time, and under the cover of darkness, no one noticed the abnormality in the sky. After all, Tony had flown more than once without being discovered. Of course, even if he was discovered by SHIELD or Hydra, Smith didn't care. At this time, Tony was lying stiffly on the sofa, staring at the ceiling above his head. He didn't expect that the person who hurt him in the end was Obadiah. He always regarded the other party as his only living relative and his beloved uncle. He never thought that even the last kidnapping was orchestrated by the other party, and this time they even took away the reactor on his chest, which was intended to kill him. But even in such a critical situation, Tony did not give up, because Obadiah did not do it himself, giving him a chance to survive. Tony knew that the time it took for the shrapnel to enter his heart would be longer than the time it took for the paralysis to end, and this was his only chance. There is still one small arc reactor left. Actually, there were originally two, but the arc reactor that Bulma was driving the Mark II was destroyed by him. Time passed by minute by minute. At this time, Smith Doyle had rushed to the outside of Tony's villa as fast as he could. Because he didn't have a key, he was not recognized by Jarvis's smart system as a guest who could open the door automatically. Smith wasted no time and directly broke through the defense of Tony's house. The door was directly smashed by his Kagon wave. When Smith entered the room, he saw Tony lying dead on the sofa in the hall. Looking at Tony, who was motionless and pale as if he had been dead for 3 days, Smith's heart was shaken. Could it be that Obadiah had killed Tony directly? Is the Iron Man of this universe gone? I'm still breathing. Sensing that Tony's aura had not completely disappeared, Smith's figure instantly appeared in front of Tony. Looking at Tony Stark, his face was pale, there was a hole in his chest, and he was breathing out more than breathing in. Smith knew that the paralysis time had not yet passed. After all, the bulging veins on Tony's forehead were the best proof. Tony looked at the man who appeared in front of him. Although he couldn't speak at this moment, gratitude was revealed in his eyes. He knew that he could no longer repay the favor he owed, and the other party's appearance at this time was most likely because Little Pepper had noticed something unusual during the hung-up phone call. As for Obadiah's sudden attack, it was because Pepper must have found out Obadiah's secret in the company, otherwise the other party would not have said so. Although Tony wanted to tell Smith that he needed a reactor, he couldn't speak at the moment because of paralysis. Smith looked at the speechless Tony Stark and did not waste any time. He went straight to Tony's underground laboratory. Because he had no entry password, Smith tried to crack it by brute force again. After arriving at the laboratory, Smith Doyle originally wanted to find the arc reactor on the Mark II that Tony gave to Bulma to drive, but the chest of the Mark II in front of him was empty. As for the laboratory, there were a lot of messy parts, but there was no arc reactor to be seen. In order not to waste time, Smith Doyle finally picked up the gift that Pepper Potts gave to Tony, the old-fashioned arc reactor. After crushing the glass box and taking out the arc reactor, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Tony again as if by teleportation. With the help of the scenes in the movie, Smith Doyle quickly installed the reactor for Tony. As the reactor returned to its original position, the shrapnel in Tony's body was firmly absorbed again, and his life was no longer in danger. But because the paralysis period has not yet passed, Tony is still unable to move. But Tony himself knew that he was completely saved this time. As long as he recovers, the next step will be to seek revenge on Obadiah and protect his secretary Pepper Potts. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 115 Iron Overlord. Chapter 115 Iron Overlord, please read. Forehead. With a cry of surprise, Tony finally came to his senses. Are you okay, Tony? At this moment, Tony grabbed Smith Doyle's arm and said, "Thank you for your help, Smith Doyle. You saved my life again." Hearing Tony admit his life-saving grace, Smith Doyle was very satisfied with the results of this trip and said, "It was Pepper Potts who contacted me and said something happened to you. By the way, she said she found evidence that Obadiah was framing you, but Obadiah might have found out." Hearing that it was Pepper who contacted Smith Doyle, Tony immediately asked, "Where's Pepper Potts? Is she okay?" Smith thought about the original plot for a moment, then said, "Maybe, taking the SHIELD agents to capture Obadiah. Agents of SHIELD? That thing is unreliable. Looks like we'll have to go help." He still remembered that Obadiah said he had built a big thing and those useless SHIELD agents couldn't stop Obadiah. Tony stood up and walked towards the laboratory downstairs to change his armor. Smith Doyle, who was standing aside, reminded, "Tony, the one on your chest is an old one, get a new one. I remember there was a new type of arc reactor on the Mark II the last time I was here, but I didn't find it in the lab." Smith knew that Tony almost failed to defeat Obadiah because the old model lacked power. However, Tony shook his head and said helplessly, "That one didn't have much energy left, so I destroyed it." Hearing this answer, Smith Doyle shrugged helplessly. It seemed that Tony was going to be defeated again. "I'm going to rescue Pepper. Want to come with me? Iron Man vs. Ironmonger, Smith is quite interesting. Let's go and see it together." Hearing Smith Doyle's agreement, Tony immediately put on the Mark IV. After putting on the armor and closing it, Jarvis' voice rang out, "Sir, you only have 80% of your energy. That's enough. Smith, let's compete to see who is faster this time." Tony made a flying gesture like a flower fairy and rushed out of his villa. Looking at Tony who took the lead, Smith knew that he was worried about Pepper Potts. Smith didn't waste any time and immediately used the air dance technique to catch up. Both of them were speeding in the air like Mach loops, at an alarming speed. The other side, Pepper Potts drove to the exhibition area of the large arc reactor with Coulson and other agents. Pepper muttered, Area 16 is right below this. Based on the name of the folder, Pepper Potts guessed that Obadiah's project should be in this place. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't held a meeting and mobilized personnel after watching the video, the matter wouldn't have been delayed until the evening, and nothing would have happened to Tony. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. believes that Tony's affairs do not belong to the extraordinary and do not involve S.H.I.E.L.D. Their focus is still on Smith Doyle. They pay more attention to Tony because of his identity and the fact that his deceased father was one of the veterans of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, it was Nick Fury who approved the order for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to arrest Obadiah. Pepper Potts went all the way underground, but was blocked by a door. Pepper Potts' magnetic card couldn't open the door. In the end, Coulson had no choice but to use direct physical blasting. Entering the underground Area 16, Pepper Potts led everyone in a search. At this time, Obadiah had already put on his ironmonger and scanned Pepper Potts' figure. Seeing Ironmonger's huge iron suit, Pepper Potts had seen Tony's mark eye and knew that these agents were useless, so she ran out immediately. Instead, several agents took out pistols and fired at Obadiah's armor. Bio. However, the bullets from the pistol barely caused any harm to Obadiah, and it was difficult to even scratch him. Seeing the agents attack, Obadiah did not intend to surrender. With his status, he believed that he could suppress everything as long as he dealt with these people. Obadiah, who had figured it out, did not hold back at all. He drove the Iron Overlord and punched the agents one by one, smashing them all into pulp. Thanks to the agents' delay, Pepper Potts ran out of Area 16 and came to the outside of Stark Industries. Looking at the ringing phone at this time, Pepper Potts took it out and saw that it was Tony's call. He immediately chose to answer it and asked about Tony's condition as soon as possible. Tony, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you for finding Smith Doyle. You and him saved my life again. In Tony's eyes, it was not only Smith Doyle who saved him, but also Pepper Potts who asked Smith Doyle for help twice. Tony, Obadiah is crazy, he. Before Pepper Potts could finish, Tony interrupted. I know, listen, you leave right now. You hear me? Get out of there right now. While Pepper Potts was talking on the phone with her Bluetooth headset, Obadiah drove the Ironmonger straight out of the ground. Where do you want to run to? Mechanical synthesized sound came from Ironmonger's mecha. Looking at the behemoth in front of her, Pepper Potts screamed. I have no need of you, dear. Ironmonger raised one arm and aimed it at Pepper Potts. The machine gun on it was spinning wildly, ready to attack. Stop. But at this critical moment, Tony rushed over first at maximum power and speed of Mach 3. Tony made a violent charge, knocking Ironmonger out of the industrial park and onto the street outside. As Tony and Ironmonger came to the street, they immediately caused a series of car accidents and traffic jams. The sudden appearance of the two mechas also challenged everyone's nerves. They didn't know when technology had developed to such a level. At this time, a mother drove her child in front of Ironmonger's huge mecha and honked the horn frantically because of nervousness. Hearing the shrill horn sound, Obadiah grabbed the other car and was about to smash it at Tony, shouting, I love this suit. Put them down, Tony yelled. You're screwed, Tony. Seeing this situation, Tony directly ordered, Jarvis, adjust to maximum power. Boom. A thick laser shot out from the chest of the Mark III armor, knocking Obadiah away, and the opponent's car, which was held high up, also fell down. Seeing this, Tony opened his arms, grabbed the front of the other party's car, and prepared to lower it steadily. Sir, there's 60% energy left. However, it was the full-strength attack just now that directly consumed nearly 20% of Tony's energy. This shows how low the energy of the old model made in the cave is. At least when he used the new model and used this move to hit Smith, Jarvis didn't remind him of the energy consumption. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 116, The Door to a New World. Chapter 116, The Door to a New World, please read. At this time, the woman in the car saw this scene and screamed wildly. Tony knelt on one knee and just put down the car he had caught, but he hadn't left yet. The frightened female driver stepped on the accelerator hard, and as soon as the rear wheels of the car touched the ground, she rushed out with Tony in her arms. Tony was pushed forward and yelled, wait. The next second Tony was pulled under the car. Then came Smith Doyle's voice, you're not in the car, you're under it. Tony, you're going to give me a surprise. Smith teased Tony a few times, then lifted the car and rescued Tony. Tony, how does it feel to roll the chassis of a car? Thanks for your help, man, but I'm the winner of the speed contest. However, Tony did not forget the previous competition and immediately stated that he had won this game. The match between the two is now a 1-1 draw. Smith shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. It wasn't that he couldn't surpass Tony, but that there was no need. After all, he uses gas, while Tony uses energy that can be mass-produced. As for the speed of the Mark series, it will be able to reach 8 times the speed of sound in the future, which is also a good progress. However, compared to the instantaneous movement that can cross the planet, any multiple of the speed of sound is nothing. Okay, you win this round. But it looks like a big guy has come here. But it was Obadiah driving the Iron Overlord, with flames spurting from under his feet, who came over with a leap. Looking at the extra person in front of him, Obadiah recognized Smith at a glance and said, "I recognize you, Smith Doyle. You were the one who rescued Tony from the cave." At this time, a motorcyclist happened to be riding past Obadiah. Obadiah grabbed the other's rear wheel, held the motorcycle in his hand, and used it as a weapon to hit Tony. Boom! The motorcycle collided violently with Tony's armor, causing a chain reaction that sent Tony flying. But today, I advise you not to interfere in our affairs. Otherwise, this time, Tony won't be the only one to die. Obadiah, who had never seen Smith Doyle's strength, did not take him seriously. He believed that with his battle suit on, he had no rivals at all. After saying that, Obadiah didn't look at Smith again, but jumped to Tony's side and was about to continue attacking. Looking at Ironmonger leaving, Smith was stunned for a moment. Was he being ignored? At this time, countless frightened people on the street were panicked when they saw the two steel monsters. They immediately ran down from the paralyzed cars and avoided this chaotic place. Of course, there were also some people who were not afraid of death. They took out their mobile phones and took a lot of photos of Ironmonger and Mark IV. As for Smith Doyle, they did not let him go either. After all, this was a man who could fly and pull a car with his bare hands. Obadiah rushed over and kicked Tony, who had not yet gotten up, directly to the side of the bus, and then grabbed Tony. "For 40 years, I have always supported you." Then he threw Tony to the ground and controlled Ironmonger to stomp on Tony madly. "I built this company from scratch, and I won't let anyone stand in my way, let alone you." After saying that, he grabbed Tony again and threw him out fiercely, directly smashing the bus in front of him into 2 sections, and even fired another shell. Boom! The bomb blew Tony up into the air, and then he fell to the ground. At this time, Tony's eyes were full of anger. "What do you mean you started from scratch? This company was obviously founded by his father, and you are just a partner with not much shares." At this moment, Tony stabilized his body and shouted, "Smith, are you just watching the fun? Help me, his armor is too big and too thick. Also, what's with the popcorn and Coke in your hand? That's excessive." Hearing that Tony actually asked Smith for help, Obadiah laughed. "Tony, are you stupid? What can a mortal like him do? Or do you think he can save you again like he did in the cave? If he dares to interfere, I'll destroy his damn Assassin's League." As he spoke, Obadiah stretched out his arm, and his left arm, which was equipped with 12 missiles, aimed at Tony Stark in the air. Tony didn't expect that Obadiah would be so brave. "Smith, can you tolerate this?" Smith Doyle handed the popcorn and Coke in his hand to a passerby and said, "Obadiah, provoking me will be the biggest regret of your life." Smith Doyle disappeared from his original position like a flash of lightning, and appeared in front of Ironmonger. He then threw a powerful punch at the mecha in his abdomen. Ha! Boom! The huge Iron Overlord was knocked away by Smith Doyle's punch, and the breastplate in front of his body was directly sunken in, like a huge fist hole. Shoo! The next moment, Smith Doyle's figure almost left an afterimage. Before his figure completely disappeared, he appeared behind the Ironmonger who was flying backwards. He clenched his hands like swinging a baseball and hit the Ironmonger. "You have a foul mouth, so I'll give you the ultimate enjoyment." Boom! Obadiah was knocked flying again, and his huge body rolled on the street, crashing into several cars parked on the roadside. The 20-ton weight of the Ironmonger instantly destroyed all the cars it hit. Smith curled his lips and said after seeing this scene, "Tony, these smashed cars are on your account. Ordinary people in the Marvel Universe have it bad enough they don't have to face the prospect of sacrificing their cars while still paying off their mortgages just to fight superheroes." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Tony nodded thoughtfully. "These losses did need to be borne. No problem, I'll take care of that." At this time, the onlookers cheered immediately after hearing what the two said. One of the passers-by even pointed at a Chevrolet Camaro on the side of the road and said, "Big guy, smash it, smash this one. I still have 30 installments left on my car loan, and I want to buy a new one." The words of this passerby seemed to open the door to a new world. Many passers-by immediately took out their car keys and ran towards their cars, preparing to drive their cars closer to the battlefield for use by both sides. As for those whose cars were not nearby, a look of annoyance appeared on their faces. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 117, Released to the Sea. He definitely released to the sea. Chapter 117, Released to the Sea. He definitely released to the sea, please read. Obadiah, who was knocked to the ground, cooperated with the passers-by at this time. He turned over, grabbed the crushed car, and threw it at Smith Doyle. Faced with the flying car, Smith directly used a gas bomb to detonate it in the air. Boom. Looking at the exploded car, Obadiah said viciously, superpower, super soldier serum? I don't care who you are, as long as you stand in my way, you must die. Although Obadiah was stunned for a moment by Smith's attack, he immediately reacted and fired all the missiles on his right arm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 12 missiles were fired in 2 directions, 6 towards Tony floating in the air, and 6 towards Smith Doyle on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Because the distance was too close, Tony had no time to dodge and was directly blown away by the missile. The huge explosion blew Tony directly in the direction of Pepper Potts. Seeing Tony rolling over, Pepper ran up and shouted, Tony, Tony, are you okay? As for the missile attacking Smith, it hit the afterimage of Smith Doyle, missed, and crashed to the ground, where it exploded. Boom boom boom. The power of the 6 missiles could not be underestimated. They directly blew a deep pit in the ground, and sand and flames flew everywhere. Smith Doyle didn't even use the afterimage fist. He just used a burst of energy to accelerate and instantly left his original position. The missile hit the ground before he could react. Looking at the scene covered in dust from the explosion, Obadiah smiled triumphantly. Tony, I love your suit so much. Even if you're a superhuman, you still have to die. He's not Superman. Smith's cold voice came from behind Obadiah. Although I'm not Clark Kent, does that mean you're Bruce Wayne? Turtle style Kagon wave. Smith Doyle gathered his hands at his waist to gather energy, and then struck Ironmonger slightly upwards. Boom. At the moment of contact, the Kamehameha wave pushed Ironmonger into the air. All the lights on Obadiah's assisted driving system were red, all serious warnings. Boom. Ironmonger was pushed into the air and exploded in the air instantly. His entire suit turned into pieces and scattered around, and Obadiah was left with no trace of his body. Smith Doyle's Kamehameha attack directly destroyed Obadiah and his Ironmonger, leaving no corpses behind. Tony, who had been blasted to the side of Pepper Potts, saw the explosion in the sky before he could even stand up, and muttered, "Is this gone? Damn, this guy was just teasing me in the previous battle." After destroying Ironmonger, Smith Doyle accelerated and came to Tony's side in an instant. Looking at Smith Doyle, who was dressed in a martial arts uniform, Pepper Potts said, "Thank you, Mr. Smith, you saved Tony and me again." Tony said from the side, "Give me some time, I can definitely deal with that guy Obadiah." Smith didn't care about Tony's words at all, and waved his hand. "Tony, Obadiah is dead. I'll leave the aftermath to you." Looking at Obadiah who was blown into pieces, Tony thought that he really deserved it, and at the same time he said in his heart, "Next time, justice must be achieved through my own hands." Tony didn't think any more about it. After opening the visor to reveal his face, he said, "Thank you, Smith. Leave the aftermath to me." Seeing that Tony agreed, Smith glanced at the people who were still watching around, and Coulson who had been hiding aside and had not shown his head just now, and then left without staying. At this time, Coulson was also extremely grateful. He was lucky to have witnessed the power of Ironmonger. If Obadiah's target was not him, he might have died in the underground Area 16 like other agents. However, seeing so many people watching the scene was a headache, and the subsequent follow-up work would be troublesome. Watching Smith Doyle leaving, Tony decided in his heart that he would not compete with Smith Doyle without strong materials. His strength only had to be 1 or 2 levels higher than Ironmonger, otherwise Smith would kill him in one move. Then Tony touched his chin. It seemed that the upgrade of the armor was indeed imminent. At least it had to withstand the opponent's energy attack. By the way, what is that move? It's a bit like a laser wave, and it's even stronger than his chest cannon. On the other side, Smith Doyle, who returned to the Assassin's League, lay down on the bed after washing up. He didn't go to bed immediately, but thought about what happened today. After Tony said that at the press conference, the progress of the Marvel Universe would be accelerated. "I just don't know how strong the Hulk and Thor are, and whether they can give me a good fight." As for the method of self-harm treatment to increase strength, Smith Doyle felt that he needed to increase his potential before proceeding. After all, in his opinion, this was a way to release potential. However, having just merged his bloodline and increased his strength, he was a little unsure of his potential. It would be embarrassing if the increase was not much. At the same time, there is another problem. As the major events of the Marvel Universe begin, all kinds of monsters will appear, and it will take some time before the next revival of Dragon Ball. As my strength increases, the next time I make a wish, the dragon vision may not be blocked by a sea. There may even be a global darkening phenomenon. Although the Earth is half night and half day, the overall darkness will definitely attract the attention of all forces, even Kamartaj and the Eternals. The days ahead will be turbulent, and the Assassin's League needs to increase its strength. At the same time, the combat effectiveness tester will soon be preparing for a product launch conference. However, before Smith Doyle could fall asleep, Phil Coulson came to visit him. In the reception room, Smith Doyle looked at Coulson, who had hurried over, and said, "Coulson, why do you have time to come to me when you are not going to discuss the aftermath of today's events with Tony? I remember that this matter should be under your jurisdiction." Coulson nodded. "Tony's technology is a bit out of spec, so it's really our responsibility at this point. It's precisely because I have to clean up your mess that I need to communicate with you in advance. We're going to schedule a press conference tomorrow, and both you and Tony will need to appear. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me." End of this chapter. Chapter 118 I Don't Eat Beef. Chapter 118 I Don't Eat Beef, please read. The next day, Fox, Wesley and others were eating breakfast and watching the TV hanging on the wall. The cold Jamie Rood Stark Industries incident. The official description of last night's events. Unconfirmed reports suggest a prototype robot malfunctioned, causing considerable damage. And our own Superman showed up and resolved the dangerous situation. In fact, this is a top-secret film project sponsored by Stark Industries. It is said to surpass DC Films' Superman series. Looking at the host and Colonel Rhodes talking on TV, Fox took a bite of his sandwich, but didn't pay attention to what Rhodes said. He was waiting for Smith Doyle to appear. John Wick drove Smith Doyle and Boomer to the press conference. When they entered the backstage room of the press conference, Smith saw Pepper Potts touching up Tony's makeup. Tony saw the person coming and said, "Smith, haha, you are here too." Pepper Potts said apologetically, "I'm causing trouble for you." Smith shrugged his shoulders and said, "YouTube is full of our videos. It's impossible not to come." "You said no, Agent Coulson." Coulson said with a smile on his face, "Just follow the agreed terms and we will minimize the impact." Tony didn't answer Coulson, but picked up the newspaper and said, "Smith, they named me Iron Man, that's an interesting name. Yours isn't bad either, they call you, our very own Superman, . Someone even drew you a set of imitation Superman suits, take a look." As he spoke, Tony picked up the tablet and showed a picture in front of Smith Doyle. The cape in the photo is not the same cape as Superman's, but a modified version, with the American flag made into the shape of the cape, and a sentence, "We also have our own Superman." When Smith Doyle saw this drawn cape, his brain froze for a moment. Could the person who drew it be from Florida? How could this be Superman? This is the same style as the people in our motherland, right? Does this mean he can do whatever he wants? This is designed for you by netizens. What do you think? Smith did not answer, but asked, "This cartographer, isn't he from Florida?" Tony didn't expect Smith to ask this, but he still searched and said, "The IP address is definitely there." Smith smiled. "No wonder, he really has some ideas." Tony asked curiously, "What, don't you like it?" Smith Doyle said with a half-smile, "I don't eat beef." Bulma asked curiously, "Brother Smith, don't you eat beef?" Knowing that no one understood the meaning of this sentence, Smith Doyle did not explain it and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing everyone." Coulson came over at this time and said, "That's your alibi, Tony. As for the robots, they are movie props. The movie is exclusively sponsored by Stark Industries." "Okay." Looking at what Coulson handed over, Tony put down the newspaper in his hand, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, Pepper Potts took it and handed it to Tony. After seeing Tony get the note, Coulson continued, "You were on the yacht at the time, as evidenced by the Port Authority, and you were anchored in Avalon Harbor overnight, as well as the testimony of 50 guests." Tony looked at what he had in his hand and said, "It's better to say that it was just Pepper and I on the island that night." Coulson said expressionlessly, "We can't cheat, just read it as it says." Tony raised his eyebrows at Coulson's words. "Can't fake it? Are you serious, Mr. Agent?" After confirming what he had in his hand, Tony said in surprise, "No mention of Obadiah. We dealt with it, and he went on vacation. You know, small aircraft safety is terrible. But what about the end of the filming? Are we really going to make a movie about Superman fighting robots? How about we change it to a dual protagonist, with Smith Doyle as Clark Kent and me as Bruce Wayne, and we team up to defeat the one who wants to destroy the world?" Ironmonger. What do you think of this idea? Coulson did not answer Tony's question directly, but said, "As long as you follow the official announcement, there will be no problem. You know, this isn't the first time we've done something like this." Then Coulson said to Smith, "Mr. Smith, you have been invited to join this film project and play a role similar to Superman. However, to distinguish yourself from DC Superman, you will not have laser eyes, but you will have the ability to emit laser waves from your hands. Everything from yesterday was a movie clip. Smith Doyle smiled and nodded. His speech would be after Tony's, so Coulson's arrangement would be invalidated. As for how he would speak specifically, it would depend on the result. Smith said to Bulma. At the press conference later, I will introduce our products and run a small advertisement. Of course, we will also promote you, the beautiful scientist. Bulma, you have to be mentally prepared. Bulma didn't care about the press conference and said, okay, Brother Smith. This advertising was also the condition that Smith fought for in his conversation with Coulson last night. Coulson glanced at the time on his watch and said, everyone, you only have 90 seconds. After saying that, Coulson turned and left. Watching Coulson leave, Pepper Potts quickly caught up with him and immediately thanked him. Agent Coulson, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. I am deeply grateful for it. Coulson smiled and said, this is what I should do. There will be more cooperation in the future. Pepper Potts thought for a moment and said, your National Strategic Defense Attack and. Hearing the other party's somewhat halting pronunciation of the name, Coulson interrupted and said, it's now referred to as SHIELD. Great, that's a good name. Coulson smiled and turned away. Seeing Coulson leave, Pepper Potts turned around, picked up the suit jacket on the sofa beside her and said, it's your turn, Tony. Tony looked at the film in his hand and walked over and said, it seems that faking it isn't that difficult, although I don't believe I am Iron Man. Pepper Potts helped Tony put on his suit jacket while saying, of course you're not Iron Man. I'm, well, whatever you like. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 119 I am Iron Man. Chapter 119 I am Iron Man, please read. At the press conference, Rhodes announced, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not be answering any questions. Thank you. At this time, Tony walked up to the podium and looked at the crowd of reporters sitting below. I haven't been in public for a while, so just read from the script. At this time, Smith was still in the backstage, watching Tony Stark appear on TV with a smile on his face. There's speculation that I was involved in the incident that took place on the expressway and in the industrial park. At this time, a reporter Tony was familiar with interrupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. Do you really think we're going to believe that it's a movie set, when the truth usually is? Tony stared at the beautiful reporter in front of him, with whom he had a brief relationship, and said with a smile, I know what you mean. There's nothing wrong with questioning official matters. But you shouldn't make assumptions and call me a superhero for no reason. Christine immediately raised her hand and said, I didn't say you were a superhero. No? That's good. It would be ridiculous if that were the case. That's outrageous. I'm not cut out to be a superhero. Apparently, I have too many character flaws and have done too many wrong things. I'm not a good influence. Seeing Tony's somewhat nonsensical tone, Rhodes quickly leaned over to Tony's ear and reminded him, just read according to the script, don't say anything else. Tony took the manuscript and looked at the contents carefully. In fact, Tony paused, put down the manuscript in his hand, and then said, I am Iron Man. There was an uproar when they heard Tony's answer. Are you serious? You said you're Iron Man? Mr. Stark, why did you admit it again? How did you create that suit? At this time, countless reporters were asking Tony questions about the armor and ironmonger, but Christine stood up and said loudly, Tony, sir. According to the latest news I've received, it wasn't you who took out that giant robot, correct? Following Christine's words, the scene instantly became quiet. Countless media people looked at the reporter Christine who was sitting in the front row. After all, this news was also very explosive, not much smaller than Tony being Iron Man. As he spoke, Kristen took out a photo and said, Mr. Tony, according to an eyewitness at the scene, it was a man without any armor, the man in the photo I have, who defeated the giant robot, right? Someone online is calling him our own Superman. At this moment, in a corner of the press conference, Coulson slapped his forehead and said in a depressed tone, damn it, Tony didn't follow the script. What about Smith? He won't admit it directly. And the reporters here, we've all been informed in advance, so why are there still some who are not following the rules? Tony looked at the photo in Christine's hand, took 2 steps forward, and came to the stage. Can you show me the photo? Christine didn't refuse and handed the photo directly to Tony. Tony returned to the podium with the photo in hand. He looked at the person in the photo. Although it was a little blurry and the image was a bit distorted, he could still identify the person in the photo as Smith Doyle, wearing a martial arts uniform. Tony looked at the media below and then said, I'm Iron Man, a superhero. It makes perfect sense to have a strong, like-minded friend. They were the ones I called on for support, and they helped me defeat the villain this time. Tony pondered for a moment. The villain, Ironmonger. Using the DC Films template, well, I'm a souped-up Bruce Wayne, and my friend is also known by you as Superman. Then next, please welcome the other party. After finishing speaking, Tony gave up his position at the podium and stood aside. Seeing that it was his turn to go on stage, Smith Doyle walked out from backstage, came to the podium and hugged Tony. Looking at the excited reporters, Smith Doyle stretched out his hands and pressed them down to make the scene less exciting. I'm another party at the scene, Smith Doyle. Of course I'm not Farm Boy Clark Kent. After all, I'm not a Kryptonian. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone smiled kindly. After all, it was well known that Superman in the comics was an alien. At this time, a reporter asked, Mr. Smith, are you also from outer space? Smith shook his head. Don't slander me like that. I don't have the ability to become stronger just by basking in the sun. Maybe everyone doesn't know much about me, so let me introduce myself here. I am the chairman of Universal Capsule Company and also the newest shareholder of Stark Industries. I have already registered my stake on the stock exchange. Universal Capsule Company is a technology company dedicated to changing the way people live. Tony on the side also played a supporting role. So Smith Doyle is definitely not some farm boy, and soon Mr. Smith will be a member of the board of directors of Stark Industries. At this time, the reporters in the audience also realized that this was another capitalist like Tony Stark, and a very powerful one. I just don't know what other unknown capital is behind this newly emerged Universal Capsule Company. As for the outcome of yesterday's incident, Tony has already admitted it. There's no point in me hiding it. Yes, we did team up to defeat the villain this time, Ironmonger. At this time, the reporter asked excitedly, Mr. Smith, so you are our Superman? Smith Doyle shook his head. I'm not Superman, nor am I some comic book superhero. I'm just me, Smith Doyle. Here, I have something I want to say to the general public. Justice needs to be achieved with your own hands, not handed over to others. Even the Justice League in the comics can't save everyone from disaster. Of course ordinary people can ask the FBI for help. After all, we are all taxpayers. By the way, let me advertise here. The Universal Capsule Company will be launching a new product and will hold a product launch conference. As for the scientist who developed the product, she's a beautiful young scientist who's comparable to Tony. She's only 16 years old. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, the reporters looked at Tony Stark. Stark did not interrupt, but said, I've met this Bulma. He's a very creative scientist with great ideas and a solid foundation. It can be compared to my 16-year-old self. With Tony's endorsement, the reporters present became even more excited. Today's news contained too much information, and each piece was explosive. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 120, Hot on the Internet. Chapter 120, Hot on the Internet, please read. At this time, Bulma walked up from the backstage and came to the media. Hello everyone, I'm Bulma, the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Company. I believe that in the future, the products of Universal Capsule Company will enter thousands of households and change everyone's life. As Bulma came on stage, many reporters frantically pressed the shutter button amid exclamations, and countless photos were taken. At the same time, everyone is full of curiosity about this beautiful girl, but although everyone is curious, the focus is still on Tony and Smith, unless Bulma can develop a groundbreaking product. At this time, a reporter asked, Mr. Smith, can you tell me what direction your product is headed? Another reporter asked, could it be about arms? The company is called Universal Capsule. Is it medical? Watching many reporters talk about their speculations, reporter Christine asked, Mr. Smith, Tony's nickname is Iron Man, what about you? Superman? When everyone heard Christine's question, they suddenly became quiet. Rather than knowing Smith Doyle's company, they wanted to know what this person's title would be. When Smith Doyle heard the word Superman, he felt a strong sense of imitation, and he was even more willing to accept the painter's native country in Florida. At this time Tony came over and said, God. Smith's nickname is God. Tony whispered in Smith's ear, we've been way over time. However, it was Rhodes who reminded Tony that the press conference had exceeded the time limit. After all, this press conference was not private. Smith nodded and left the press conference with Bulma and Tony. Backstage, Smith Doyle hadn't left with Boomer yet when Pepper Potts came over. Mr. Smith, Stark Industries will hold a board meeting in 3 days, and you will be required to attend. Smith nodded and said, I'll be there then. After Smith and Tony chatted for a while, they left through the back door with Boomer and driver John Wick, while Tony left with Pepper Potts. As the press conference ended, Stark Industries shares stopped falling instantly and began to rise at an extremely fast speed. Of course, the stock price rebounded mainly because of the technology of Tony's suits. Whether it is Ironmonger or Iron Man, countless investors have seen hope. If not now, when will they buy shares of Stark Industries? On the other hand, there is the personal charm of Tony the superhero and Smith Doyle the god. Both superheroes are shareholders of Stark Industries, one is the chairman and the other is a member of the board of directors. Countless people who saw the news immediately invested their money in Stark Industries, and Wall Street immediately raised Stark Industries' rating. Obviously everyone has sharp eyes and they have seen the new weapon of war, that is, combat robots. Tony Stark, who was originally criticized, once again became the object of everyone's praise. Back with the three members of the Assassin's League, as soon as they entered the castle, Smith saw the news about himself on TV. A photo appeared on the screen, with Tony Stark announcing himself as Iron Man on the left and Smith Doyle flying in midair on the right. The reporter on TV said, "Tony Stark recognized himself as Iron Man, and we saw new technologies and new directions, and Stark Industries stock price also rose accordingly." Besides this, the other protagonist in the accident, Smith Doyle, is known as God. I don't know if he will save the general public like the gods in DC films, but according to on-site reports, as a taxpayer, he hopes that people will report to the police immediately if they encounter danger. Smith Doyle's strength has given us a glimpse into the former Captain America. Perhaps Stark Industries has made a new breakthrough with their super soldier serum. Fox changed the channel and continued to report on Tony and Smith Doyle. Most of the reports were based on praise, but there was also a small part that hoped that Tony Stark and Smith Doyle would reveal their skills. As for Bulma, although some reporters mentioned her and even released photos, the topic volume was very low. Smith Doyle quipped, "I never thought I'd become a household name like Tony so soon." Fox stepped forward and said, "Boss, I thought you wanted to hide your identity." In fact, Smith has also thought about hiding his identity, but considering that he is already so powerful and will become even more powerful in the future, is it really necessary to hide himself? He is not some poor amateur or street hero, that's not necessary. Fox didn't say anything. Tony Stark could openly admit it without being disturbed. His boss was more powerful and he had nothing to fear. "Boss, Stark Industries will hold a board meeting in 3 days, and you will be required to attend. Besides that, your attendance is also required for our base groundbreaking ceremony and product launch." Hearing that the upcoming itinerary was quite long, Smith Doyle was not at all surprised and said, "Establish a foundation. Future battles will cause considerable damage. If the losses are caused by me, the foundation will compensate me as soon as possible after reviewing and confirming the damage. As for the construction of the base, we need to speed it up. I don't want to wait too long. Boss, we'll speed up the construction of the base, but no matter how fast we go, it won't take a long time. After all, the area is quite large." Thinking about the area of his new base, Smith knew that it would take a long time, but thinking about China's speed, he said again, "Let those infrastructure companies in the East work day and night. Money is not a problem. I want to show these top 10 construction companies in New York what Chinese speed is. As for the product launch, let's schedule it for a week later. As for the location, we could book the Chinese Theater in Los Angeles, or choose a place in New York. Please note the invitation list: Tony Stark, SHIELD, General Ross of the military, CIA, FBI, etc. The combat effectiveness detector is not a simple thing. Smith Doyle has no intention of selling it to ordinary people, and the price is not low, especially since it has just been released, and all scientific research funds must be included. As for whether it will have a bad influence on the street heroes that will emerge in the future, it is not within Smith Doyle's consideration. As for whether the Skrulls hiding in the earth will be exposed, it is not Smith Doyle's business. I hope they can fend for themselves. Newcomer and new book, please recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 121 Artificial Intelligence. Chapter 121 Artificial Intelligence, please read. The Other Side. On the way to the beach villa, Pepper Potts looked at Tony Stark sitting next to her and said, "Tony, when I asked Smith to come over for help yesterday, I didn't mention any compensation for him. Last time we paid $1 million for equipment, and there were other conditions. What should we do this time?" Apparently, Pepper Potts had been working on a commission ever since she met Smith Doyle, and when she asked for help yesterday, she felt she had to give something in return. Relying solely on the relationship between Smith Doyle and Tony Stark is not reliable. Besides, relationships are relationships and business is business. Tony rubbed his forehead after hearing what Pepper Potts said. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered this. Smith has saved me more than once or twice. It does require some thanks. Given our current relationship, simply talking about money is a bit too cliché. Go find Smith Doyle later and tell him that I will give him an artificial intelligence system and a full set of equipment needed to run it. It's a thank you for saving me so many times. I remember his chief scientist, Bulma, was quite interested in artificial intelligence when he came here last time. To cultivate this thing yourself, you need to feed it too much data, which is very time-consuming. Even if you have enough ability, it can't be created in a short time. Otherwise, it will definitely be artificial idiocy. I think Benben is a bit mentally retarded. Sometimes I even want to donate him. Let me think, which AI should I give him? Yes, Friday. But you have to tell him to find a place to store the equipment. After all, an intelligent system requires a lot of supporting equipment. This isn't something you see in the movies where you can just use a USB drive or a large hard drive to do it. It requires an entire building to house the hardware. When Pepper heard that Tony was going to give the other party a set of artificial intelligence, she was very surprised. You know, this thing cannot be bought with hundreds of millions of dollars. Many large companies have invested tens of billions of dollars, and all they got was an artificial idiot. Tony, this is really generous. Just the equipment that runs artificial intelligence, not counting artificial intelligence itself, is not something that can be stopped by a few $100 million. Tony, isn't it too expensive? After hearing Pepper Potts' dissuasion, Tony thought about it and told her what happened in the villa. After hearing Tony's story, Pepper exclaimed, "Oh my God, that was really thrilling." Fortunately, Smith arrived in time. Tony, your choice is right. The other party just wants an artificial intelligence, so give it to him. Smith is a trustworthy person, Tony said proudly with a smile on his face. My friends Tony are all as reliable as me. Besides, doesn't the media treat the two of us as Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent? What is Batman's superpower? Cash capability. Okay, Pepper, I'll have Happy take you over and tell Smith the good news. After Smith Doyle finished communicating with Fox, Smith returned to his office after telling Bulma about the product launch conference. Bulma has to deal with the pheromones in Yelena's body and detoxify them. She already has some ideas and believes that the results will come out soon. Smith Doyle carefully considered the upcoming tasks, the Stark Industries board meeting, the groundbreaking ceremony, the product launch, arrangements for the scattered Black Widows, and much research to be done with Bulma. There were also arrangements to be made regarding the Dragon Ball's revival and the Second Wish. I feel like there are quite a lot of things to do, and they are delaying my cultivation. I'll finish these chores within a week, and then I'll start training. While Smith Doyle was handling his work, Pepper Potts arrived at the door of the League of Assassins by car, escorted by Tony's bodyguard Happy. The guards of the League of Assassins saw that it was Pepper Potts, an acquaintance, and after notifying Fox, they let Happy and Pepper Potts in. Fox saw that the person coming was Pepper Potts and said, "Pepper Potts, I just happened to have something to ask you, so you came over." In 7 days, the Universal Capsule Company will hold a product launch conference, and Tony is one of the invited guests. Looking at the invitation Fox took out, Pepper Potts took it and said, "I'll let Tony know. I don't think he'll miss this." Fox asked with a smile, "Then I wonder why you came here this time?" Pepper Potts said, "Tony wanted me to tell him something in order to thank Mr. Smith." Fox was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the leader would be paid for helping out last time. "Smith is in the office. I'll take you there." Smith Doyle, who was working, heard a knock on the office door and said, "Come in." As the door opened, Fox walked in with Pepper Potts. "Boss, Miss Pepper Potts, I have something to talk to you about." Smith nodded, and Fox turned and left. "Please sit down." Seeing Pepper Potts sitting in front of him, Smith asked, "Haha, I remember we just separated not long ago. I wonder what happened this time." Pepper Potts said, "Tony, thank you very much for your help. Let me bring you a gift." Pepper Potts took out the device containing Friday and said, "This is AI Friday, a gift Tony asked me to give you. There are programs in here, but there are a lot of devices running, so you need to prepare a place to receive them." Looking at what Pepper Potts took out, Smith said with some surprise, "Is this artificial intelligence?" Pepper Potts shook his head and said, "This is just part of the subroutine, and the equipment running it takes up an entire floor. Tony said he'll have it delivered once you have a place ready to receive it. If you use this device to activate artificial intelligence, the equipment and computing power used are still at Stark Industries. Then your secret will be exposed to Tony." After hearing what Pepper Potts said, Smith also knew that the device in front of him was not a complete artificial intelligence. It seemed that he needed to reserve enough space for artificial intelligence in his base. "But this thing can be given to Bulma to study, maybe she can modify it. Thank Tony for me. I accept his kindness. I will attend the board meeting in 3 days." End of this chapter. Chapter 122. I am glad you invited me, but Chapter 122. I am very happy that you can invite me, but, first update, the other side. In Nick Fury's office in the Trident building, Coulson reported, Director, during this crisis, Smith Doyle has once again demonstrated a new ability, flying. And it moves so fast that Obadiah's missiles can't lock onto it at close range. Nick Fury frowned slightly. The ability displayed by Smith Doyle reminded him of his old friend, with his powerful strength, indestructible body, and terrifying flying ability. The two seem to have quite a few similarities, except that Carol Danvers' abilities come from the Cosmic Cube, so where do Smith Doyle's abilities come from? Coulson, now that Smith Doyle and Tony Stark have been exposed to the public, the previous plan needs to be modified. The Avengers project can be launched. I'll go invite Tony Stark. And you went to invite Smith Doyle? Coulson hesitated for a moment, then asked, is it too soon? Nick Fury said, now that they have entered the public eye, we can no longer ignore them. Our duty is to be responsible for the extraordinary. If there are no corresponding arrangements, the Security Council will also have opinions about us. Coulson nodded, and without saying anything more about this matter, he asked, what are the arrangements for Natasha? Does she need to be recalled? According to the intelligence she sent back, the League of Assassins made a fortune from Stark Industries. They've also been busy with construction recently, most likely a new base. Nick Fury thought for a moment, then said, if Smith Doyle joins the alliance, then recall Natasha. If you're rejected, let Natasha stay hidden for a while longer. Coulson understood that if Smith Doyle joined the Avengers, there would be no need for Natasha to lie low. Commissioner, I'll go invite Smith Doyle right away. Coulson didn't say anything else, but just took his leave and left the director's office. Watching Coulson leave, Nick Fury decided to go and meet Tony Stark. The other side. As Pepper Potts left, Smith Doyle took out his cell phone and called Tony directly. On the other side of the phone, Tony Stark left the villa and was invited by Rhodes to the Air Force Base. When Tony saw Smith Doyle's phone number, he answered it without hesitation. Hi, Tony. I like artificial intelligence very much. I understand your kindness. Tony had a smile on his face and a glass of whiskey in his hand. We're friends, aren't we? Besides, shouldn't my life be more valuable than this thing? So don't thank me too much. If you really want to thank me, we can have another sparring match after I develop my new battlesuit. Rhodes on the side was a little surprised. Had the two of them already sparred? I wonder who has more powerful abilities. It should be Smith Doyle. After all, the other party easily dealt with Ironmonger, while Tony suffered a lot of setbacks. Smith smiled and said, okay, after you develop a new suit, we'll spar again. Tony emphasized, Smith, don't let me off the hook next time. Smith laughed when he heard Tony's words. Haha. Okay, then your suit's defensive capabilities need a significant improvement. After the two chatted for a few minutes, the call was hung up. Rhodes asked curiously, your relationship with him is already so good? Tony laughed and said, after all, everyone calls us the real-life Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent. Rhodes looked at Tony in surprise, thinking to himself, don't you know that Batman has been messing with Superman? Even though they are both members of the Justice League. Will Tony build an anti-god armor? Oh, I regret it now. The higher-ups found out about your visit last time, and because I didn't agree to cooperate with you, they severely criticized me. In response to Rhodes' complaint, Tony smiled, picked up the glass and took a sip of whiskey, without responding to the conversation. Seeing this, Rhodes didn't say much about it. It was enough to convey his meaning. All this was arranged by the upper level. The other side. There was another knock on Smith Doyle's office door, and John Wick walked in after the door opened. Boss, Agent Coulson from SHIELD is visiting. He has been taken to the reception room. Smith Doyle rubbed his head. It was really one wave after another. He had just handed the things that Pepper Potts brought to Bulma, and the people from SHIELD came again. I wonder if there was any good news. Since the person is here, let's meet him. I hope it's not bad news. Smith Doyle still had no hope for SHIELD, and took the opportunity to inform the other party of the product launch in a week. Coulson sat down in the reception room with a cup of coffee in front of him. He just came here yesterday. I didn't expect him to visit again so soon. I hope the mission can be completed smoothly this time. As the door to the reception room was pushed open, Smith Doyle walked directly to the sofa opposite Coulson, sat down, and said, I thought our meeting would take quite some time, but it only took a few hours. Coulson smiled bitterly, then said, I don't want to disturb Mr. Smith, but I have a mission to accomplish. Smith waved his hand and said directly, tell me, what happened this time? Looking at Smith Doyle, who came straight to the point, Coulson calmed himself down and spoke, Mr. Smith, although the world appears calm, it is actually turbulent underneath. As a member of the extraordinary, you should understand the world that ordinary people don't know. Smith asked with interest. Oh, from what you said, there are quite a few extraordinary people on Earth. Seeing this, Carlson continued, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a special agency established by the Global Security Council. We are responsible for the affairs of these extraordinary people. Some people with superpowers suddenly feel their powers expand after awakening, committing crimes and threatening the lives of ordinary people. Some things that far exceed Earth's normal technology have appeared, which is also a potential danger. In addition to the crises facing Earthlings themselves, we must also be prepared to face extraterrestrial crises. As the head of the Tahiti Project, Carlson knows very well that the enemies of the Earth are not only internal, but also alien groups. At this time, Carlson took out the tablet he carried with him and played some crime videos of super criminals in order to increase his persuasiveness. Please read, recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 123 The Right to Supervise. Chapter 123 The Right to Supervise, Part 2. Watching the video and Carlson's words, Smith was a little surprised that the other party told him such information directly and also hinted at the existence of aliens. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an expert at covering up things, so it seems like this is a big deal. Faced with various threats, S.H.I.E.L.D. is preparing to form an action team to deal with these crises. This plan is called the Avengers Plan. After all, Earth's technological capabilities are so limited that we can't even leave, while those outsiders can reach us. You can imagine the technological gap between the two sides. The main purpose of this plan is to guard against these external enemies and tell them that our Earth is not to be trifled with and that we have the ability to retaliate against them. That's why the whole plan is also called the Avengers. Our director's philosophy is to bring together the world's most powerful superheroes to fight against unknown powerful forces and protect the Earth and human civilization. So here, I sincerely invite Mr. Smith Doyle to join us. Before Smith Doyle could speak, Carlson continued. I know the philosophy of the Assassins' League. There is no conflict between the two. Although the Avengers is a subsidiary of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is more independent. And with this identity, many things will become more legal. Of course, in addition to obligations, corresponding rights and benefits will also be granted. Carlson then introduced the rights of the Avengers members, who were able to call on agents of a certain rank within S.H.I.E.L.D., had the right to conduct global military operations granted by the Security Council, and had the right to directly stop or even kill the perpetrators of crimes that endangered people's lives. In addition to that, there is some salary, including 8 insurances and 3 funds, and a monthly income of $50,000. Carlson also said that although this money is nothing to Mr. Smith, there may be some civilian heroes in the future, and it will be a very good income for them. Listening to Carlson's explanation, Smith was a little stunned. Is this still the S.H.I.E.L.D. he knows? The welfare benefits are really maxed out, which is really attractive to future civilian heroes. Moreover, he did not talk about responsibilities right away, but instead explained the rights granted to them, and pointed out that this would make the actions of the Assassins' League more legal. As long as a member state signs the Security Council, the Avengers have law enforcement authority within its territory. Carlson, to be honest, your conditions are quite attractive. However, Smith didn't know that if he wasn't Smith Doyle, who possessed powerful influence and personal strength, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't argue with him about rights and obligations, but would only talk about responsibility and justice. Even these benefits were because Smith asked Tony to compensate for the innocent vehicles yesterday. The Psychological Analysis Department suggested improving benefits in order to be able to curry favor with Smith Doyle, believing that this condition would make Smith more favorable towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, there will definitely not be too many Avengers members. As superpowered people fighting on the front line, they deserve high benefits. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Carlson thought to himself that something was wrong and said, Mr. Smith, your good friend Tony Stark is also among those we invite. I believe he will become a member of the Avengers this time. And doesn't the Assassins' League advocate that everything is false and everything is permitted? With such great power, if you don't step in and supervise it, can you really trust this organization to stay on track? Hearing Carlson's words, Smith exclaimed in his heart, wow, their ideas can be interpreted in this way. Carlson, since you've said so, I will accept your invitation. But let me be frank, after I come in, I won't just be overseeing the Avengers. Carlson thought of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence and agent classification system. A smile appeared on his face, and he extended his hand. Welcome aboard, Mr. Smith. The other side. As it got dark, Tony drove out of the Air Force Base and returned to his home. Jarvis. Welcome home, sir. Tony was staring at a dark figure beside the sofa in the living room, a bit stunned. How did this guy get in? I am Iron Man. Do you think you're the only superhero? Mr. Stark, you have become part of the great world, you just don't know it yet. Tony frowned slightly and said, I am great, and that's a known fact. As for superheroes, of course I'm not the only one. There's also Smith Doyle. Tony walked forward, looked at the shadow in front of him and asked, so, who are you? At this time, Nick Fury walked out of the dark shadows, revealing his face. He looked at Tony's figure and said seriously, Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Hearing that it was the director of SHIELD, Tony's expression improved a little. After all, many SHIELD agents died at the hands of Obadiah last night in order to protect Pepper, but it was only a little better. He still said impatiently, I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. Leave my room immediately. Jarvis, how did he get in? Sir, I don't know why his identity was verified. Nick Fury came out at this time, looked at Tony and explained, intelligent systems are actually very easy to deceive. Tony, let me arrange your activities tonight so you can learn the truth about the world. With my abilities, being a consultant is a piece of cake. Can you afford me for this project? However, Nick Fury shook his head, not as an advisor, but as a member. Tony lost interest after hearing this. He had no intention of becoming someone else's subordinate. At this time, Nick Fury said that Smith Doyle was invited to participate in this plan. What? Are you sure Smith Doyle has joined your plan? Well, if Smith Doyle is sure to join, I can consider it. Nick Fury was not sure whether Coulson had invited Smith Doyle, but he used the same method on Tony as Coulson. However, the method was very effective. Because of Smith Doyle, Tony decided to join this organization and take a look. But if this so-called Avengers Alliance cannot satisfy him, he will not only leave himself, but also take Smith Doyle with him. Nick Fury naturally agreed to Tony's conditions. After Nick Fury left, Tony prepared to upgrade the room's defense system, otherwise any agent could sneak into his room, and then his Mark series armor would have no secrets. By then, you will just be working for others. What you invent yourself is yours, and you can't let others take it away from you. After the Obadiah incident, Tony also became more vigilant. P.S. There will be 3 more updates in the evening. Please read, recommend and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 124, I choose Tony, who is in favor and who is against. Chapter 124, I choose Tony as the boss, whoever agrees or disagrees, Part 3. The next day, inside the Trident building, in Nick Fury's office. At this time, Coulson reported, Director, Smith Doyle and Tony Stark have already agreed to join the Avengers project, and Natasha's recall can now be initiated. It's just about the 2 of us, how should we arrange it? They don't join SHIELD to complete missions like ordinary agents. The identity of Avengers is more like one of their many identities. Nick Fury tapped his fingers on the table a few times, thought for a moment, and then said, The Avengers will be our trump card for emergencies and extraterrestrial civilizations, and we won't use it lightly. In addition, the 2 will also need an observation period. The psychological department will conduct psychological profiles on them in the coming period to ensure that they have not changed significantly since they came to the front desk. Coulson nodded, then took out an invitation and said, This is an invitation to Smith Doyle's Universal Capsule Company's product launch in 6 days. The venue will be at the China Theater. Nick Fury took a look at the invitation and said with a smile, It seems that the product he released is not simple. We are all invited parties. Coulson nodded and continued. We can now confirm that the chief scientist of the Assassin's League is this girl, Bulma. Coulson placed a photo of Bulma on the table and continued, but according to our database and American population records, there is no information about Bulma. There's no record of where I graduated from, high school, middle school, or elementary school. I'm not American, I have no identity information, and no entry or exit records. The only identity information currently available was forged by someone arranged by the Assassin's League. Although it appears to be genuine and the documents are authentic, our investigation revealed nothing. But the other party's scientific research capabilities have been endorsed by Tony Stark, so it can be said that they are not simple. Nick Fury said, Could it be that this is just a front that Smith Doyle has pushed to the forefront, while the actual scientists are still hiding in the shadows? Coulson analyzed. It's possible, but based on our intelligence, the probability is low. Nick Fury looked at Bulma in the photo, thought for a moment, and then asked, Blue hair, if it's not dyed, does anyone have this kind of hair naturally? Coulson shook his head. The natural basic colors of human hair are only black, brown, gold, red and white. Based on these 5 colors, there are only some changes in the depth of the color. There is no such thing as natural blue hair, it must be the result of dying. And among the alien races we know of, none look like humans. Nick Fury nodded. A little girl like this should not be an alien in disguise. Even if there are scientists among the Skrulls, they would not transform into an alien without leaving any trace to join the Assassin's League. I'll be at the product launch in 6 days to see what they've developed and why they're so brave as to invite departments like ours. Nick Fury is already aware of the people invited by the Universal Capsule Company. None of them are simple and they are all violent organizations. Also, increase the collection of intelligence on Bulma. It's impossible for the other party to not have any traces, unless they were trained in a closed environment by the Assassin's League. But with their abilities, can they really cultivate a creative scientist in a completely closed environment? Coulson nodded and said, "Understood, Chief." Nick Fury continued, "Also, inform the scientific team that we need a device to detect the energy data of the light waves emitted by Smith Doyle's hands. If we can create a detector, as soon as Smith Doyle uses his ability, we'll be able to detect it immediately. Director, this may take a while. Smith Doyle uses a new type of energy that we haven't recorded yet. Only when he explodes again or if we capture his energy band for research, will we be able to develop a detection device." Listening to Coulson's words, Nick Fury nodded and said, "Let them speed up the process. The sooner they come out, the more helpful it will be for us." "Understood, Chief." Then Coulson stood up and said goodbye and left. 2 days later, in the League of Assassins, Smith Doyle had just gotten up when Fox knocked on the door. As the door opened, Fox was seen standing at the door with a custom-made suit in his hand. "Boss, there is a shareholders meeting for Stark Industries this morning. You are required to attend. This is the suit I prepared for you." Smith took the suit from Fox, gave him a kiss, and said, "Thank you, Fox. Ask the cook to prepare me some breakfast, and I'll be down later." Fox looked at his watch and said, "There are still 2 hours until the board meeting begins." After reminding Smith of the time, Fox turned and left, asking the chef to prepare breakfast for Smith. After closing the door, Smith took a shower, washed up briefly, and changed into the suit Fox had prepared for him. New York, Stark Industries building. John Wick had just arrived in his car, and as soon as Smith got out of the car he was surrounded by countless reporters, who then took pictures of him crazily. Countless reporters were also curious about this god and the shareholders of Stark Industries. No one was not curious about this extraordinary human being. You should know that the last superhuman to be publicly recognized was the deceased Captain America. "Mr. Smith, as a shareholder of Stark Industries, do you think it will resume arms sales? Mr. Smith, what do you think of the latest armor developed by Tony Stark? Mr. Smith, do you and Stark Industries have any research involving the super soldier serum?" Looking at the many reporters in front of him, John Wick quickly ran over to disperse the reporters and clear the way for Smith, while Fox on the side also spoke. "We will not accept any interviews before the shareholders meeting ends. There will be a special press conference afterwards." After saying that, Fox and Smith entered the Stark Industries building with John Wick leading the way. As the 3 people entered, the reporters were completely isolated outside the door. Smith smiled and said, "These reporters are crazy. Boss, you'll find they're even crazier after the new product is released." Smith shrugged and said nothing more but walked towards the meeting room for the shareholders meeting upstairs. The door of the conference room was opened, and Smith walked in with his secretary Fox and John Wick. Tony saw that the person coming was Smith Doyle, and immediately stood up from the main seat, walked up to Smith, hugged him, and said with a smile, "Hey, man." Smith also smiled and said, "Tony, long time no see. Please vote for monthly recommendation and follow up." End of this chapter. Chapter 125 Superhero Property Damage Insurance. Chapter 125 Superhero Property Damage Insurance. 4th update. Tony took Smith to a seat next to him. When the other shareholders saw the scene, they all smiled. Stark Industries shareholders collectively welcomed the new board member. The other parties joining has brought Stark Industries shares to a higher level, and the superheroes of the new era are still very popular. As everyone arrived, the shareholders meeting officially began soon. Before the conference, Tony, through unknown means, obtained all of Obadiah's shares and achieved controlling control of the company. With the support of Smith, the largest individual shareholder, he became the chairman of Stark Industries with absolute advantage and restored his own power. Stark Industries has a new transformation direction, and the International Weapons Division will be permanently closed. At this time, a shareholder asked, "Tony, we support you in returning to power and researching what you love. But will the mecha suit mentioned in the news become the company's new flagship product?" Tony looked at the greedy eyes of the other shareholders and said firmly, "I am Iron Man is me. this is my personal property and will not become part of the company. But I have found the direction for the company's transformation, which is the supply of large-scale clean energy. I believe that in the energy sector, Stark Industries will become a new giant, and its achievements will far exceed those in arms. After all, not everyone needs weapons, but relatively cheap clean energy is something that everyone and any country will need. Looking at Tony speaking on the stage, Smith fully supported Tony's idea. He knew very well that the benefits brought by the arc reactor were beyond the reach of 10 previous Stark Industries combined. And with the Mark series of protection, Tony is able to protect the benefits he has created. As for myself, I just followed Tony to make some money, and my focus was the Universal Capsule Company. Afterwards, Tony did not take out his own small-scale arc reactor technology, but took out the large-scale arc reactor technology. He did not shrink it to make weapons that would be difficult for others to use. And Tony did not hand over this large-scale technology directly to the company. It adopts a licensing model. Tony Stark provides the technology, and the company needs to pay extra to produce large-scale arc reactors for regional power supply installation. It can be said that this time, along with the company's transformation, Tony Stark has firmly grasped the initiative in Stark Industries, and no one can shake it anymore. Smith couldn't help but sigh at Tony's growth. He made money from licensing the company and then from selling energy. No wonder he had enough money to make so many Mark series fireworks later. As Tony confirmed the company's transformation, everyone's attention turned to Smith Doyle. One of the shareholders asked, "Mr. Smith, I wonder if you will work with Stark Industries to develop human potential in the future, or to restart the Super Soldier Serum." Speaking of the Super Soldier Serum, this product once had a great connection with Tony's father. After hearing what the shareholder said, Tony would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. He had all sorts of guesses about Smith Doyle's abilities, but he knew very well what he could ask and what he couldn't ask unless the other party proactively said so. Smith shook his head. "My coming to Stark Industries and becoming a member of its board of directors is purely a business investment. I am currently very bullish on the clean energy sector and will not distract Tony from the company." Everyone felt very sorry to hear Smith's refusal, and Smith Doyle would have to be crazy to cooperate with Stark Industries to develop a super soldier serum. If he really wants to do the research, wouldn't it be better to let his own Universal Capsule Company and Bulma develop it on their own? Is he short of people or money? The Stark shareholders meeting ended. Smith Doyle did not leave Stark Industries directly, but was blocked by reporters at the press conference. Looking at the reporters surrounding him, Smith Doyle did not leave, but went into the press conference. Compared with the reporters outside, there are no fewer reporters on the scene. With Smith's arrival, the atmosphere became even more lively, and even Tony, who saw the scene, came over to join in the fun. After the host's introduction, Smith came to the press conference platform. At this time, a reporter said, "Mr. Smith, I wonder if you have seen a video on YouTube." A young man was showing off that he had received compensation from the last war and had picked up a new car. By the way, he also claimed that he had the popcorn and Coke you used. He sealed it in amber and made it into a collection. He hopes to get your autograph. The young man in this video is none other than a passerby who was next to him during the last battle with Ironmonger. He gave the uneaten popcorn and Coke to the other party on the spot. At the same time, the other party's car was also very unlucky and was turned into scrap metal by Ironmonger. Hearing the reporter's question, Smith Doyle smiled. "If I had the chance, I would have loved to have signed my autograph for him. Also, his idea is great. I thought the thing had already been thrown in the trash." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, the reporters in the audience also laughed. Smith Doyle continued, "We have to thank Tony Stark for this compensation. After all, he paid the money. But I also want to announce one thing here, which is that I have set up a foundation to use for post-war compensation. As you all know, I'm considered a superhero by the public, even though I wouldn't be keen on becoming a vigilante or a firefighter. But some evil elements may not give up causing trouble. Once a war breaks out, there will naturally be casualties and property losses. It's already difficult for ordinary people. I don't want him to face the situation where a car tycoon picks up his car, which he's still paying off, and smashes it into his house, which he's still paying off. In the end, there was no one to deal with the situation. The foundation I established is to compensate those who have suffered property losses. Of course, only combat losses involving me. But this is just humanitarian compensation, it's not my fault. My assistant, Fox, suggested that I set up an insurance company and launch a superhero property damage insurance policy. However, I don't have any insurance business under my name at the moment, so I urge all major insurance companies to launch this type of insurance. Please vote for monthly recommendation and follow up. End of this chapter. Chapter 126 Smith, you are the light of my life. Chapter 126 Smith, you are the light of my life. Fifth update. At this time, a reporter stood up and asked, Mr. Smith, it's well known that rescuers shouldn't be held liable for compensation. Otherwise, no one would lend a helping hand. After all, the cost is too high. Smith Doyle nodded, that's right, the rescuer does not bear any responsibility. But I also said that it's limited to battles involving me. At this time, a reporter asked, Mr. Smith, is this too much pressure on you? Can the Foundation continue to operate? Smith said with a smile on his face, to ensure the smooth operation of the Foundation, I will communicate with the relevant departments and adopt the principle of subrogation to make the actual vandals bear the responsibility. I believe that those who are able to cause damage and require my intervention must have some assets. Of course, if he is truly penniless, then my Foundation will have to consider itself unlucky. In fact, the purpose of establishing this foundation is to help more people avoid financial losses as much as possible. Agent Carlson, who was in the corner, also came to the press conference, recording all of Smith's words and analyzing his psychology and behavior. The reporters gave Smith Doyle a warm round of applause for his choice. At this time, Tony ran to the stage and announced in front of everyone, Stark Industries will donate $1 million to the charitable foundation established by Mr. Smith Doyle as support for Mr. Smith's career. That's right, Smith Doyle's fund is a charitable fund and can be used to reasonably avoid taxes. At the same time, I, Tony, will also set up the same fund to compensate for the losses caused by fighting with me. Smith smiled when he heard Tony's choice. This matter is still of great benefit to ordinary people, and it also has a lot of benefits for oneself. Some spoils can be taken away and sold reasonably, and with tax deductions, you may make a lot of money. For example, the Chidori technology and weapons that will be everywhere in the future. Tony didn't know what Smith was thinking, but he put his arm around Smith's shoulders and said, Man, am I a good friend? Looking at the enthusiastic Tony, Smith responded with a smile, You're such a brother. At this time, the reporters in the audience watched Tony and Smith's enthusiastic interaction, and their flash cameras kept flashing. Mr. Smith, I heard that at this Stark shareholders meeting, you became the largest individual shareholder besides Tony, and judging by your relationship, you two should be good friends. At this time, Tony took the microphone and answered directly for Smith. Smith is Tony's friend. We have a life-and-death friendship. He has helped me a lot. With the end of the shareholders meeting and press conference, Smith Doyle and his men left Stark Industries. Time flies. 3 days passed quickly. In the training room, Smith Doyle was undergoing high-intensity training, while Poole was acting as a cheerleader on the side. 100 laps, that's great, Master Smith. As he spoke, Poole floated over with a towel and mineral water. Smith Doyle untied the chains on his body, wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, then opened the bottle and drank some mineral water. Without a gravity room, this kind of exercise is still inefficient. Poole began, Once the base is built, Miss Balma will build the gravity room. Just yesterday, Smith Doyle attended the groundbreaking ceremony of the base. With the support of money and policies, I believe the base will be built soon, but I don't know how long it will take. We'll have to make do with these for now. At this moment, the door to the training room opened and Balma walked in. Brother Smith, I have solved Yelena's problem. Hearing Balma's words, Smith Doyle was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be so fast. It was only a few days. Has the antidote been created? Balma nodded. It's been made. Yelena has regained consciousness. Hearing this answer, Smith Doyle said to Poole, notify Natasha and her family to come over. In the laboratory, Natasha, Melina, and Alexei have all arrived, and Yelena is now in the medical cabin built by Balma. Yelena has regained consciousness. I will wake her up next. Then Balma pressed the button in her hand, and white gas gushed out of the medical cabin. As the gas dissipated, Elena, who had originally closed her eyes, opened her eyes. Yelena looked at her surroundings in a daze, then her eyes fell on Melina, Alexei and Natasha, Mom, Dad, and sister. Balma then opened the glass door of the medical bay and Yelena walked out. Although Yelena didn't quite understand where she was, she had regained control of her body and her past memories. Yelena threw herself into Melina's arms, and then the four of them hugged each other. Looking at the situation of Natasha's family, Smith Doyle smiled. After a brief exchange among the four, Yelena walked up to Smith Doyle and thanked him. Thank you for saving me. From childhood to adulthood, apart from those 3 years with my family, you are the only one who helped me and saved me from suffering. You not only saved me, but also saved my entire family. You are the light of my life, and I would give my life for you. Hearing Yelena's loyalty, Smith Doyle nodded. The White Widow had a good reputation and personality, and was a person who was willing to sacrifice for her family. In the original timeline, it was rumored that Natasha died because of Hawkeye, so Elena rushed forward to avenge Natasha. I accept your loyalty. Now, spend the rest of your time with your family. As for the rest, there will be other arrangements after you thoroughly understand the rules of the Assassin's League. Yelena nodded to show that she understood. As Melina and Alexei took Yelena away, Natasha stayed and said, "Boss, SHIELD has initiated my recall procedure. Next, I will resign from the company and return to SHIELD to accept a new mission." Smith Doyle was not surprised after listening to Natasha's report. Since he has agreed to join the Avengers, Natasha, who was placed by SHIELD, will definitely be transferred back. After all, he is not just an ordinary agent, he plays a greater role in SHIELD. Natasha, this time SHIELD invited me to participate in a program called Avengers. Do you remember? As S.H.I.E.L.D. once used this plan to test whether Tony was a qualified Avenger, Smith was not sure whether Natasha already knew about this plan. After all, in the future Natasha and Hawkeye both joined the Avengers team. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 127 Product Launch. Chapter 127 Product Launch. First update. Natasha shook her head. I was not aware of the plan. Hearing that Natasha didn't know yet, Smith said, "This is a project of SHIELD to form a superhero team, and Tony and I will be involved. SHIELD will definitely place their own agents there. You and Hawkeye are both very outstanding members of SHIELD and should both be considered. After all, given Black Sauce Egg's personality, he wouldn't allow the special department to be filled with only outsiders. You have to know that before the Chidori invasion, the so-called Avengers was just a name, and they didn't even have any missions or actions." Natasha looked at Smith Doyle and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Smith Doyle smiled, "You don't need to do anything extra, just behave as usual. As for the things you want to dig deeper into, it depends on how you find them." Natasha nodded, "I understand. It's a pity that I can't enter here openly like usual." As Natasha left, Smith Doyle said to Bulma beside him, "Bulma, thank you very much for developing the antidote. It has saved many lives." Bulma smiled and said happily, "It's good to be able to help Brother Smith." Smith looked at Bulma in front of him, and then said, "Tomorrow is the new product launch conference, remember to go to bed early today." Bulma blinked her big eyes and asked, "Do you need me to come on stage and introduce myself?" Smith shook his head, "I'll just introduce the products. I'll mainly take you there to change the environment and have a look around." Smith took Bulma there, more because he wanted to take her for a walk around the Chinese Grand Theater, which was a nice tourist attraction after all. Hearing that they were going to play instead of work, Bulma's smile widened, and she hugged Smith Doyle's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Smith is the best." Smith Doyle stroked Bulma's blue hair and said, "Look forward to tomorrow's trip. I'm going to go and arrange some work first." Bulma then spoke, "Brother Smith, I've made some improvements to the combat power detector. It can now display the digit after the decimal point, which means a combat power of 4.2 or something like that. I've noticed that many people's combat power is only 4 to 6, or even lower. If there's a value below 1, they can clearly see their improvement." Smith understood that this meant splitting 1 point of energy into 10 equal parts, and then asked, "Will this cost more?" Bulma shook her head, "It won't increase the cost. The original combat capability detector is capable of accurate detection. It's just unnecessary." Hearing Bulma's words, Smith nodded in agreement. This update actually makes it easier to sell the product. After all, for ordinary soldiers and agents in the Marvel Universe, an improvement of a few tenths is still very necessary and can be felt intuitively. "Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. This is a very good idea. I believe we will have a lot of orders tomorrow. I have some work to arrange later, so I'll go take care of it first. You should also go to bed early." After watching Smith Doyle leave, Bulma said happily, "I can go on a date with Brother Smith again tomorrow. What a great day." After leaving the laboratory, Smith Doyle called Fox to his office and took out the platform that controlled Black Widow and the unlocking ring. These are Black Widows trained by the Red Room, and dispatched by Dreykov to various locations around the world. This is the control platform. It can control all the living Black Widows except Natasha's family. It contains their names and locations. Bulma has developed an antidote. I will leave these people and the control platform to you. You review them and arrange for detoxification. If there are suitable ones, they can be recruited as members of our intelligence department. Fox took over the control platform and said, "Except for some ungrateful people and those who want to retire, I think most of them will choose to join us." It's hard for people working in this industry to adapt to a life without tasks or goals. Based on my understanding, some people who can't adjust themselves, even if they quit temporarily, will eventually go back to the same path they were on before, or even get even darker. Just like those mercenaries. After hearing Fox's words, Smith agreed very much and then said, "Just make the arrangements. I believe you can make good use of this group of people." Fox nodded, turned and left with the control platform and authentication ring. The next day, Los Angeles, Chinese Theater. Today, this place has been reserved by the Universal Capsule Group for its product launch conference. Thanks to being a shareholder of Stark Industries and his identity as the superhero god, countless media and reporters came here. However, many reporters discovered a problem, that is, they could not enter without an invitation letter. Only a few media outlets that received invitations were allowed to enter the press conference. Of course, the reporters and media who were turned away did not leave, because the guests who came to the press conference were not simple. With Tony's arrival first, the reporters outside were very excited. I knew Iron Man would come. Given their relationship, how could he not show his support? As soon as Tony got out of the car, a group of reporters surrounded him and put the microphone directly to his mouth. "Tony, what do you think about the new product launch of Universal Capsule Company?" "Iron Man, I heard that even Colonel Rhodes from the military attended this press conference. Will the Universal Capsule Company's products be related to arms?" "Mr. Stark, could you please tell me about the direction of this product?" Pepper Potts and Happy stood in front of the reporters' questions. Tony Stark is not giving any interviews right now. Thanks to the efforts of Happy and Pepper Potts, Tony walked out of the circle of reporters and entered the venue. However, the reporters who had stepped into the outer perimeter of the venue were unable to catch up and were stopped outside the door by security personnel. After entering the venue, Tony found that the people who came included Colonel Rhodes of the Air Force Weapons Research and Development Department, Nick Fury, Director of SHIELD, General Ross of the military, Director of the CIA Weapons Procurement Department, Director of the FBI Weapons Procurement Department, and even some personnel from foreign departments responsible for weapons procurement were present. Tony even suspected that there were members of the KGB, Mossad, and MI6 here. Looking at these people, Tony had a question in his mind, that is, Smith Doyle's products could not really be weapons, otherwise why would these people come? Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 128 Combat Power Detector. Chapter 128 Combat Power Detector, Part 2. After a group of hot girls hot danced to warm up the audience, the new product launch conference officially began. Rhodes, who was sitting in the audience, said to Tony beside him, "As expected of your friend, we share the same hobbies as you." Tony waved his hand and said, "This is just the beginning. When I hold an expo next time, it will definitely be even more lively. At least 3 waves of dancers like this should be arranged." Pepper Potts on the side was speechless at what the two said. This was Tony's hobby, as everyone knew. At this time, the lights on the stage dimmed, projecting a huge capsule, but the style was different from the medicinal capsule. As the button on the universal capsule was pressed, a white explosion pattern appeared on the screen. Bang! The smoke cleared, and a huge monocle appeared on the screen. At this moment, a beam of light on the dark stage hit Smith Doyle, shifting everyone's focus here. Smith Doyle walked onto the stage with a combat power tester. As the lights came on, the display screen behind him showed photos of the combat power tester in 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. "Welcome everyone to the first product launch of the Universal Capsule Group." As Smith Doyle arrived, everyone present applauded. Pa. Tony was a little curious about what Smith Doyle was carrying. A monocle device could not be a weapon, so what kind of function did this thing have that was worth inviting all the people present? On the screen behind him, there is a 360-degree surround display of the combat effectiveness detector. That's the device with the single lens I'm carrying. As for why it's called a combat effectiveness detector, let me first explain its function. The combat effectiveness detector has the ability to lock onto a target and detect combat effectiveness, determining a person's combat effectiveness through numerical testing. Now, please watch a video to get a direct feel of the features of this product. The next moment, a video was played. An actor dressed as a secret agent was seen wearing a combat capability detector on his head and aiming at a target in the distance. The next second, a locked character logo appeared on the monocle, and a number 5 appeared next to the character in the upper right corner of the lens. Reporting to the command, the target person has a combat power of 5 points and poses no threat. At this time, a man who looked like an officer on a command vehicle spoke up, "Continue searching for dangerous targets." "Yes. 51625433515. Report, a special individual has been discovered, with a combat power value of 15 points. The voice came from the command vehicle again. Lock on the target and verify the identity. The video was short, but it clearly demonstrated the function of the combat effectiveness detector. Smith then spoke. The combat effectiveness tester has two main functions. One is to test the combat effectiveness of personnel, and the other is to support remote communication capabilities. Two combat effectiveness testers can communicate seamlessly from any corner of the world. It was the global communication range, all that was left after Bulma had emasculated it. In fact, the combat power detectors used by Frisia's army supported interstellar communication capabilities, which was simply outrageous. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone present was stunned. At first, they were wondering what this so-called combat power value was, but they didn't expect this communication capability to be so powerful. Perhaps everyone present here doesn't fully understand what combat effectiveness is. Let me give you some data. According to the Universal Capsule Company's research, we can currently determine that a healthy adult has a combat power value of 5 points. Of course, due to individual differences, there will be fluctuations of about 1 point. And the limit of an ordinary person, as shown in the combat power value, is 7 points, infinitely close to 8 points. Here, let me show you. Smith Doyle called a staff member and then used the combat power tester. A value of 5 appeared on it. Because the combat power tester was connected to the screen behind him, everyone could also see the data on it. Smith then called several different people to conduct tests. Everyone saw fluctuations in the data, but the numerical differences were not large. Smith Doyle finished showing the product and then said, "Okay, now it's time for questions. I believe everyone must have a lot of questions for me." At this time, a reporter raised his hand and wanted to ask a question. "Assistant, give this reporter a microphone." The reporter who got the microphone began to ask questions. "Mr. Smith, may I ask what the basis for this combat power value is?" Hearing that the reporter had asked the question that hit the nail on the head, it was also a point of curiosity for everyone present. The data from the combat effectiveness detector is a total amount based on human bioenergy standards. In other words, the higher a person's bioenergy is, the stronger they will be in combat. Of course, after breaking through the human body's limits, a 1.3x combat power value will result in a crushing situation. At this time, another reporter asked, "Mr. Smith, why is it after breaking through the limits of the human body?" Smith Doyle explained, "Before breaking through the limits of the human body, skills, mentality, and some simple weapons will lead to deviations in the outcome of the battle between the two sides. Mr. Smith, there are very few people who can even reach the limits of the human body, let alone break them. So is there still a market for your product?" Smith smiled and did not answer the reporter's question immediately. Instead, he looked at Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, General Ross, and the CIA and FBI personnel present in the audience. Maybe these reporters don't understand this question, but they do know very well that there are not only ordinary people on Earth, but also some special personnel, and Ross's super soldier plan has now reached a critical moment. The current target customers of this product are not ordinary people. And there are many people who have reached or are close to the limits of the human body. "John, come here for a moment." As John Wick came on stage, Smith Doyle used the combat power meter and a value of 7.5 appeared on the big screen. Those who had intelligence about Smith Doyle naturally knew John Wick's identity. They did not expect that the man in front of them was actually close to the limit of the human body. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 129 I Speak Loudly. Chapter 129 I Speak Loudly, Part 3. Smith continued at this time. Here's a new direction for everyone. In fact, the combat power detector can also be used as a filter for super soldiers. Not everyone with abundant human energy has properly developed their potential. And with the combat capability detector, we can easily pick out the soldiers with great potential and train them well. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, the eyes of the personnel from various departments present lit up. The combat effectiveness detector detects biological energy. Before breaking through the limits of the human body, the higher the biological energy, the greater the potential. After cultivation, the potential will be converted into actual combat effectiveness. Those with high potential are easier to cultivate and break through their limits. As for Ross, those with high potential can be used in super soldier experiments, and those with high potential may have a higher chance of success. Compared to the calmness of others, Nick Fury was extremely surprised. At the same time, he discovered a problem. If it was biological energy, the Skrull's biological energy would definitely be higher than that of ordinary Earthlings, and even higher than the limit. After all, the other party had special abilities. He himself doesn't believe that the Skrulls have lower biological energy than ordinary people. And once this thing becomes popular, won't the Skrulls be exposed? At this time Tony said, "Does it only work on living things?" Smith Doyle nodded, "That's right. It only works on living things. Large animals can also detect it. But items like your battlesuit or weapons are not within the scope." Hearing that it only works on living things, Tony smiled. This way, no one would know his true combat power. Then, with a slight curl of his lips, he said, "Smith, look at how much fighting power I have." Hearing Tony's request, Smith didn't hesitate and directly locked onto Tony in the meeting room. 4.5. When this number appeared, everyone present was stunned. Doesn't it mean that Tony's physical fitness is not even as good as that of an ordinary person? Then smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Rhodes on the side jokingly said, "Tony, it looks like you need to control yourself. You can't play cover girl anymore. You need to exercise." Tony was a little dazed. With his physical fitness, how could he be worse than an ordinary person? Seeing Tony's confused look, Smith Doyle looked at Tony's chest, and Tony soon realized that this thing was detecting biological energy, and because of the reactor his own body was being destroyed. The reason why he can have a combat power of 4.5 is because Tony's physical fitness was good enough before. If someone else came, the displayed power might be 3. But Smith wanted to say to Tony, "You are now worse than a weakling." At this time, General Ross asked, "Smith, this little gadget you developed is very interesting. How much does it cost?" Obviously, General Ross has a great interest in the combat effectiveness detector. This thing can be used to select soldiers and also to detect some special groups. Ross has some understanding of people with superpowers, and he is creating super soldiers. Hearing someone ask about the price, Smith said, $5 million. Hearing the price, General Ross did not think it was expensive. However, he felt that the remote communication function still needed to be tested. If it could really achieve unimpeded global communication, the price could even be said to be very cost-effective. He just didn't know whether the above technology could be transplanted to other equipment. The price isn't expensive. Let's order 10 to test them first. If the results are good, the military will increase the purchase. Smith wasn't surprised to hear Ross ordered 10 first. Even though it wasn't much, it was still a good start. Fox, take note. With General Ross's suggestion, various departments also placed orders. However, due to the lack of knowledge about the product and the need for testing, as well as budget reasons, the order quantity was not large, 5 to 10 units per company. However, Colonel Rhodes, the representative of the Air Force with deep pockets, only bought one and went back to discuss it. Even Tony Stark ordered 10 units for support, and other military-industrial enterprises present were very interested in the technology of the combat effectiveness tester and each ordered 3 units for research. In a short period of time, 200 combat effectiveness testers were ordered, directly costing $6 million. At this time Nick Fury said, "How many more are there? If there aren't many, SHIELD will book them all." Everyone present was stunned when they heard Nick Fury's words. They didn't expect the other party to be so generous. However, Nick Fury planned to prevent this thing from leaking out. He first monopolized the production capacity, and then discussed with Smith Doyle to see if the sale could be restricted and changed to exclusive supply. Moreover, the price of $300 million is a bit too high for large-scale deployment. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Smith Doyle felt happy and smiled. "We have 30,000 units in stock for the first phase. Is Director Nick sure you want to buy them all? If the volume is large and we produce at full capacity, we can produce 3 units a month or even more." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Nick Fury was stunned for a moment. He thought that Smith Doyle's products had not yet been mass-produced, but he did not expect that 3 units had already been stocked. $300 billion. SHIELD does not have this extra budget. If he could come up with it, he might face resignation, and others would definitely suspect that he is colluding with officials and businessmen. There are still 3 units left. Isn't Smith Doyle afraid that he won't be able to sell them? Cough, cough. I spoke too loudly. Order 30 units to show your support. It is easy to squeeze out 9,000 million yuan of funds from other budgets. When they heard that SHIELD had reduced the number of seats to 30, everyone present laughed out loud, which made Nick Fury's already dark face even darker. At this time, the reporter also asked the question in his mind. Although the price of 300 million is not low and ordinary people cannot afford it, it is still no problem for the rich. Mr. Smith, is the combat effectiveness tester a military item, or is it also sold to ordinary people? Hearing this question, Nick Fury looked at Smith Doyle, wanting to know the answer. The Combat Effectiveness Tester is available to all individuals and organizations worldwide. As long as you want to buy it and have the money, you can buy it. After hearing what Smith Doyle said, Nick Fury frowned slightly, but the price of $300 million could not be popularized, at least in the short term. It seemed that he still needed to talk to the other party after this. At the same time, I thought to myself, there are so many people here, and as the director of SHIELD, he won't attack me. P.S. There are still 2 chapters, but it's too late today. I'll try to finish them earlier tomorrow. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 130. If I give you face, you are the director. If I don't give you face, you are just a boil. Chapter 130. If I give you face, you are the director. If I don't give you face, you are just a boiled egg. 4th update. The first new product launch conference of the Universal Capsule Group came to a successful conclusion, and ultimately 230 devices were ordered for a total amount of $690 million. Smith Doyle was quite satisfied with this quantity. After all, it was a new thing and the price was set relatively high. He also believes that organizations that receive the goods quickly will definitely place orders again. As for the reason, the other party will definitely dismantle it for research, and by then there won't be much left after the explosion. Some special departments will definitely purchase more combat effectiveness detectors after realizing their convenience, especially those organizations that are interested in extraordinary people. Smith Doyle knows what these people are planning. In addition, after the news of the press conference is released, I believe that a large number of wealthy people will come to try it out, and even the combat effectiveness tester will become a new status symbol. As the press conference ended, Smith Doyle came to the backstage, where Bulma was looking forward to her next date with Smith. The press conference is over. Once everyone leaves, we can proceed with the rest of our itinerary as planned. Bulma nodded excitedly. Fox was still outside dealing with the order when Tony came over. Smith, what a wonderful invention. Tony hugged Smith and then said to Bulma, Bulma, you are really creative. The combat power detector is a very good idea. Smith, you've really found a treasure this time. Tony was still amazed by Bulma's first invention, especially since she was only 16 years old. She was definitely a genius. That's right, Tony, who experienced the combat power tester on the spot, thought that Bulma was a genius he recognized, not a mediocre person or a tool. Bulma smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, Tony. Smith also smiled and said, Bulma is indeed a treasure, and a very precious one. While a few people were chatting, Nick Fury saw Tony enter the backstage and thought it was an opportunity, so he also entered the backstage room. Tony Stark and Smith Doyle are both here. This must be our beautiful scientist Bulma. Looking at Nick Fury, who came in familiarly, Smith Doyle didn't give him any good look, but just rolled his eyes and ignored him. Since when did a MO dare to appear in front of him? Tony saw the person coming and said, isn't this the director of SHIELD? Why is he going to show us the new world? Hearing Tony's ridicule, Nick Fury said expressionlessly, Smith Doyle, there are some things I need to discuss with you regarding the product you're launching. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Smith Doyle raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said slowly, oh, I wonder what Chief Fury has to say. Or if you want to add to your order, you can just ask Fox for that. Looking at Smith Doyle's arrogant tone, Nick Fury felt deeply discriminated against. He found that Smith Doyle treated him and Coulson with completely different attitudes. Shall we talk here? Smith glanced at Tony and Bulma, then said, they are all our own people. Smith Doyle then quipped, are you really sure you want to meet with me privately? You and me? Looking at Smith Doyle's slightly provocative and expectant eyes, Nick Fury felt his fist stiffen, but he really had no intention of meeting with Smith alone. If Nick Fury hadn't seen Tony there, he wouldn't even come over. Sure enough, it would be more appropriate to arrange Coulson to negotiate with Smith Doyle. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, regarding your combat effectiveness detector, I believe this product has a significant impact on world stability and is not suitable for public sale, let alone for sale to the general public. Of course, it's not completely unsaleable. I suggest that SHIELD and several other departments take the lead in classifying combat capability detectors as military-restricted products. This is a very good option. Tony raised his eyebrows. There was nothing wrong with military products, but the combat effectiveness tester was indeed not simple. He went to Smith just to ask him to load this module function into his suit and have it customized. But adding the word restricted makes it more complicated, as it means that it cannot be purchased by many institutions, foreign countries, and some banned countries. It seems that the combat capability test has touched the sensitive nerves of SHIELD. Nick Fury restricted this product so much because he was afraid that his allies and tools, the Skrulls, would be exposed. After all, if it is not exposed, this power will only be in his control. If it is exposed, Nick Fury is not sure whether the military government or even other countries will have any ideas. When Smith Doyle heard Nick Fury's suggestion, the smile on his face completely disappeared. He walked up to Nick Fury and touched his chest with his hand. "I'm giving you face by calling you director, but you really think you're someone's superior. If I don't give you face, you'll be nothing more than a black-brined egg ready to explode in my eyes." Every time Smith Doyle tapped Nick Fury's chest, Nick Fury took a step back, and his face turned dark red because of Smith Doyle's humiliation. Tony's expression on the side became weird. Black salted egg. Looking at Nick Fury's expression, Tony couldn't help laughing anymore. "Ha ha ha, Black Braised Egg, Smith, that's a really great name." Looking at Nick Fury's murderous gaze, Tony said, "Sorry, I'm professionally trained, unless I really can't help it." "Ha ha ha, no, let me laugh for a while. It's too hard to control my muscles." Nick Fury said angrily with a dark face, "Smith Doyle, please be aware of your identity. I am the director of SHIELD." Smith Doyle looked at Nick Fury with cold eyes, and a powerful aura of oppression and death surrounded Nick Fury. At this moment, Nick Fury felt the breath of death again after a long time. He knew that Smith Doyle had the intention of killing him. Under this pressure, Nick Fury held the Captain Marvel pager in his windbreaker pocket tightly with his right hand. Smith Doyle stared at Nick Fury for more than 10 seconds without saying a word, then looked at the other's hand in the pocket of his windbreaker, which seemed to be holding something. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 131 Pray for the Black Braised Egg. Chapter 131 Pray for the Black Braised Egg, 5th update. Nick Fury, my joining the Avengers doesn't mean I'm joining SHIELD, nor does it mean your men have to obey your orders. The only reason I joined the Avengers was to oversee such an extraordinary organization and prevent it from being led astray by you and becoming a tool for you to do whatever you want. More importantly, I want to monitor whether SHIELD is an organization that truly strives for world peace. And the right to supervise is one of the bottom lines of your inviting me. Pray, Nick Fury, there better be no messy and disgusting things happening in SHIELD, otherwise you will know what the mission of the League of Assassins is. I will let you know what it means that nothing is true and everything is permitted." Hearing Smith Doyle's domineering words, Bulma's eyes were full of stars. This man who is not afraid of power is really handsome. Tony Stark on the side was a little depressed. It seemed that what he agreed to at the beginning was a bit too cheap. Now he was outdone by Smith Doyle again. "No, I have to get a consulting identity. What kind of person is Nick Fury? If he can't lead Smith Doyle, how can he lead me?" Although Nick Fury had a blank expression on his face at the moment, 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart, and his mother's content was extremely high. SHIELD didn't just hire a thug, they hired a fucking boss. Supervisory power, right? He was planning to shelve the Avengers plan. As for the SHIELD base and intelligence, he didn't plan to share them with Smith Doyle, who wasn't even a level 0 agent. What the hell could he supervise in SHIELD? As long as he doesn't give permission, the other party won't even know which way the SHIELD door faces. Although Nick Fury was angry, he still said calmly, "Smith Doyle, do you think I'm negotiating with you?" Smith Doyle said disdainfully, "Black Braised Egg, if you don't believe me, you can try it. You can team up with other institutions to see if you can suppress my product." At this time, Tony on the side said, "Could it be possible that someone with ill intentions would suppress a medical device that detects vital energy? It seems that Stark Industries' legal team and congressman friends need to take action." Hearing Tony's support and the other party directly turning the combat power detector into a medical testing device, Nick Fury glared at Tony fiercely, then left the backstage room without looking back. Nick Fury walked out of the backstage and loosened his grip on Captain Marvel's pager. At this moment, he felt his back was soaked, and a feeling of shame and anger echoed in his mind. This is too much, really too much. People like Smith Doyle should be imprisoned and dissected. What era is it in this day and age? There are still such racists. Obviously Nick Fury didn't know that in Smith Doyle's eyes he was not a human being, at best he was a black dog, a destabilizing factor in society, and even more of a traitor. In the backstage, Tony looked at Nick Fury who was leaving and said, "Dude, this is the director of SHIELD, aren't you afraid he'll make things difficult for you?" Smith Doyle curled his lips and said, "Let him try one on, and then I'll have a better reason to punish him. Do you think my supervision of SHIELD is just talk? I don't understand why SHIELD chose such a jerk as its director. The previous director must have been blind. Tony, you don't think that such a global organization is full of good men and women, right? The dirty things inside are definitely beyond your and my imagination. After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Tony nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart that the Avengers should be led by the Avengers themselves. I forgot about looking for you guys after this guy interrupted me. Bulma, can your combat power detector be made into a module and added to my suit to connect with Jarvis? Hearing Tony's question, Bulma did not answer but looked at Smith Doyle beside him. Smith saw this and said, Bulma, help Tony and see if you can simplify it. Bulma thought for a moment and said, I can give it a try, but I need you to send me the reserved module size and data interface information. Tony made an okay gesture, chatted for a few words, discussed the Avengers and his own ideas with Smith Doyle, and then left. As Tony left, Smith Doyle looked at Bulma and said, okay, now that everyone else has left, let's start the rest of our journey. Set off. Smith Doyle took Bulma and started to tour the surrounding areas with the Chinese theater as the center. First, he took Bulma to the nearest Hollywood Walk of Fame, which was covered with celebrity handprints and signatures. Smith explained to Bulma some celebrity information he knew and took photos as a souvenir. At the same time, when the manager in charge of this place saw Smith Doyle appear, he enthusiastically invited Smith Doyle and Bulma to leave their handprints here. Smith Doyle then took Boomer to Bubba Gump Shrimp Company, a seafood restaurant themed after Forrest Gump, and to Angelini Alimentari, an authentic Italian dessert shop, to taste desserts. The two then went to Chinatown in Los Angeles, found an authentic Chinese food restaurant, and took Bulma to taste Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot. In this way, the two of them traveled all the way and visited Little Tokyo, Disney Concert Hall, Dolby Theater, etc. After a day of fun, Bulma fell asleep on Smith Doyle on the way back because of fatigue after the excitement. Looking at Bulma sleeping on his shoulder, Smith Doyle smiled and did not disturb her. The other side. After the news about the new product launch was released, Fox carried out a lot of advertising promotion, and the combat effectiveness tester instantly became known to everyone. However, the price of up to $300 million was prohibitive. But there is never a shortage of wealthy people who are curious about the internet. Especially after Tony's 4.5 combat power situation was leaked, some wealthy people even spent a fortune to buy one and put it on their bodies, and posted pictures of it on social media. With a combat power of 5.5, I'm incredibly strong now. Below are a large number of messages from beautiful women, asking for a meeting, asking for a feeling, and asking for insights. The men were curious about their own combat power. A profiteer saw a business opportunity and bought a combat power tester to sell testing qualifications. The test cost $1,000 each time and the men could take photos with the combat power tester. Some wealthy people even used combat power detectors to screen their bodyguards, keeping those with high combat power and eliminating those with low combat power. Soon, various versions of usage were discovered by the public and put on the internet, and wearing combat effectiveness detectors also became a symbol of the rich. P.S. There will be updates in the evening. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 132 Pull Me to Maximum Gravity. Chapter 132 Pull Me to Maximum Gravity. First update. Half a year has passed in a flash. The headquarters of the Assassin's League also moved from William Castle to a new base in the suburbs of New York. During this half year, they spent 10 times the money and worked 24 hours a day. Finally, the base was built at the speed of the East. When the base was completed, the entire Assassin's League was shocked. No one expected it to be completed so quickly. Only Smith Doyle anticipated all this. During this period, the sales of combat power testers were good, with 13,253 units sold, bringing the Assassin's League $39,759,000,000, nearly $40 billion US. Most of the orders come from departments such as the military, CIA, FBI, and SHIELD, and the rest are purchased by private institutions and wealthy individuals. According to order tracing, in addition to other military-industrial enterprises that want to dismantle and replicate, the purchasing companies also include security groups, and the purchasing quantity is not low. Even medical groups and communication giants have joined the dismantling research industry. However, they all suffered heavy losses due to the explosion-proof disassembly procedure set up by Bulma, but for the sake of the above technology, they had to continue to crack it carefully. However, it is the public who really make the most of the combat effectiveness monitor. Some athletes adjust their status according to every 0.1 change in their combat effectiveness value. When the combat effectiveness value drops, they start to investigate the reasons, such as exercise methods, diet, and lifestyle. After all, it is based on biological energy. An increase in the value means that the body is stronger, while a decrease in the value means that there is a problem. The communication situation happened because a rich second-generation man who loved adventure encountered a storm in the desert and lost his way. When all communication equipment had no signal, he contacted the rescuers through the internal communication of the combat power detector. After he posted the news about the accident online, the combat effectiveness detector's powerful communication capabilities became popular again online, and a number of wealthy people learned about it and equipped themselves with one to deal with emergencies. Of course, there are also big internet celebrities who take combat power testers and go around testing other people's combat power. For a while, they actually found a few people whose combat power exceeded 8 points, but they soon disappeared again. As for Nick Fury's allies and lackeys, the Skrulls, they hid even deeper. Even if their disguises were exactly the same, they dared not easily show up in front of people wearing combat power detectors. Otherwise, if they were discovered, they would easily attract invitations and solicitations from various forces. Currently, those with combat power above 6 points are considered scarce talents. According to the information passed on by Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D. also reaped great rewards during this period with the help of the combat power detector. The perverted Purple Man was found to have abnormal combat power by S.H.I.E.L.D. and was successfully captured after paying a certain price. Because of the Purple Man's ability, several female agents were controlled and turned against him at the beginning, but were eventually captured and taken back by S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no information as to where Natasha was taken or what happened to her. In addition to the Purple Man, Daredevil, Stickman, Jessica and others were also discovered to have abnormalities through the combat power detector by S.H.I.E.L.D. and were recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, it's not just S.H.I.E.L.D. The military and even other agencies have also made a lot of gains and discovered talents. However, S.H.I.E.L.D., using its identity as an agency responsible for people with superpowers, has robbed a lot of talents. This resulted in a lot of verbal battles between various agencies and S.H.I.E.L.D., and even reached the Security Council. In addition, during this period, the excavation of the dragon bones also made effective progress. After being blocked by the air wall, Smith Doyle went underground and put the dragon bones into the system space, which became one of the foundations of the Assassin's League. Gravity indoors. Smith Doyle finally got to the gravity room he had been longing for. For the past 6 months, his strength growth had always been very slow without the gravity room. For the sake of training, he even wore weights to suppress his breath and fought with Alexei, just to improve his combat effectiveness. After more than half a year, his combat power reached 220 points, which was not even as good as that of the elderly Lord Piccolo. Alexei, who served as his sparring partner, also increased his combat effectiveness to 50 points, and lost his fat, becoming a man with muscles almost as large as Captain America's, becoming a handsome man. At this time, after Bulma operated the machine for a while, he said to Smith Doyle and others, "The supergravity field has been assembled. It can currently achieve a maximum of 10 times Earth gravity and a minimum of 1.5 times Earth gravity." Hearing that the gravity was only 10 times, Smith Doyle frowned slightly. Although 10 times sounded a lot, it wouldn't take long for a Saiyan to fully adapt. At this time, John Wick asked, "Boss, can I use the gravity room for exercise?" During this period, not only John Wick, but many people's combat power has been improved to a level infinitely close to the limit of the human body. John Wick's combat power is stuck at 7.9 and no longer increases. Looking at everyone's gazes, Smith Doyle said with a smile, "No problem. Anyone can use it, but it should be done when the gravity room is free and according to your ability. At the beginning, you can only exercise at 1.5 times the Earth's gravity. If your body can't bear it anymore, you should exit immediately or ask the staff to close the gravity room." Everyone smiled when they heard that Smith Doyle allowed everyone to use the gravity room for exercise. As the leader of the Assassin's League, Smith once told the senior and core members that only when they broke through the limits of the human body would he consider teaching them how to use Chi. Having witnessed the power of Chi, everyone envies and admires it, hoping to learn how to use it one day. Smith Doyle stepped into the gravity field, which was now 1.5 times the Earth's gravity. Smith Doyle moved his hands and feet, feeling no change, and then shouted to Bulma, "Bulma, keep increasing the gravity. Double gravity." Smith Doyle continued, "Bulma, keep going up, starting with 5 times gravity." Hearing that it would start from 5 times the gravity, Bulma did not hesitate. She knew how powerful Smith Doyle was, so she directly turned on 5 times the gravity. With the activation of 5 times the gravity, Smith Doyle finally felt a little pressure, but more of it was the sudden increase in discomfort. "You know, the gravity on planet Vegeta where the Sun's live is 10 times that of the Earth. In just a few seconds, Smith Doyle had adapted to the 5 times gravity. Bulma, double the gravity every 10 seconds, directly increase it to 10 times the gravity. Smith Doyle knew that Sun Wukong's combat power was 8,000, and he started to adapt from 20 times the combat power, and continued to adapt to 100 times the combat power, and even almost killed himself. I can use 10 times the gravity to simulate the weight of planet Vegeta, so it shouldn't crush me to death. Bulma began to double the gravity every 10 seconds, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, Smith Doyle began to exercise. As the gravity increased to 10 times, Smith Doyle finally felt the pressure and difficulty in moving. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 133 Dragon Ball Revived Again. Chapter 133 Dragon Ball Revived Again, Part 2. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Smith Doyle adapted to the 10 times gravity in a short time, from struggling to walk at first to punching, kicking, and jumping. Master Smith is so powerful. Hearing Poole's praise, everyone present also exclaimed in admiration. As expected of God, Yelena, who was standing by, looked at Smith Doyle with eyes full of admiration. You have to know that ordinary people cannot survive for a long time under twice the gravity, let alone exercise. Even for a special profession like astronauts, they can only work for a short period of time under 3 to 4 times gravity instead of exercising. So after seeing Smith Doyle's performance, everyone understood how powerful their leader was and how unattainable he seemed. Smith Doyle did not let everyone just watch, but walked out after a simple exercise and asked Bulma to turn the gravity to 1.5 times, and then let Fox, Wesley, John Wick, Alexei and others go in to feel it. Looking at the people entering the gravity field, Smith Doyle smiled, and the next second a piece of information came into his mind. Dragon Ball is revived. I didn't expect that a year has passed since John Wick resurrected his wife. I just don't know who the next lucky person to make a wish will be. At the same time, Smith Doyle is full of anticipation for the next 3 wish draws, wondering to what extent his strength will improve this time. At the same time, due to the increase in Smith Doyle's strength, a situation occurred on Dragon Ball. Anyone who comes into contact with the Dragon Balls will learn of their abilities. At the same time, Smith Doyle also learned about this change, but he didn't care. However, Smith did not know that this so-called contact with the Dragon Ball also included humans who survived the last contact with the Dragon Ball. At this time, he closed his eyes and used his abilities to determine the location of each Dragon Ball and how many people already possessed the Dragon Balls. The other side. The 7 Dragon Balls around the world have now returned from their original stones to their true shape as Dragon Balls. At this moment in London, England, a rich second-generation man saw a video of a famous internet celebrity carrying a combat power tester to encounter people with a combat power greater than 5 points, and he wanted to follow suit. He came to the subway station with a combat power detector. He believed that the master was hiding among the people, and the flow of people in the subway station was very large. I don't know if I can encounter a human ultramarines or a transcendent. With the development of combat power detectors, people who have no special abilities but a combat power greater than or equal to 8 points are called transcendents. People were constantly getting off and taking the subway in the subway station, but the man was still conducting the combat effectiveness test with great interest. 5 o'clock, 5.5, 4.3, why is there a 3.7? He's not a drug addict, is he? Just as the man continued to observe, he suddenly saw a strong black man coming and pushing away everyone on his way. 10 o'clock, how is that possible? I'm so lucky to have met a transcendent. Then the rich second generation walked towards the other party with a combat power tester. He wanted to get to know the strong man. However, after walking a distance towards the man, the strong man suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted, "Vampire." The black man turned around, took out 2 submachine guns from his shirt and started shooting. Bullets rained down, shooting at the people in front of them, without a care for the lives of others. Countless passengers screamed and fled in all directions. Some passengers who were about to enter the subway entrance heard the gunshots and ran out in fear, no longer planning to enter the subway entrance. The rich second generation who witnessed all this opened their mouths wide, froze in their tracks, and muttered, "Did he just say vampire?" At this time, the strong man was holding 2 submachine guns, walking forward and shooting wildly at a white man. At this moment, another man suddenly rushed out, pulled out a pistol and started shooting at the black man. Bang, bang, bang. This time the man didn't have time to dodge and was shot several times and fell to the ground. However, purple lines suddenly appeared on the man's body as he fell to the ground. His expression became ferocious, and his face looked as if it was burned. Seeing such changes, Brother Fu was terrified. Are these pistols newly developed products? At this time, a woman dressed in black and wearing a black windbreaker suddenly came out with 2 guns in her hands and started shooting wildly at the black man. Duh, duh, duh. The power of the 2 guns instantly suppressed the black man, and the black man took advantage of the situation to hide behind a pillar to change bullets. As bullets were fired randomly, the man reacted and immediately hid in the corner. Bullets have no eyes and he didn't want to die here. Selena, who was chasing the werewolf at this time, also discovered Brother Fu wearing a combat power detector on his head, and frowned slightly. At this time, Selena hid aside and began to change bullets, while also thinking about how to deal with this rich guy. After all, in front of the combat power detector, everything about them would be exposed. I didn't expect to meet a rich guy carrying a combat power detector in a subway station. I wonder if the one he carried was from Zibei. After all, faced with products worth $300 million and even £300 million here, many people carry fakes to show off. At this moment, when both sides were reloading, a gunman appeared at the entrance of the subway station again and started shooting at the black man. The man was beaten and fled frantically into the subway car. At this time, there were 2 people on each side, and no one paid attention to Brother Fu, who was wearing a combat power detector on his head. Catherine was chasing a werewolf, ran onto the railway tracks, and then chased after him. At this time, another vampire and the black man were shooting at each other through the glass. Soon both sides ran out of bullets, and the white man also ran onto the train and chased the black man. Seeing that everyone was about to disappear in front of him, Brother Fu, who was hiding, breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to run outside. At this time, the white man and the black man chased each other all the way, rushed out of the carriage, and fell on the railroad tracks. The 2 men looked at each other, and suddenly the black man changed. His body and bones changed, and in an instant he turned from a human into a werewolf standing on 2 legs, and the white man opposite also showed his fangs. With a roar from the 2, they immediately started fighting. At this time, Brother Fu looked back and happened to see the scene in front of him. Holy crap, there really are werewolves. Could the other party really be a vampire? The transformed werewolf quickly dealt with the vampire, then took a look at the train platform and ran away without looking back. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 134 The 3 planets appear. Chapter 134 The 3-star ball appears, Part 3. As soon as the man ran out of the subway station, Selena caught up with him. Boom! The bullet hit his feet, and Brother Fu stopped immediately. He was afraid that he would die if he ran again. Turning around and looking at Selena, who was walking over, the values on the combat power detector that Fuji was carrying began to jump and did not stop until 13 o'clock. Selena walked up to Fuji and pulled off the combat power detector he was carrying. After confirming it was true, Selena shot the combat power detector directly and warned the other party. You haven't seen anything today, so you'd better keep your mouth shut. Unless you want to end your life. After saying that, Selena did not linger any longer and turned around and left. The other side. Smith Doyle and everyone else had left the gravity room because John Wick, who was exercising, suddenly stopped and came to Smith Doyle's side. Boss, a piece of information just appeared in my mind. It's about Dragon Ball. Hearing John Wick's words, Smith Doyle asked in surprise. You mean, even you received the information about the Dragon Ball's ability? John Wick nodded seriously. Yes, boss. I don't know what this means. Smith Doyle said calmly. The Dragon Balls have revived, and a new round of trials has begun. This time, it will be more intense than the last time. Without staying in the gravity room, Smith Doyle returned to his office and began to determine the status of each Dragon Ball. Soon Smith Doyle discovered that one of the Dragon Balls was still in Tony's underground laboratory, one was in a castle, seemingly embedded in a scepter-like ornament, one was in a cabinet, and one was in a box. Of the remaining 3, some are in caves, some are in the sea, and some are on glaciers. Not all the Dragon Balls were obtained by anyone, and a round stone, although very good, was not carried around, and Smith Doyle was not even sure who obtained it. Britain, the vampire stronghold. Selena returned to the castle and frowned slightly as she looked at the vampires who were still enjoying the banquet. You know, with the advent of combat power detectors, the risk of vampires being exposed to ordinary people is getting greater and greater. This time, special weapons targeting vampires have also appeared. Ignoring the people at the gathering, Selena walked to the weapons room, put the pistol she had obtained on the table and said, "We're in big trouble." Khan, who was in charge of weapons research, took out a bullet from his pistol, looked at the light blue liquid in the bullet, and said, I have to do some tests. This must be some kind of radioactive fluid. Selena spoke directly, ultraviolet radiation ammunition. Khan was surprised, using sunlight as a weapon. At this time, the vampire Craven came over and questioned. You expect me to believe a filthy animal would use a specially crafted bullet to kill vampires? The black vampire Khan said. I don't believe it either. I bet it's military. These must be some special firearms they stole. Looking at the two people's words, Selena shook her head and said, I don't care where they got this. Roger is dead, Nathaniel is still out there, we have to gather all the Death Walkers. Combat capability detectors are becoming more common these days. I even ran into a guy carrying one at the subway station today. And if this type of firearm comes from the military or special forces, then the threat to us will be even greater. Do you know that the vampires in America have all evacuated because of the combat effectiveness detector? Craven refused. We can't retreat. We can't retreat just because of a random attack. Wake Day is just a few days away, and this house is in turmoil. Seeing Craven say this, Selena glared at him and said, by chance? They shot at us in public, and I heard a lot of werewolf howling in the tunnel. Besides, if I hadn't destroyed that guy's combat capability detector, do you believe that the internet would be filled with news about vampires and werewolves? Although we reached a coexistence agreement with the London government and even the local SHIELD executives a few years ago, do you really believe that peace will always prevail? Do you want to take a look at the changes outside? Hearing Selena's words, Craven said, you didn't see the werewolf yourself, you just heard the noise. Maybe someone was high on drugs? We've already decimated the werewolf race, leaving very few of them. It's impossible for them to still have a large number of members. As for the outside world, do you mean God or Iron Man? We're in London and they're in New York. Can they really control this place? Besides, we operate in the dark of night. Apart from targeting werewolves, we won't even disturb the lives of ordinary people. With our artificial blood banks and our inexhaustible wealth, we are not a destabilizing factor in the world. Selena was a little annoyed when she heard that Craven didn't believe in the large-scale existence of werewolves and had no sense of crisis. I trust my instincts. I think the werewolf issue should be treated with caution. And we must always pay attention to changes in the outside world. I don't want to be swept away like garbage one day. Kong En on the side also spoke. Selena, Craven is right. It has been centuries since a habitat with so many werewolves existed, not since Lucian's death. Selena was very helpless when she heard that neither of them supported her. I know that, Khan, but I hope to get to the bottom of everything and prove me wrong. Khan, have your people investigate everything thoroughly. Kong En thought for a moment and then said, I asked Soren to organize a search team. Selena, who was about to leave, heard this and immediately turned around and said, no, I want to lead this group myself. Craven on the side refused. Absolutely not. Let Soren be responsible. After hearing Craven's words, Selena knew that the other party did not want her to have greater power, so she looked at him deeply. I don't care who investigates, but I want to know the truth, the real truth, not some kind of deception. After giving the instructions, Selena walked out of the weapons room. Looking at the people at the banquet, Selena quickly discovered something was wrong. In the hall, there is a sculpture holding a stone scepter. The scepter originally had a round stone, but now it has turned into an orange-yellow bead with 3 stars inside. As for why she remembered it so clearly, it was because she picked up the stone and instantly stuck it on the top of the sculpture scepter, making it look more harmonious. Selena frowned and walked over, grabbing the 3-star ball while complaining. I don't know which idiot bitch replaced the stone for me. However, the moment she touched the Dragon Ball, a piece of information about the Dragon Ball appeared in Selena's mind. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 135, Rebuilding the Glory of the Blood Clan. Chapter 135, Rebuilding the Glory of the Blood Clan. 4th update. Selena's hand holding the Dragon Ball stopped stiffly there, and she was screaming in her heart. Impossible, this. How is this possible? Although she didn't believe it at all, Selena still took the Dragon Ball. Back in the room, Selena turned on the computer and used her own permissions to directly retrieve the surveillance footage in the villa. She wanted to see who had played this joke on her. As the surveillance video played, Selena kept her eyes on the scepter on the sculpture. However, through constant rewinding and pausing, Selena had to accept the reality that she had found the 3-star ball and put it there. Looking at the 3-star ball in her hand and the idea in her mind that the Dragon Balls could fulfill any wish, Selena murmured, if any wish could be fulfilled, I hope that vampires would no longer be afraid of the sun. As a night walker, and raised by Victor, the ruler of this lineage, she has no worldly desires or thirst for power. Her parents were killed by werewolves when she was young, and besides hating werewolves, she only longs for the sun. It can be said that there is no vampire who does not wish to be not afraid of the sun. Of the 7 Dragon Balls, I have only obtained one now. It seems that I need to use resources to find the whereabouts of the remaining Dragon Balls. Just as Selena was thinking, the vampire Erica came in with a dress, walked in front of the mirror and gestured, then said, "That's it." Then he turned around and looked at Selena, who was using a notebook, and said, "Selena, you absolutely have to wear this, it's amazing." But at this moment, Selena didn't pay any attention to the dress, her mind was full of things about Dragon Ball. Even the matter about the werewolves in the subway station was put aside by Selena for the time being. Seeing that Selena didn't respond, Erica came over curiously, looked at the surveillance footage in the hall on the computer, and said, "This is the castle of the vampires. Even if there are surviving werewolves, do you think they can get in here?" At this time, Craven came in and said, "Werewolf. We have almost slaughtered them all." Looking at Craven walking over, Erica didn't say anything, but walked out directly and closed the door. Craven walked to the window, looked at the heavy rain outside, then turned to Selena and said, "I intend to invite you to be my dancing partner at the banquet tonight." Selena didn't look up, but said, "Take Erica with you. She'd love to be with you." Looking at Selena's answer, Craven said, "I think you're taking this battle too seriously. No matter how many people you kill, you can't change the past. What's the point of eternal life if you deny yourself the simple pleasures of life?" Selena ignored Craven's words and said, "If we were no longer afraid of the sun, how wonderful it would be." Craven was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Selena, are you dreaming? Do you know what sunlight means to us? It is the most cruel torture. I once saw a vampire wailing in the sunlight and turning into ashes." However, at this moment, the sound of the castle gate opening was heard behind him. Craven cursed, "Damn it." Craven walked to the window and watched a Maybach drive into the castle. Knowing that today's distinguished guest had arrived, he did not stay any longer. "Put on some nice clothes, quick." At this time, Selena looked up and said, "Craven, the vampire race is about to undergo a real transformation. I don't have time to waste on banquets." As she spoke, Selena put the 3-star ball into her pocket, turned around and left to investigate the whereabouts of the other Dragon Balls. Craven heard Selena's words and said disdainfully, "Change. Let's talk about it after you become the leader of our lineage." The other side. In a dirty and messy laboratory, a man was hanging in the air with his hands tied. At this time, a man wearing glasses took out a syringe, pierced the artery in the other person's neck directly, and drew a tube of blood. At this time, the werewolf leader, Lucien, walked in. "Any progress?" The researcher looked at Lucien and said, "Let me see." After saying that, he walked to the test bench beside him, dropped the blood he had just drawn into the reagent, and stirred it to neutralize it. Looking at the beaker that hadn't changed at all, he turned to Lucien and said, "No." Disappointed to hear that nothing had changed, Lucien walked over to a blackboard with various names and photos on it. "Take a black gel pen and cross out James T. Colvin's name." The other side. Within the base, John Wick returned to the room and just hugged his wife when he heard his wife say, "John, I want a child." Hearing Helen's words, John Wick showed a look of joy on his face, "Then we'll have one." Just when the two were about to start making love, John Wick's phone rang. John Wick wanted to hang up, but at the suggestion of his wife Helen, he answered the call. However, John Wick, who had just answered the phone, heard the roar of a woman on the other end of the phone. "John, you bitch. You damn beast, you actually used a blood contract to trick the Dragon Ball out of my hand. Did you already know the capabilities of this thing at that time?" Hearing Sophia's roar, John Wick realized that the other party also knew the ability of Dragon Ball. "Sophia, you owe me that. I exchanged a blood oath for what I deserve, and knowing the function of the Dragon Ball, do you really think you have the ability to keep it? And isn't your wish for your daughter's safety? Isn't it a wish come true for you to have your daughter back?" After hearing John Wick's words, Sophia stopped roaring. After all, with John Wick's help, she not only took her daughter back, but also became a manager in the Assassin's Brotherhood in Monaco. In addition to the manager sent by the Assassin's League, she was the deputy manager here. "John, a blood oath contract is not worth a Dragon Ball. I don't care, you have to owe me a favor." Hearing Sophia's rogue behavior, John Wick said helplessly, Okay. We are old friends. If you really need me, would I not help you?" Sophia smiled cunningly and said, "You are a favorite of the boss, I have to rely on you." In fact, Sophia didn't have any idea about the Dragon Balls. She also knew that it was possible for her not to collect them all. She was self-aware. This call was just to ask John Wick for a favor. "John, it's been so long, did you use the Dragon Balls to make a wish? Or did you offer it to the chief? Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 136 John Wick You Bitch. Chapter 136 John Wick You Bitch, 5th update. At this time, John Wick's wife asked, "John, is this the Sophia who helped you?" Sophia on the other end of the phone subconsciously hung up the call with John Wick after hearing Helen's voice, and the phone fell to the ground. Resurrected. John's wife has been resurrected. At this time, John Wick called and there were some things he needed to make clear to Sophia. "Sophia, I know you're shocked and surprised, but I have to be clear with you about this. The Dragon Ball is the sacred object of the Assassin's League, and the leader is responsible for assessing the character and wishes of those who make wishes. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that one of them was in your hand. And my wish, as you already know, is for my wife Helen." After hearing John Wick's words, Sophia was shocked beyond words about the organization she had joined. What a terrifying existence it would be for a force that controlled the Dragon Balls. It was unbelievable that the other party would actually delegate the quota for wishes. "John, I'm sure you've come into contact with more than just me during your collection of Dragon Balls. Next, you have to be prepared to face trouble." As the phone call was hung up, John Wick knew that he needed to be careful next, but he was not too worried. After all, the power of the boss was beyond others' imagination, and even the strength of the Assassin's League was unshakable. Helen walked up and gave John Wick a hug. John told Helen the story of how he was resurrected and how he collected the Dragon Balls. Helen even asked about the puppy she gave to John, but John told Helen that only one wish could be fulfilled, so he had no way to save the puppy, but he also avenged the puppy. However, before the two could continue, John Wick's phone rang again. This time it was Koji Shimazu of the Osaka Brotherhood of Assassins. "Jonathan, I know about the Dragon Ball. I guess your wish has come true." John Wick sighed after hearing what Shimazu Koji said. "Koji, I say hello to you on behalf of Helen." Shimazu Koji got the answer he wanted, and then asked, "John, do you think I have a chance with the Dragon Ball this time?" John Wick was silent for 2 seconds, then began to explain to Shimazu Koji the origin of Dragon Ball and its relationship with the Assassin's League. "I see. I thought that since you could collect all the Dragon Balls, I should have a chance too. Jonathan, can I leave Akira Tofu in your care? I feel like the world might be in chaos. It might be safer for Akira to stay at headquarters." John Wick thought for a moment, then said, "Let her come to the Assassin Brotherhood in New York. I'm more familiar with the person in charge there." Before John Wick finished speaking, Shimazu Koji interrupted. "Not the Assassin Brotherhood, but the headquarters you are in. Can you bring her with you, like a younger sister?" John Wick refused. "I can only transfer her identity from the Big Board Brotherhood to the New York Brotherhood. She can't join the League of Assassins just by asking me. I know you're worried. At most I can let her live in my house." After hearing what John Wick said, Shimazu Koji did not force it. He knew John Wick, and if the other party said it couldn't be done, it really couldn't be done. "Please, Jonathan." John Wick also warned at this time. "Kauji, Dragon Ball is not something you can get your hands on. It's best not to be included in the inspection list. Unless your wishes don't involve ambition and desire." After hanging up 2 calls related to Dragon Ball, John Wick realized that people's desires had been aroused. He just didn't know what the other 2 people who had come into contact with Dragon Ball in the previous round would do. The other side, Hong Kong. Su Xiaoling from the Golden Dagger Club slashed down, smashing the desk in front of her in 2, while shouting viciously, "John Wick." The beads she handed over a year ago were exchanged for a promise. With Smith Doyle's strength exposed and his status rising, she did not feel that she had suffered any loss, but rather felt that she had gained a lot. But after learning about the function of the Dragon Balls, Su Xiaoling realized that she had suffered a great loss. "If I could collect all the Dragon Balls, then..." Thinking of this, Su Xiaoling gritted her teeth even more, feeling that she had suffered a huge loss. Hearing the noise in the boss's office, Su Xiaoling's men also rushed in. "Boss." Seeing his men rushing in, Su Xiaoling said, "Use all resources to search the world for clues about Dragon Ball. If someone can find a Dragon Ball, I'm willing to pay $3 million for one." The Dragon Ball, which had disappeared due to the death of Kimura, became popular again because of Su Xiaoling's bounty. "Also, give me a date with John Wick. I'll go to New York and meet him." Su Xiaoling took out the token that the other party had left behind and began to speak. The subordinates who received the order took action immediately, although they did not know what happened in the office. Moscow. Ivan Vanko, who sold the Dragon Ball to John Wick for $10 a year ago, brought his father Anton Vanko to Moscow for treatment. The 2.63 million rubles allowed Anton Vanko to receive excellent treatment, and also gave Ivan Vanko some spare money to do his own research. Especially after seeing Tony Stark stealing the show on TV, Anton Vanko told his son, "Ivan, you could have enjoyed the glory and the wonderful life like him. But that nasty guy Howard stole our wealth and kicked me out of the United States. Half of Tony's glory and wealth belongs to our family. His father is a shameful thief. The energy source on his suit, if I'm not mistaken, is definitely the one we once researched, but he miniaturized it. Anton Vanko found the blueprints of his former large-scale arc reactor and gave them to his son. Ivan, don't let me down. Develop a small arc reactor, defeat him head-on, and tell the world that the Stark family is a shameful family of thieves. Thanks to good treatment and after expressing his wishes, Anton Vank did not die, but continued to receive treatment in the hospital. Ivan Vanko returned to his home and received the news about Dragon Ball before he had time to study the blueprints of the arc reactor. It turns out that what I sold were the Dragon Balls that grant wishes. No wonder that weirdo was willing to spend $10 on a broken bead. Before knowing the power of the Dragon Ball, Ivan Vanko thought it was just a broken bead, not even as important as a meal. So he sold it for a whopping $10, which improved his family's life and made him very satisfied. Although I know the ability now, I still feel a little regretful. It's not that I regret selling it, but the money is too little. I should have gotten $1 million. As for more money, Ivan Vank was afraid that the other party would kill and rob, so if he wanted to collect it himself, he, Ivan Vank, did not have the money. What he has to do now is to miniaturize the arc reactor and fulfill his father's expectations. P.S. There will be updates in the evening. It's the end of the month and I'm asking for monthly votes. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 137 Battle for the Dragon Ball. Chapter 137 Battle for the Dragon Ball. First update, London. Michael ran back to the hospital from the subway station, unaware that he had been targeted, and left the hospital helplessly. On the other side, during the battle at the subway station, the only remaining werewolf, Les, came back carrying the body of his companion. After placing his companion's body on the operating table, Les spoke. We were ambushed by 3 Death Walkers, but we managed to kill 2 of them. Lucien looked at Les and said, "What about the target?" Lai's body was covered with scars at this time, and there were 4 special darts hanging on his chest. "We lost our target," Lucien said expressionlessly. "Did you lose me?" At this time, as a researcher and part-time doctor among the werewolves, he directly tore off the clothes of the companion brought back by Les. Looking at the bullet holes on his chest, he said regretfully, "Look at this mess." Les on the side said, "Mercury bullets, high concentration, prevented him from transforming into a werewolf." The doctor took out a pair of tweezers, removed a bullet, and said regretfully, "It's no use digging out the other bullets. The silver has already penetrated his internal organs. There's no way to respond." The doctor looked at the darts on Les and said, "Let me help you take these things off your body." He took the instrument, pointed it at the dart on Les, and said, "Relax." Amidst Les' screams of pain, he tore a dart from his body and threw it into the pool. Lucien looked at Lates, who was screaming in pain, and said solemnly, "Those vampires don't know you're stalking a human, do they?" Lates, "Do not know. I mean, I don't think they know," Lucien said expressionlessly. "You think you don't know, or you don't know?" Lates looked at Lucien and said, "I am not sure." "What?" But the doctor pulled out another dart from Les' body. Lates took a breath and said, "But I saw someone wearing a combat capability detector at the subway station. It's very likely that our intelligence will be exposed." Lucien shook his head. "They're more anxious than we are. I think those night crawlers will take care of it." Les nodded, then said, "Ever since the London Continental Hotel changed its name to the Assassin's Brotherhood, they've mainly targeted the scum of society and the underworld. You said if we tell them about the vampires, will they be interested? At least it can cause some confusion to those vampires and divert their attention away from us." Listening to Claire's words, Lucien rubbed his head. "That's a good idea, but can the Assassin Brotherhood have any impact on those vampires?" Les smiled and said, "The Assassin's Brotherhood can't make a big impact, but the Assassin's League behind it can. The god in New York is said to be the leader of the Assassin's League." Lucien nodded. "Then leave it to you. If necessary, you can pin something on them. Murder, slaughter, blood-sucking, and captivity. And it's not a frame-up. Just because you don't do it now doesn't mean you didn't do it in the past." At this time, the doctor took some werewolf blood from Les and put it into the previous beaker to neutralize the blood. After seeing the red blood completely swallowed by the werewolf blood, he said helplessly, "No, none of these targets can neutralize the werewolf's blood. I'm afraid the silver's weakness will still exist. Now Michael is the only hope left." Lucien glanced at Lake and ordered directly, "You go to the Assassin Brotherhood to sell information and cause as much chaos as possible for the vampires. Keep those Deathwalkers busy. As for Michael, leave it to me personally." After saying that, Lucien left without looking back. Watching Lucian leave, Les grabbed the last dart on his chest and pulled it off his body with force. With the silver dart removed, Les' wound began to heal rapidly. Without any hesitation, Les put on his clothes and walked straight outside. The Assassin Brotherhood was quite a distance away from them. The other side. In the meeting room of the Assassin's League, Smith Doyle gathered the top leaders of the organization, including Boomer and John Wick. As for Melina, Yelena and Alexei, they were not included in the scope of this meeting. Seeing that all the people had arrived, Smith Doyle said, "A year has passed since John Wick last used the Dragon Balls to make a wish. The Dragon Balls, which had been dormant and turned to stone, have revived once again." After hearing Longja's reply, Wesley said, "God, what do you need us to do? Are you still examining the holder's wishes like last time?" Everyone looked at John Wick, who was sitting at the end. He was the target of the last investigation. Smith Doyle said, "At this time is different from the last time. There have been some changes in the Dragon Ball. Everyone who has ever held the Dragon Ball, and the first being to come into contact with it, will learn of its ability to grant wishes. That is to say, there will be many people competing for the Dragon Balls this time, unlike last time when John collected them quietly by himself." Everyone was a little surprised to hear Smith Doyle's words. How could there be such a change? So how do we choose? Do we have to investigate every person who holds a Dragon Ball? Seeing everyone asking the questions in their hearts, Smith Doyle said, "We only examine the last wisher to ensure his wish is not evil or even world-destroying. But because more people will be involved this time than last time, I have decided to start a battle for the Dragon Balls and control the situation as much as possible." Everyone was surprised. The battle for the Dragon Ball? Smith Doyle nodded. "I will try my best to bring together the holders of the Dragon Balls and have them fight each other to obtain the Dragon Balls. The person who wins and collects all 7 Dragon Balls will have the opportunity to make a wish to the dragon." Fox asked. "Battle? The holder of the Dragon Ball this time won't be an ordinary person?" Smith Doyle nodded. "Those who are competing for the Dragon Ball this time are no ordinary people. If John Wick participates in this fight for the Dragon Ball, he will have no chance of winning." According to Smith Doyle's understanding, the current holder of the Dragon Ball is Tony Stark, but he has not yet touched the 4-star ball that has been transformed from stone into Dragon Ball. The vampire Selena, Ivan Vanko, the whip who will fight for it after knowing the news, Su Xiling, the owner of the Golden Dagger Club, and even Su Wenyu, who wants to resurrect his wife, will be attracted. It can be said that this time, the fight for the Dragon Ball will become extremely brutal if you don't have the strength to defeat others. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 138 Searching for Dragon Balls. Chapter 138 Searching for Dragon Balls, Part 2. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces. It seemed that this battle for the Dragon Ball was not going to be easy. At the same time, John Wick thought to himself, "Koji is right, the world is indeed going to be in turmoil." At this time, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Of course, if you have any wishes that you would like to realize, you can also participate in this Dragon Ball competition." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone shook their heads. On the one hand, there is really no wish that needs to be fulfilled. On the other hand, this battle for the Dragon Ball is not simple, and there is no need for everyone to participate. Wouldn't it be better to be a referee? The Cross then asked, "How do we determine the location of the Dragon Ball and its holder?" At this time, Smith Doyle took out the Dragon Ball radar that Bulma had made before. When he pressed the button on it, a radar mark appeared with himself as the center dot and Dragon Balls as flashing dots around it. Everyone immediately noticed that one of the Dragon Balls was not far away, right at Tony's beachfront villa in Los Angeles. Note, the original Earth Dragon Balls, Namek Dragon Balls, GT Red Dragon Balls, and Super Dragon Balls can all be found using the same Dragon Ball radar. This is the Dragon Ball radar. It can be used to determine the location of the Dragon Balls. It was developed by Bulma. When they heard that it was a product developed by Bulma, everyone was amazed. You know, because of the combat power detector, Bulma has become the god of wealth of the Assassin's League and a genius scientist admired by everyone. With the Dragon Ball radar, even the crowd can find the owner of the Dragon Ball, instead of relying on Smith Doyle's notification. After all, knowing the abilities of the Dragon Balls, these holders will definitely carry them with them, and the location of the Dragon Balls will also change. Since you all have no intention of fighting for the Dragon Ball, then let us take the lead in this battle for the Dragon Ball. The other side. A large number of vampire members gathered in the London Vampire Castle at this time. At this time, a vampire man in a suit and tie, holding up a wine glass filled with blood, said, "Our noble families may be separated by oceans, but we are equally dedicated to preserving our bloodline. Once Amelia arrives and wakes Marcus, within 2 days, we will be united once again. We would like to thank our host for his hospitality. Craven, who was sitting at one side of the banquet, watched the other party talking. Erica came over and whispered in his ear, "Go upstairs and take a look. It seems Selena has left with a group of Deathwalkers." After hearing Erica's words, Craven didn't stop at all and followed Erica upstairs. When she pushed open the door, she found the room empty except for the laptop that Selena had just been fiddling with, which was still on. Craven heard some noise downstairs and saw through the window that 3 cars drove out of the castle, one of which was Selena's car. Seeing this result, Craven was a little angry, but helpless. As the temporary person in charge of all this, he could only return to the banquet. After all, he was the host of tonight and could not be absent. Selena's focus now is no longer on why the werewolves appeared, but on the dragon balls that can fulfill wishes. However, she cannot use the power of all the vampires, even though she is the adopted daughter of the clan leader Victor. Moreover, the power of the dragon ball is too tempting. Selena cannot tell the secret to everyone in the family. She can only lead her confidants to find the dragon ball. Selena led a total of 12 Deathwalkers to a secret base in London. The base was quite large, and the gun room was filled with a large number of weapons. Selena looked at the 12 people in front of her and said, "Everyone, I have found a new direction, a path for vampires to escape darkness and move towards light." After hearing Selena's words, everyone was in a commotion. Is this what they meant by walking towards the light? Selena, you mean towards the light? Is it to no longer have the weakness of sunlight, or to step into the forefront like God or Iron Man? Selena said, "That's right, I no longer have the weakness of being afraid of the sun. It's not impossible for me to step into the spotlight then. Our blood clan will usher in new glory." Hearing Selena's words, everyone immediately became excited and asked, "What's the solution? Selena, did you discover something?" Although scientists have been studying and trying to overcome vampires' weaknesses such as fear of sunlight and ultraviolet rays for many years, there is no way to do it. As night walkers, there has never been a day walker in the vampire team, and sunlight is fatal to them. Selena took out her 3-star ball and said, "I need this thing, it's called a dragon ball. There are 7 in total, each containing 1 star, 2 stars, and so on. The one in my hand is a 3-star ball. Because except for the first person who comes into contact with the dragon ball, the secret of the dragon ball will be obtained, and no one else will know it." So Selena took it out in front of everyone. "I need to collect all 7 dragon balls. Then the blood race will begin a new evolution. This is the guidance given to me by the ancestor. Now use all the power we have to find out about the remaining dragon balls. If anyone gets any clues, please inform me immediately." After hearing Selena's words, everyone nodded, then took out their cameras to take pictures of Dragon Ball, and at the same time used their own resources to start investigating information about Dragon Ball. The other side, Soren's team, responsible for investigating the werewolf's information, discovered the werewolf's real target through the surveillance video of the subway station. What do these werewolves want to do with such an ordinary person? At this time, a team member spoke up, "Captain, no matter what the werewolf's purpose is in finding him, we just need to find him before they catch him. When the time comes, we can just wait and catch all the werewolves that come to our door." Soren nodded, then took the photo, thought about it for a moment, and sent it to Selena. "Selena, this is the werewolf's real target. As for why I'm looking for him, I'll tell you after I catch him and get the information." Watching the Deathwalker taking action, Selena also received a message from Soren, and she just frowned slightly when looking at the man in the photo. Compared to the werewolf that appeared and the ordinary person who was involved, Selena was more concerned about the Dragon Ball. As long as she found the Dragon Ball and fulfilled her wish, the werewolf would no longer be a threat without the weakness of sunlight. Then he replied to the text message, "I'll leave all matters related to Soren the werewolf to you. As for why they are looking for this ordinary person, maybe he will be a breakthrough. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 139 I Want to See a River of Blood. Chapter 139 I Want to See a River of Blood, Part 3. While the vampire squad was also targeting Michael, Les had already joined the London Brotherhood of Assassins. Walk through the administrative corridor and arrive at the service desk. Reina, the front desk attendant of the Assassin Brotherhood, looked at the approaching black man and said with a professional smile, "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Leza looked at the waiter in front of him and said, "I have a piece of information I want to sell in exchange for some gold coins." Reina picked up the phone at the bar and dialed, "A gentleman wants to sell intelligence. He's in room 3. Okay. Reina put down the phone and said, "Sir, the intelligence room is on the 2nd floor underground. There's someone in room 3 who's in charge of reception. You can sell intelligence there." Our staff will assess the value of the intelligence. Liza nodded and walked towards the second floor underground. While walking through the mission bounty hall, Les saw many killers looking for the missions above. Although it had changed from the Continental Hotel to the Assassin's Brotherhood, its popularity remained the same. Even because of the emergence of wax baths and the role of the safe zone, more people come than before. It is not just people from the underground world. Some rich guys who play extreme sports will also spend a lot of money to buy gold coins to obtain treatment qualifications. Someone even spread the rumor that wax baths can regulate the body and restore hidden injuries and damaged cells, and some wealthy people would come to experience it. Liza came to the second underground floor and went straight into room number 3. Entering the room, the whole room is very simple. The whole room is milky white, and there is a table and 2 chairs inside. At this moment, a man dressed like a clerk was sitting in the room with a recorder and a notebook in front of him. "Sir, I'm your intelligence receiver. I don't know what information you want to sell." Liza sat on the chair, looked at the man in front of him, and said, "The information I'm selling this time is not simple, and I guarantee its authenticity. I hope you won't be too surprised." The receptionist smiled professionally and said, "Whether it's a chainsaw killer, a vicious human trafficking ring, or a kidney slasher, nothing surprises us. Of course I hope it's a big deal. After all, the guys in the fraternity haven't made any big moves in a while." Hearing the receptionist's words, Les smiled and said, "It's guaranteed to be a big order, and it will be beyond your imagination." Under the receptionist's expectant gaze, Lates shared his information. "I found traces of vampires. They even infiltrated the upper echelons of the British government and trained quite a few of the Hagui clan. They wantonly abuse life, take pleasure in death, and keep humans in captivity to cultivate blood slaves." Hearing Les' words, the receptionist stopped writing notes and looked at him. "Sir, are you sure the information is true? If vampires really exist and are as you say, the value of this information may be beyond your imagination." At the same time, the receptionist couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This black guy must have drunk too much or taken too many drugs." Les said seriously, "I can take responsibility for what I said, and I have evidence." Les then took out a few photos and said, "These people are all vampires, and it's easy to confirm. They never move during the day, and if we use a combat capability detector, we'll be able to detect any abnormalities in them. Many transcendents have appeared. Does that mean vampires really don't exist? Their legends are much more numerous than other stories." Looking at the photos that Lates took out, the receptionist was surprised. Could it be that what the other party said was true? "When I picked up the photos, I saw that they were all humans, not the vampires with wings in the animation. However, in one of the photos, the teeth were a bit pointed and long, and the pupils were also different from those of ordinary people." The photo that Les took out was none other than the members of Soren's team. "We have accepted your information. It involves extraordinary creatures, and the price is 30 gold coins. I'll give you 10 gold coins for now. We'll verify the authenticity of the information as soon as possible. If the information is correct, come back in 3 days to collect the remaining 20 gold coins. If this is false information, we will take back the 10 gold coins in your hand." Looking at the 10 gold coins on the table, Les grinned. "Then I'll come back in 3 days. I believe you'll be surprised after the investigation." Watching Les leave with the gold coins, the receptionist immediately reported the information he had obtained and copied it to the member of the Assassin's League who was in charge of this assassin brotherhood. The other side, Michael, still in shock, had just returned home when he heard the phone ringing. Before he could answer it, he heard the other party's message. "Michael, this is Adam. The police were looking for you at the hospital. They thought you were involved in a shooting. I told them there was no way you were involved in a shooting. But they are looking for you and should be heading to your house now." Michael was relieved to hear that the message was from a colleague. At this time, the members of Soren's team had arrived downstairs of Michael's house and quickly walked up and knocked on the door. Michael thought that the police who knew the situation had arrived, so he opened the door without any precautions. However, as soon as the door was opened, an arm grabbed Michael's neck and lifted him up. Soren looked at Michael in front of him and asked, "Why did those filthy werewolves come after you?" Being grabbed by the neck, Michael had difficulty breathing and was unable to speak. At this moment, the ceiling of the room suddenly began to fall off in large areas, accompanied by the howling of a werewolf. Soren turned his head to look at the changes on the roof, and instantly realized that the werewolves had also come up. The other team members took out their weapons without any hesitation and started shooting at the roof. Da. Seeing this, Soren threw Michael back into the room, took out his weapon and took a defensive stance. Michael was thrown back into the room and was still in shock. The door was blocked by a group of people, so he could only run to the bathroom and hide. At this moment, the window in the corridor suddenly shattered and 4 werewolves crawled in. Seeing this scene, Soren was not afraid at all. Instead, he said excitedly, "It seems I was right. This guy is indeed your target." Sauron's team immediately started shooting at the werewolves. However, because the special firearms they used were all equipped with silver bullets, the werewolves' recovery ability had no effect at all. Bio. Each of them held 2 pistols, all of them activated the dual gun mode, and countless bullets slanted out. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 140, Keepsake. Chapter 140, Token, 4th update. He shot and killed 3 of the 4 werewolves in an instant. However, just when Soren thought he had victory, several people armed with ultraviolet guns suddenly appeared from the stairs and opened fire on Soren's team. Ah! The vampire that was shot immediately screamed, and its regenerative ability was instantly suppressed. The place where the bullet hit quickly rotted and burned through like a human white phosphorus bomb. Seeing this scene, Sauron immediately took his men and hid in the room, but was suppressed by the werewolves for a while. Sauron kicked open the bathroom door and wanted to take Michael as a hostage. However, Michael, who hid in the bathroom, did not sit there and wait for death. Instead, he climbed out of the bathroom window and crawled out through the drain pipe. Seeing that there was no one outside and the window was open, Sauron cursed, "Asshole." Sauron came to the window and looked down, just in time to see Michael climbing down, and a werewolf climbing up below, trying to hold the other hostage. "Michael, keep your head down." Hearing someone calling his name from above, Michael looked down in horror and saw someone crawling towards him. Sauron took out his pistol and shot at the werewolf below Michael. Several bullets quickly hit the other side. Lucian was hit by the silver bullet and was seriously injured instantly, but he did not give up. Instead, he jumped up and jumped directly onto Michael, grabbed him and fell to the ground, while biting his shoulder. Sauron upstairs did not see Michael being bitten, but continued shooting. Lucian did not fight back. After landing, he left Michael behind and ran out. At the same time, he took out a test tube from his pocket and spit Michael's blood into it. Even if he didn't catch the other person, as long as there was blood, he could test whether Michael was the person he was looking for. As long as you set your goal, there will be opportunities later. After filling the blood, Lucian used his own strength to expel all the silver bullets that had shot into his body, and his injuries recovered in just a few breaths. After doing all this, Lucian immediately left this place of trouble. At this time, Sauron also rushed down and saw that Michael had fainted but was not seriously injured, so he took him away directly. As for the group of robbers armed with ultraviolet weapons, they also left with Lucian's retreat. The doctor exclaimed when he saw Lucian coming back empty-handed. "He can even escape from your attack. Is this kid the chosen one?" Lucian did not show any sign of frustration. Instead, he smiled and said, "That idiot Les caught the attention of the vampires. When I went there, I happened to run into a group of Deathwalkers. But it's not a complete loss. At least I brought this back." As he spoke, Lucian pulled out a test tube filled with Michael's blood from his pocket. Looking at what was in Lucian's hand, the doctor smiled. He walked forward, took the tube of blood, and said to Lucian, "If Michael is indeed the person we are looking for, will the vampires also discover this?" Lucian said nonchalantly, "Relax, man. I tasted his flesh, and it was 2 days before the full moon. Soon, he'll be a werewolf. Soon, he will come to us. Once he becomes a werewolf, he's no longer a pureblood. He's of no use to vampires." The doctor didn't wait, but took the blood sample and ran a test on it. He then dripped the blood into a beaker to neutralize it with the werewolf blood. "It's a shame we didn't have more blood." As the doctor stirred, the blood in the beaker changed, and the werewolf's blood was neutralized by Michael's blood. The doctor exclaimed, "It's indeed him." At this moment, Les also returned to the gathering place. Looking at the returning Lucian, he began to report, "I have sold the information about the vampire to the Assassin Brotherhood. I believe they will take action tomorrow. Vampires will soon be attacked by the Assassin Brotherhood. I believe that after a group of people die, the Assassin League will also take action." Lucian smiled. "Let's make chaos, let's make chaos." The next day, New York, John Wick's villa. This was where he and his lover once lived, but since Helen's resurrection, John took Helen to the headquarters and never lived here again. The reason he came back here again was because of the token he left for Sue Ziling. Sue Ziling looked at the furniture in the room, all covered with white cloth, and said, "It seems that this place has been abandoned by you. How long has it been since anyone lived here?" "It looks like it's been almost a year. Although he doesn't live here, John Wick still comes here often to clean, so there is no dust in the room." John Wick sat on the single sofa, looked at Sue Ziling in front of him and asked, "I wonder what Miss Sue wants to talk to me about this time." Su Xialing didn't hesitate and directly took out the token that John Wick left for her last time. Last time you used it to exchange the Dragon Ball from me, this time I want to use it to exchange the Dragon Ball back. John Wick was not surprised to hear that the other party was coming for Dragon Ball. He just shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't do it. I don't have any more Dragon Balls." Hearing John Wick's words, Su Xialing didn't believe it at all, and said at the same time, "John Wick, according to my investigation, you have 2 more Dragon Balls besides mine. I don't believe you haven't gained anything else in this year." Hearing Su Xialing's words, John Wick said, "I know you're here for the Dragon Balls. It must have received information from the Dragon Ball and learned its function. But unfortunately, I collected all the Dragon Balls last time and fulfilled my wish. The Dragon Balls leave after they fulfill wishes. If you want to collect all the Dragon Balls and make a wish, you need to compete for the Dragon Balls again." Hearing John Wick's words, Su Xialing widened her eyes, and then said in disbelief, "You mean, you collected all the Dragon Balls last time and fulfilled your wish?" John Wick nodded. Su Xialing took a deep breath and then said, "Can you tell me some details?" John Wick didn't speak, but looked at the token in Su Xialing's hand, the 3-stage bullet representing the Assassin's League, and then said, "Are you planning to use this token in exchange for information about the Dragon Balls and wishes? P.S. There are 2 more chapters in the evening. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 141 You should hang a street lamp. Chapter 141 You should hang a street lamp, 5th update. Hearing about exchanging the token in hand for information, Su Xialing frowned slightly and then said, "John Wick, are you going too far? I'll give you the Dragon Balls that grant wishes in exchange for your promise. Now you'll repay me with some information on how you use them? Even capitalists are not as cruel as you. You deserve to be hung on a street lamp." John Wick didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard Su Xialing's words. In his opinion, this information was not simple. At this moment, Su Xialing really wanted to punch John Wick's head, but she controlled her emotions and asked, "John, tell me something you can say." John Wick was silent for 2 seconds, thought for a moment, and then said, "It seems that you want to participate in this battle for the Dragon Ball." Su Xialing looked at John Wick and asked, "Why, you don't plan to collect it again?" John Wick shook his head and said, "My wish has come true. I don't need to collect Dragon Balls anymore." John Wick then told Su Xialing the origin of Dragon Ball and the relationship between Dragon Ball and the Assassin's League. The Assassin's League is an organization that has been passed down for over 1,000 years, and the Dragon Balls are a sacred object in our organization. If you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can make one of your wishes come true, and the story of Aladdin's magic lamp is adapted from the Dragon Balls. After a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls will automatically fly to different corners of the world, hide their bodies and turn into a stone, and then return to their original appearance after a period of time. But the Assassin's League will examine the owner and understand his wishes. If this person passes the test and his heart's desires are not filled with selfishness and destruction, then the Assassin's League will guide him to find the remaining Dragon Balls. Of course, if this person's desires are evil and full of selfish desires, then he will be destroyed. Su Xialing was also shocked when she heard these secrets. She didn't expect that the Assassin's League was hiding so deeply. She believed that her family background was not simple, but she didn't expect that the Assassin's League was not much different. They even dared to put the Dragon Ball in front of her and allow others to use it. Even his father Su Wenyu never left the 10 rings. Then he thought of John Wick, who had collected all the Dragon Balls under the guidance of the Assassin's League. But thinking of his current identity, he asked, "Will all users join the Assassin's League?" John Wick smiled, shook his head and said, "How can such a good thing happen? Do you think the Assassin's League will accept anything?" Then John Wick said, "So have you thought about it? What do you want to get from me with this token?" Su Xialing's eyes turned, and she thought that the Dragon Ball was the sacred object of the Assassin's League, and now John Wick was a member of the Assassin's League. However, the Dragon Ball had just reappeared in the world, and John Wick might not know who had the Dragon Ball. Su Xialing put away the token and said, "I haven't decided what I want yet, but you must pay me back what you owe me." After saying that, Su Xialing did not linger any longer and left the villa directly and returned to the car parked on the roadside. After getting in the car, Su Xialing immediately informed his men, "Spread the word. The price of Dragon Balls has been raised to $500 million. Even if it's a real clue, it's $50. Then Su Xialing smashed a Dragon Ball and said, "And don't bring any Western goods. Dragon Balls are so hard that even bullets can hardly leave a mark on them." The other side. Assassin's League headquarters. Fox found Smith Doyle and said, "There's some news coming from the London Brotherhood of Assassins that I think needs to be taken seriously." Smith Doyle looked up at Fox and asked, "What news has been received?" Fox said, "The intelligence officer over there received intelligence about vampires. After today's investigation, it seems highly credible." He asked how we should proceed. "If it really is the legendary vampire, the people over there might not be a match for it. After all, bullets can't kill those things." Hearing that it was a vampire, Smith Doyle recalled the woman in leather clothes. Could it be that the 3-star ball was in Selina's hands? At the same time, I sighed in my heart, it turns out to be Underworld. What else did the intelligence say? Fox looked at it and said, "They say these vampires murder, keep blood slaves, drink human blood, and kill for fun." Smith Doyle frowned slightly upon hearing this evaluation, as it did not align with what he knew about the underworld. After entering the new century, the vampires in Underworld have already undergone transformation, but not all vampires have become good people. Let someone investigate. If it's really as they describe, arrange for Alexei and Mr. X to go there and completely wipe them out. By the way, have the weapons department produce a batch of ultraviolet bullets. Vampires are afraid of this thing. After hearing Smith Doyle's instructions, Fox nodded and then said, "Boss, it seems like you know this race." Smith Doyle recalled the plot of this series of films. It started because Alexander Corvinus had 3 sons. 2 of their bloodlines were bitten by a bat and the other was bitten by a werewolf, resulting in the werewolves and vampires in their lineage. That is, the vampire Marcus and the werewolf with original bloodlines, and Alexander Corvinus' bloodline has a characteristic, that is, it is extremely resilient and has strong adaptability. This guy is a bit unlike an ordinary earthling, but apart from being able to survive, he has no special abilities. However, his son who turned into a werewolf completely lost his mind and turned into a crazy wild wolf. On the contrary, the vampire lineage grew stronger and stronger, and even developed abilities similar to teleportation. Moreover, the ability to obtain the other party's memory by sucking blood is a very suitable seedling for intelligence interrogation, especially for exploring the secrets of SHIELD, which will be a great tool. I do know some rumors about this race. Besides, there are not only vampires over there, but also werewolves. Thinking of Lucien, who was arresting people everywhere in order to find Michael, Smith Doyle said, "Since we're going to investigate, we should also investigate the werewolves. Werewolves are afraid of silver weapons, so produce a batch of silver bullets and deliver them to them. If werewolves are also evil, then we should eradicate them as well." Fox nodded, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Let Alexei and X go." At this time, John Wick called, and after Smith answered the phone, he heard the other party's voice. "Boss, Sue Xiling is gone. She hasn't used the token to exchange for her promise yet. I suspect she's going to pull a big one. But I told her the story about the Dragon Ball. Right now on the dark web, the price of Dragon Balls has risen to $500 million. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 142 Dragon Ball active in the dark web. Chapter 142 Dragon Ball active in the dark web. First update, London. It was soon night again. Selina returned to the castle. At this time, some of the Deathwalkers sent out also got some information and began to report to her. "Selina, we found some information about Dragon Ball. You'd never guess that in the underground world, information about Dragon Ball was active for a while a year ago, then disappeared, and recently it's become active again." Hearing that they had heard about Dragon Ball so quickly, Selina's face showed joy and she asked, "What's the news?" Deathwalker Lance reported, "According to our intelligence, the earliest connection with Dragon Ball was between a faction and a single individual. Last year, the Dragon Ball was put up on the dark web. The Kimura gang offered a bounty, and the price went from $100 million to $200 million per piece. However, the 2 leaders of this force were killed one after another by a man named John Wick, and this force was eventually wiped out by the Assassin's League. And the person I'm talking about is none other than John Wick. According to intelligence, he had at least 2 Dragon Balls in his hands a year ago." Then Lance took out 2 photos and placed them in front of Selina. "He controls 1 and 4 planets. This news was very popular among the underground forces last year. He once had a bounty on his head, which once reached over 20 million. But according to our investigation, all the forces that offered a bounty on him have been wiped out. John Wick, once a registered assassin for the Continental Hotel under the High Table, earned the title of Night Demon and is considered a legendary killer in the world of ordinary people. Later, because his Continental Hotel was taken over, the High Table was slaughtered and disbanded. In the end, he escaped unscathed and joined the League of Assassins. It's the Assassins' League that took over the Continental Hotel and renamed itself the Assassins' Brotherhood. God in New York is said to be the leader of this faction. Currently, a bounty for Dragon Ball has reappeared on the dark web, and the current price has reached 500 million US dollars. Selena's face showed joy when she heard that John Wick actually held 2 Dragon Balls in his hands. As for the identity of a legendary killer, it might seem powerful to ordinary people, but to the Death Walker among vampires, it was no different from an infant. With their strength, anyone who enters the mainland hotel and makes a name for themselves will be stronger than the Night Demon. However, the god in New York did make Selena very wary. After all, the strength he displayed was too terrifying. $5 million, it seems we're not the only ones looking for the Dragon Balls. Can you find out who posted the reward? I think the other party might have what we need. Lance shook his head. The biggest security of the dark web is identity confidentiality. It is difficult for us to find each other's identities. However, since they are searching for the Dragon Ball, we can certainly trick them out. Upon hearing this news, Selena's eyes lit up. Since you dare to offer a reward, don't blame us for robbing us. Selena thought for a moment and said, 3 directions. Let's go to New York and find that John Wick. I need the Dragon Ball in his hand. Go meet up with the buyer on the dark web and tell him I have the Dragon Balls, but we need to trade in person. After dealing with the buyer on the dark web, we also posted the information, raised the price to 1,000 million, and waited for the fish to take the bait. Hearing Selena's arrangement, everyone smiled. At this time, Lance said, we may not be able to leave London. Elder Marcus will soon wake up. And regarding the Dragon Ball, do I need to report this to Marcus? Selena thought for a moment, then said, the Elder is about to awaken and take charge of the vampire clan again. It is indeed not appropriate for us to go out at this time. Regarding the capture of John Wick, we will wait until the Elder wakes up before proceeding. As for the matter of the Dragon Ball, I will personally report this fortunate event, the restoration of the vampire clan's glory, to my father. As Victor's adopted daughter, Selena trusts her father very much. She does not intend to hide the Dragon Balls, and even requires Victor to mobilize the power of the entire vampire clan to find the remaining Dragon Balls. As for Marcus, who was supposed to wake up in this century, she could only say sorry. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and it was Sauron who came over. As the door opened, Sauron looked at Selena and several Death Walkers gathered together, and without thinking too much, he spoke directly, Selena, your intuition is correct. As expected, a large number of werewolves appeared. Last night when I was on my way to capture Michael, I was attacked by werewolves. They were even equipped with the ultraviolet weapons you mentioned. Several of our tribesmen died because of this. By the way, I brought Michael back. Come and see him. Selena originally wanted to refuse, but considering that she was the one who brought up the matter, she couldn't stay out of it, so she followed Sauron out. Michael, who had been in a coma for a day, seemed to see many different scenes in his dream and finally woke up in shock. After opening his eyes and looking at the unfamiliar environment, he was about to get up, breathing heavily, but was held down by the vampire guarding nearby. Sauron said, it seems we came at the right time. Has this guy woken up? Selena frowned slightly, then asked, you mean this guy was unconscious for a day? Sauron nodded and said, we were attacked in his home at the time. This guy tried to climb down the drainpipe, but was attacked by a werewolf and fell straight down. Fortunately, the floor was not high, but he was unconscious for a day. Looking at Michael who was still gasping for breath, Selena asked, do you know why those werewolves were tracking you? Michael took a deep breath and did not answer Selena's question. Instead, he looked around and asked, where am I? Who are you? Sauron said, you were attacked by a werewolf, and we protected you. You are in our base and are safe for now. Michael took a deep breath and recalled that he did not see the so-called werewolf. Are you kidding me? Aren't werewolves characters from fantasy stories? Sauron was also somewhat helpless. In order to protect Michael, he threw the werewolf into the room when it appeared. The other party did not see the werewolf's appearance after transformation. As for the werewolf outside the building at the end, he did not transform and remained in human form. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Michael was a little unbelieving. Are you telling the truth? Selena didn't have time to waste with Michael and asked directly, think carefully about why those people wanted to arrest you. We should have met before at the subway station. It was you they were targeting at that time. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 143 Bait Plan. Chapter 143 Bait Plan, Part 2. Michael looked confused, then said, I do not know. I don't know what happened. I ran home after the shooting at the subway station, and he caught me right after I got home. I didn't even see the werewolf you mentioned. Seeing Michael who knew nothing about anything, Selena was a little disappointed, and then called Sauron out. Sauron, let this guy go. Sauron asked with a puzzled look. Many of us died in order to capture him, and we're just going to let him go like this? Selena said, it's obvious from the first glance that this guy knows nothing. What's the point of keeping him around? Let it out, send someone to follow it, and see what the werewolf is after. This time, we won't interfere and just see where the werewolf takes him. Only if we know the location can we catch them all in one fell swoop. Aren't you curious about where these werewolves are hiding? After hearing Selena's words, Soren suddenly understood. I'm really curious about where these werewolves are hiding. They say they're almost extinct, but so many of them showed up this time. The one you met at the subway station and the one I met at his house. The total number doesn't seem to be on the verge of extinction. On the contrary, some of them are too numerous. Use this kid as bait to build a nest and attract those filthy werewolves. After the two reached an agreement, they returned to the room again. Since you know nothing, you can go home now. Selena took out a business card, handed it to Michael and said, if you're attacked by a werewolf again, you can call me. Looking at the business card handed over by the other party, Michael took it. Can I go? Soren nodded beside him. You can go away now. After Michael was sure that he could leave, he left the castle without looking back. Selena looked out the window at Michael, who walked out of the castle safely, then looked away. At this time, Craven came in with Khan, looked at Soren and Selena and said, I saw you let that kid go. Selena nodded, there's no point in keeping him. We might as well see where the werewolves take them. Soren's team will follow him in secret. Soren also spoke, I put a tracker on that kid. He can't get lost even during the day. Craven nodded, then took a deep breath and looked at Selena and said, I apologize to you. Your judgment is correct. Werewolves have not disappeared or become extinct. They are even equipped with more powerful weapons. Next, I will have someone investigate the origins of these weapons. I believe it won't be long before we know whether these weapons came from the military or the government. Selena was a little surprised to hear Craven's words. This power-obsessed guy actually learned to apologize. Now that you've confirmed the werewolves' activity, the next step is to eliminate them. Craven shook his head and said, this is a special period. The power transfer and the awakening of the elders will soon be approaching. Not only can I not send anyone out, even those Deathwalkers you released must come back to defend the castle. Hearing Craven's words, Selena's face was full of disappointment, and she said at the same time, my people have their own arrangements. I will explain to my father when he wakes up. In Selena's mind, the matter of Dragon Ball far outweighs the revival of werewolves, and it is impossible for her to take back those Deathwalkers. At this time, Khan spoke to ease the relationship between the two and said, based on the weapons you brought back, I have developed new weapons. Take a look. As he spoke, General Khan took out a new silver-white pistol and handed it to Selena. Selena took the new pistol, loaded it, and pulled the trigger in one go. The bullet hit the head of the stone statue nearby. I saw that the head of the stone statue that was shot was all leaking a liquid similar to mercury. Khan looked at Selena and said, open the magazine and take a look. Selena opened the magazine, looked at the new bullets, and said in surprise, you imitated the werewolf's bullet, silver nitrate. Khan nodded. It will be a lethal weapon. Selena looked at Khan and said, they won't be dug out and expelled from the body like the bullets we used to use. Khan took the pistol and said, it goes straight into the blood vessels and nothing comes out. Selena handed the pistol to Soren, who took it and studied it for a while before saying, if I had this weapon yesterday, that werewolf would never have gotten away. Khan nodded and said, we will mass produce it as soon as possible so that all Deathwalkers can be equipped with new weapons. Craven looked at Selena and said, Selena, Elder Amelia will be here soon. I hope there won't be any disturbances within the radius of the castle. Everything will be settled with the werewolves after the handover ceremony. Without waiting for Selena to reply, Craven took Khan out of the room. Watching the two leave, Soren asked, Selena, do you believe that Lucian is really dead like Craven said? Selena looked at Soren with some surprise, as he was the opponent's #1 general. You should be very familiar with Craven's war stories. Soren nodded and said, yes, it is because of his war stories that I support him so much. You have to know that after the war, countless people worshipped Craven. Even the new generation of vampires grew up listening to his stories. But the resurgence of werewolves has made me a little unsure of those stories. After all, there's no evidence to prove he killed Lucian. He didn't bring back a body, only a piece of skin in his story. Selena curled her lips and then said, I never believed Craven's story, but my father believed him, and that's the point. Maybe you can look up relevant information, or dig deeper through that guy Michael this time. Maybe there will be unexpected gains for you. Hearing Selena's words, Soren frowned slightly, then asked, what about you? I feel like you don't seem to care much. I heard that at the beginning, you were very concerned about this matter and even wanted to lead the team yourself. Selena smiled and said, I have more important things to do. As for what they are, you will have a chance to know later. After saying that, Selena turned around and left the room. What they had to do next was to meet with the buyer on the dark web and find a suitable place for the transaction. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 144 Nick Fury and 039's Green Face. Chapter 144 Nick Fury's Green Face, Part 3, The Other Side. New York. In the presidential suite of a five-star hotel, Suziling was planning how to maximize the benefits of the token in his hand when one of his men walked in. Boss, there's news from the dark web that a client wants to sell Dragon Balls. Hearing that it was Dragon Ball, Suziling became interested and asked, it's from a few planets. I hope it's not Zibe stuff again. In the short time she was in New York, Suziling received enough fake Dragon Balls to fill a sack. Because of the Kimura's bounty, the Dragon Ball counterfeiting business was very popular for a while. It's a 3-star ball, and the seller sent a verification video. Bullets can't leave marks on the Dragon Ball. Hearing that it was a real Dragon Ball, Suziling smiled. Very well, what do they want? The subordinate continued to report, the other party is in London and wants to trade in person. Suziling was not surprised at all when she heard that the transaction was to be done in person. Knowing the function of the Dragon Ball, she did not dare to delegate it to others. Then go to London. Charge a plane and we'll leave immediately. The subordinate nodded and said, yes, boss. The other side. Craven did not stay in the castle, but took a car to a secret location, got off the car and got into another car. After getting in the car, Craven said angrily, Lucian, you engaged in open warfare with the Death Walkers and pursued the humans. I can't believe it happened like this. I heard you started a killing spree. Because of you, several Death Walkers died, and I even had to apologize to Selena. Lucian grabbed Craven's neck and said, calm down, Craven. That human has nothing to do with you, and I've been on a killing spree for a long time. After saying this, Lucian let go of the other's neck. Craven took a deep breath, then looked at Lucian and said seriously, that person, Soren and his men have already let him go, but the Death Walker is following him in secret. I don't care what you're doing next, don't touch that human. Just keep your men at bay, Lucian. At least from now on, don't make me regret our agreement. Lucian curled his lips in disdain and said, with your current status, can't you recall all the Death Walkers? Craven, just take care of your side. Remember, I've already bled for you. Without me, you have nothing, including the identity you are proud of now, and the war stories that the vampires admire. You're actually nothing. Lies don't hurt, truth is the knife. Craven looked at Lucian deeply, opened the car door and left without saying anything. On the other side, Soren came out of the room and went straight to the archives to look for the files recording Lucian's death. All that was written on the book was, Craven, the only surviving vampire among all the warriors who attacked Lucian Fortress. He was generously rewarded, not only for his courageous bravery and bloodshed, but also for bringing back proof of the werewolf leader's death, a piece of branded skin cut from Lucian's arm. The other side. Inside the Assassin's League base, Tony arranged for all the equipment needed for AI Friday to be delivered, and also arranged for the installation and debugging to be completed. Smith, I didn't expect you to move so quickly. I thought your base would take 3 to 5 years. Smith Doyle looked at the information processing center that occupied an entire building and said with a smile, Tony, Eastern Speed, you deserve it. How about I ask Fox to send you the list of those companies? Maybe it will be useful when you build a house next time. Tony shook his head. Stark Industries has no intention of entering the real estate industry. As for houses and bases, I have no shortage of them. Smith Doyle's mouth twitched when he heard Tony's subtle display of wealth. Speaking of which, Tony is really arrogant. In the future, he will give the Avengers an entire base without saying a word. Thinking of the Avengers, Smith Doyle said, speaking of that black braised egg guy, he hasn't made any moves since he invited the two of us. Tony shrugged. It's you, the guy. You had a good time arguing with people last time, and now they've put the Avengers on hold. But it's fine this way. It's not a big deal anyway. It doesn't matter whether this organization exists or not. Your idea of supervising SHIELD has failed. Originally, I wanted to learn from you and get a consultant position at SHIELD, and also have supervisory authority, but guess what happened? That guy Black Sautéed Egg didn't even see me, and I couldn't find him. Hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle smiled and said, haha, you don't even know. Last time, I brought members of the League of Assassins and was about to go into exercise supervision. You didn't even know that Nick Fury's face turned green. He thought I didn't know where their crappy office building was. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Coulson. He said that members of the League of Assassins are not SHIELD agents and have no right to enter the office building. Tony Stark laughed when he heard Smith Doyle's actions. Ha ha ha, Smith, it's such a fun thing, and you didn't bring me along. Smith Doyle spread his hands and said innocently, I'd like to take you with me. You're either out there being a superhero or researching the Mark series. By the way, how's the research on the new battlesuit going? When can we have a sparring match? Hearing about the sparring, Tony felt helpless, because with the data from Smith Doyle's previous outburst, none of the current materials could withstand Smith Doyle's attack. Before there was a breakthrough in the hardness of the materials, he was not going to let Smith dismantle his mecha with his bare hands. However, he recently heard some information from the military, and it seems that there are some special metals there. I've been thinking about portable improvements lately. At this time, Bulma ran over and said, it's all done. By the way, I modified your artificial intelligence Friday. Besides, the name Friday isn't very nice at all. Then Bulma took out a robot from the backpack behind her and started it up. I saw a somewhat abstract-looking creature, like a surveillance camera with 4 limbs, standing up. Artificial intelligence, reporting to you. Looking at the robot in front of them, Smith Doyle and Tony Stark were both stunned. Smith Doyle was surprised that this thing looked like Blue, the robot next to Xiaofang in Dragon Ball GT, while Tony did not expect that Bulma had modified Friday's code and made it a bit more anthropomorphic, much stronger than his own clumsy and the original Friday. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 145 appearing on Planet 1. Chapter 145 appearing on a planet, 4th update. The other side. Nick Fury, who had just been criticized by Tony and Smith Doyle, was in his office, listening to Coulson's report. At this time, Coulson held the document in his hand and talked about the chaos caused by the combat power detector during this period and the gains. Then he said, Director, I feel there is something I need to report to you. Nick Fury was a little surprised. Coulson directly told him what usually needed to be reported. What's the matter? Tell me. Coulson took out an A4 paper from the folder, on which were pictures of the 1 to 7-star Dragon Balls. This is Dragon Ball. Underground forces have become active again recently. The original place this item appeared was in the hands of John Wick, under Smith Doyle. John Wick started collecting these items when he was a retired assassin, probably around the time his car was stolen and his dog was killed. The Kimura was involved. They once had one, which they gave to John Wick as a reward. They also offered a bounty for anyone who wanted to collect the Dragon Ball, priced at 2 million each. Coulson then used the clues he had investigated and some inferences to link John Wick to the League of Assassins, and John Wick finally joined the League of Assassins. The underground forces that were destroyed last year had the shadow of Dragon Ball and the Assassins League behind them. And during that time, John Wick took a plane to Monaco, Taipa, Hong Kong, and Russia, probably to collect Dragon Balls. Recently, Dragon Balls have become active again on the dark web. The price has risen to $500 million per piece, and more than one party is paying attention. Nick Fury thought about it for a while, but couldn't come up with anything, so he asked, does this Dragon Ball have any special function? Coulson shook his head. I don't know, we don't have it. Although I tried to collect them, there are so many fakes out there that I don't even know if they are fake or not. It's the same kind. I bought a sack of them. Hearing that there was a whole sack, Nick Fury was stunned for a moment, then asked, how much did it cost? $10,000 a bag. I bought 7 different bags. Some are worth tens of dollars each, while others are worth hundreds or thousands of dollars. I need to get reimbursed by the Bureau. Nick Fury was speechless, but still agreed to the reimbursement and asked, what do you think about this matter? Coulson considered it for a moment, then said, one possibility is that the Dragon Balls were released by the Assassins League as part of another purge of the underground evil forces. Last time they chose John Wick to stir up trouble, but this time it's someone unknown. Another possibility is that the Dragon Balls have some special effects that we don't know about, which is why the price is so high. At $5 million per piece, 7 of them would be $35 million. Only if the profits are higher than that will people flock to buy them. Nick Fury thought for a moment, then said, since it's related to Smith Doyle, we can't completely ignore it. Arrange some people to investigate and see what's going on. If it's just a product used by the Assassins League to clean up evil forces, then there's no need to worry about it. But if it involves the extraordinary, it will be handled in accordance with the 084 item management regulations. Coulson nodded, then asked, yes, Director. By the way, Smith Doyle was asking about access to SHIELD bases a while ago. He's still bringing up the issue of supervisory authority. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury rubbed his temples. What an annoying guy. Did you sign a contract when you invited him? Since there's no contract, it's just a verbal commitment. The Avengers project has been shelved, and he's still on probation. Coulson said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, he recorded it. Nick Fury was speechless. Coulson should have worn a shield. Drag it on. There's no need for him to contribute anyway. Power and responsibility go hand in hand. If there is no responsibility, then there is no power. After hearing Nick Fury's attitude towards the matter, Coulson knew what to say to Smith Doyle. Commander, there's one more thing. I'd like to request a combat capability tester for the expedition team searching for Steve Rogers. Maybe I can help. S.H.I.E.L.D. found the Cosmic Cube and Captain America's shield in that place, but they did not find Captain America's body. Nick Fury wanted to say that the combat power tester had no effect on the dead, but when he remembered that Coulson admired Captain America, he said, I approve, but don't get your hopes up. After all, it's been so many years. Coulson smiled and said, Sir, I'm just doing my bit for my former idol. Maybe a miracle will happen. Nick Fury waved his hand and said nothing more. S.H.I.E.L.D. had purchased a lot of combat power detectors, so it was still possible to allocate some. The other side. Soren looked at the skin with Lucian's mark sealed in the archives and tore it off. I continued to look through the files, but on the page with Lucian's face, the half of the paper where his face was torn off, leaving only the portrait of his body. Looking at the necklace worn by the other person's portrait, Soren immediately found something wrong. Recalling the memories in his mind, Soren discovered that the werewolf who chased Michael today wore the same necklace around his neck as the one Lucian wore in the portrait. Realizing that something was wrong, Soren immediately walked out to find Selena. If this matter is really as he guessed, then it is a serious matter and Selena must wake up Elder Victor. On the other side, Michael left the castle and returned to his home. It was in a mess and there were many bullet holes on the walls. After tidying up the house, Michael, sitting on the sofa, took out a box containing his stone collection. One of them was particularly round. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would take it out and play with it to ease his mood. As usual, Michael opened the box, but found that the stone in the box was gone and replaced by orange beads with a 5-pointed star inside. What is this? In doubt, Michael reached out to grab the Dragon Ball in the box. The moment he touched the Dragon Ball, a piece of information entered Michael's mind. P.S. There are 2 more chapters, which will be out around midnight. It's a bit late to update today, sorry. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 146 I am not good at swordsmanship. Chapter 146 I am not good at swordsmanship, 5th update. After confirming the information in his mind, Michael murmured, So this is your goal. At this moment, Michael thought that he had found out the reason why the werewolf captured him. The other party must be after the Dragon Ball. After all, I am just an ordinary person, how can I have the capital to attract these monsters? Only Dragon Ball can make them crazy. At the same time, Michael's face became distorted, his breathing became rapid, and he shouted in his heart, Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball that grants wishes. Why do you need to collect 7 instead of just 1 to make a wish? What should an ordinary person like me do? After roaring in his heart, Michael felt like a deflated ball. He knew that he could not keep the Dragon Ball. Since I can't keep it, how about exchanging it for some benefits? Sigh. Michael gasped, and the sudden pain in his shoulder reminded him of how the man had bitten him hard. As a doctor, Michael didn't care whether the other party was an ordinary person or a werewolf. He decided to go back to the hospital to get a rabies vaccine, muttering, I hope it's not too late. I glanced at the time and it hadn't been 24 hours yet. Michael put on his coat, put the Dragon Ball in his pocket, and went straight to the hospital where he worked. After arriving at the hospital, Michael found the rabies vaccine and started to inject himself. Just then, a colleague came over. Rabies vaccine? Michael, were you bitten by a dog? Michael started to complain. You'd never guess that I wasn't bitten by a dog, but by a man. My colleague was also surprised and started to complain. You haven't met someone who's been taking too much, have you? He then spoke to comfort Michael, but after leaving, he immediately informed the police of Michael's appearance. After discovering his colleague's behavior, Michael had no choice but to jump out of the window and escape, and the 2 policemen immediately followed him. Although these 2 policemen are legitimate policemen, they are also werewolves. The other side. Soren found Selena and told her his guess. Selena, we must inform the elders about this matter. We may have been deceived by Craven. Selena was shocked to hear that the werewolf leader Lucian was still alive. This matter had reached a point where it could no longer be ignored. Even if there are Dragon Balls to collect, he cannot remain indifferent to the affairs of the werewolf leader. Anyone who has experienced the war between werewolves and vampires knows how brutal that fight was. Sauron said with some hesitation, but it is Elder Marcus who is supposed to awaken this century, and the following ceremony is also prepared for him. Selena, are you going to wake up Victor or Elder Marcus? The Blood Clan is in an era where multiple elders rule alone. Elders do not meet each other. Each elder rules for a century, and then falls into a deep sleep that can only be awakened by blood. The current ruling vampire elder is Amelia, and the next century will be Marcus. As for Victor, he is the elder of the previous century. Considering the Dragon Ball, Selena had a selfish motive and could not awaken Elder Marcus, or rather, she absolutely could not use her own blood to awaken Elder Marcus. With the Dragon Ball's wish, who knows if that old man is doing it for the entire vampire clan or for his own selfish desires. Selena gritted her teeth and said, "Wake up my father, Victor. After all, it was my father who promoted Craven. He even gave him power before he fell asleep. He must handle this." Sauron didn't know what Selena was thinking, so he said, "But this would break the rules. No one but you can bear the consequences of breaking the rules." Then Sauron stretched out his arm and said, "Get Lucien's memories from me. You'll need them to awaken the elders." Selena didn't hesitate and bit Sauron's wrist directly. The blood entered her mouth and soon Sauron's memories appeared in Selena's mind like a kaleidoscope. Selena memorized all the information about Lucien and the scene of Sauron fighting with the werewolf, then let go of his arm. "These are enough. I have no interest in savoring your long memory one by one." The vampires have the ability to explore memories through blood, starting from the most recent events and going back. As long as Selena wants the blood in her mouth, she can see the other person's entire life. Selena came to the sleeping place of the two elders, and finally chose to break the rules and use her own blood to awaken the sleeping vampire Elder Victor. Through the ability of blood memory, Selena also instilled what she wanted to say into Victor, including her memory of Dragon Ball. The other side. Alexei and Mr. X arrived at the Assassin Brotherhood in London. Looking at the two people who arrived, the London head of the Assassin Brotherhood said respectfully, "Meet the elders and the judge." Mr. X was an elder of the Assassin's League before God came to power, and Alexei was given the identity of a judge. Mr. X asked, "How's the intelligence verification going?" The person in charge said, "It has been confirmed that werewolves and vampires do exist in London. According to our investigation, we have determined that the disappearance of some people is related to werewolves. As for the vampires, due to time constraints, we haven't found much evidence of them harming others. But the person who sold me the information said that the damage caused by vampires is not small. They kill, keep them in captivity, and use them as blood slaves." Mr. X nodded and said, "Leave behind the information and personnel list you found." The person in charge respectfully left the information and then stood up to leave. After watching the door close, Alexei said, "I didn't expect there were actually things like werewolves and vampires. I always thought it was a Western fantasy story. I didn't expect to meet him this time. This world is getting more and more interesting." Mr. X opened the box and found 4 weapons inside, corresponding to 2 categories. One was a silver bullet and the other was an ultraviolet bullet, targeting werewolves and vampires respectively. "Alexei, it is said that vampires and werewolves have strong recovery abilities. Are you prepared to fight with your bare hands?" Alexei took out a silver sword and said, "Although I'm not very good at swordsmanship, I can still use it to deal with these puppies and stinky bats. With a combat power of more than 10 points, you won't be my opponent. What do we need to do next? Just destroy them?" After Mr. X equipped himself with weapons and ammunition, he spoke, "The next step is naturally to look at the so-called werewolves and vampires. This trip to London is becoming more and more interesting. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 147, No Matter Where You Look. Chapter 147, No Matter Where You Look, Part 1, Assassin's League. Smith Doyle felt a planet being touched by someone, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After observing, he found that the person who obtained the planet was actually Michael, the protagonist of Underworld. Recalling all the characters who got Dragon Ball, John Wick, Sue Ziling, Ivan Vanko, Sophia, Shima Zukoji, Selena, Michael, Tony. These people all have one characteristic in common: they are all main or secondary characters, and they all have good fortune. I don't know if these are just Smith Doyle's random guesses or if there is really a certain connection. Maybe it's time to prepare for the Dragon Ball battle in the British region. The other side. In the werewolf base, Lucien stood in front of everyone and said excitedly, "For over 1,000 years, werewolves and vampires have been fighting each other to the death. Even at the cellular level, our species is fighting each other to eliminate each other. But I have an idea. If the power of werewolves and vampires were combined, eliminating the weaknesses of both, what a powerful creature would be created. Because of this benchmark, I have been working on mixing the bloodlines of werewolves and vampires for many years, but the progress has never been smooth and all my efforts have been in vain. But there's still hope. Through investigations into the origins of the bloodline, we learned that the ancestors of werewolves and vampires are both direct descendants of Alexander Corvinus, and he also has an uncontaminated direct descendant. This made me understand that if I want to merge the bloodlines of the two races, I need this rare, uncontaminated bloodline. After countless disappointments, today we finally found someone who can combine the two bloodlines. An uncontaminated, genuine sample of the original virus. His blood can perfectly blend the bloodlines of our two races. Once we inject him, along with the blood of a vampire with powerful bloodline energy, into our bodies, we will be reborn and gain even greater power. Then we will be able to easily destroy vampires, escape the days of living in darkness and sewers, become brand new transcendents, and take control of our own lives. As Lucien finished speaking, all the werewolves present roared excitedly. For centuries, since Lucien's rebellion was defeated, werewolves are no longer slaves of vampires, but their lives are even more difficult than before. They have to hide in dark and secluded corners forever to avoid being hunted by the Deathwalkers. If your identity is exposed, the other party will come to your door and arrest or kill you. They've had enough of days like this, the dawn of hope is just ahead, the werewolves roared excitedly. At this moment, Lucien stretched out his arm and the scene suddenly became quiet. Lays, take a team and go to the train station to kill council member Amelia when she arrives. Bring back her blood. Late said in a deep voice, yes, Chief. Doctor, Michael has left the vampire territory and has appeared. Bring a team and bring him back. The doctor's face showed excitement, and he immediately said, yes, sir. I promise to complete the task. Connor, take a team of people to guard outside the vampire castle. If any Deathwalkers come out to ruin our good deeds, you lead people to stop them. Connor nodded and said, it's the leader. After Lucien finished arranging the personnel deployment, he stretched out his arm and pointed forward. Hope lies tomorrow. Let's go, my people. As Lucien finished speaking, the three teams immediately took up their guns, equipped themselves with bullets to deal with vampires, and set off. The other side, Connor and his team, sitting in an armored vehicle, hid in the woods outside the vampire castle, secretly monitoring every move outside the castle. At this time, Michael, who had evaded the police, took out the business card Selena gave him and found a roadside telephone booth to call. At this time, Selena, who was waiting for Victor to wake up in the castle, looked at the strange call on her mobile phone, thought for a while and chose to answer it. Hello, I'm Selena. Selena, I'm Michael, and I know why the werewolf came after me. Hearing that the other party knew the reason why the werewolf was looking for him, Selena became a little interested. To be honest, she was quite interested that an ordinary person could attract a werewolf. Oh, what exactly is the reason? Michael didn't hide it and said directly, Dragon Ball, because of Dragon Ball. Do you know what the Dragon Balls are used for? Michael did not directly tell Selena about the wish-granting function of the Dragon Ball, but asked her. If the other party knew it, the transaction would be convenient. If the other party did not know, it would be very troublesome to explain, and it would be better to sell it directly to the werewolf. Shoo! Selena, who was originally sitting on the sofa, stood up immediately and asked anxiously, Longju, are you sure you mean Longju? It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. I didn't expect that this was the reason why Michael attracted the werewolf. But at the same time, Selena also thought of a problem, that is, the werewolf actually knew the function of the Dragon Ball, and even had a Dragon Ball in his hand, or even more than one. It seems that you know about Dragon Ball, then things will be easier. I have a Dragon Ball in my hand, it's a planet. I can sell it to you, but I need you to agree to a few conditions. When Selena heard that Michael was willing to trade, she agreed immediately. Say your terms. Michael directly stated the conditions he had in mind. First, I need you to ensure my safety. They may not let me go even if I give you the Dragon Ball. Secondly, I'll definitely be unemployed after this. I might not even be safe until the werewolves disappear. I need some money. After hearing Michael's two conditions, Selena said generously, no problem. I will bring a team of Deathwalkers to receive the Dragon Balls and bring you back to base to protect your life. As for money, a Dragon Ball sells for $5 million on the black market. I'll give you $10 million, which should be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. When Michael heard Selena generously raise the amount to $1,000 million US, his breathing became rapid. He is just an ordinary doctor. Although his income is considerable, he will never make that much money in his entire medical career. Okay, at the price you said. Michael then chose a place he thought was safer and asked Selena to pick him and lounge you up. However, Michael didn't notice that while he was on the phone, a bounty hunter saw him, took out his phone to confirm, and sent Michael's whereabouts to the werewolf. P.S. Today is the last day. Please vote for the monthly ticket in the hands of all book friends, otherwise it will be invalid. There will be updates today. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter. Chapter 148 Broken Rules. Chapter 148 Broken Rules, Part 2. Craven looked at Selena, who was about to go out with the Death Walker team, stopped her on the spot, and asked, Selena, the elders are coming today. Didn't I tell you to guard the castle and not go out? Selena looked at Craven, who was standing in front of her, staring at his face intently, resisting the urge to beat him up, and said, Victor has woken up. You should think about how to explain your situation to him. After saying this, Selena pushed Craven away and left the castle with her Death Walkers and Soren's team. Craven stood there in confusion. No, what did Selena mean by this? Craven soon realized that Selena had violated the rules of the committee and awakened Victor a century early. You know, the next ruling era should be Elder Marcus. As for explanation, he needs to give an explanation, and it is Selena who should explain to the tribe. After leaving the castle, Selena looked at Soren and asked, Is there anything wrong with the locator? Soren took out his tablet, and a moving red dot appeared on the map. No problem, he's moving towards the location you mentioned. Selena nodded. The next step was to get the Dragon Balls from Michael and the black market buyer who would arrive tomorrow. If she could deal with these two, she would have at least 3 Dragon Balls in her hands. However, as Selena's convoy drove out of the castle, the werewolf troops that had arrived secretly were watching their every move. The doctor looked at the convoy that had completely driven away and said, They actually sent out so many Death Walkers. I want to see what they are going to do. Leave 3 of you here to guard. If there are more Death Walkers coming out in groups, notify me immediately. Drive, follow slowly, and don't let the other party notice. The other side. Based on the intelligence, Alexei and Mr. X came to a rooftop not far from the train station. Alexei, wearing a windbreaker and a combat power detector on his head, half-crouched on the eaves and looked at the target not far away. Mr. X stood aside, the cold wind blowing his coat, and the full moon behind him gave people a solemn atmosphere. Alexei clicked the combat capability detector and then said, They really are werewolves. There are quite a few of them. The lowest combat power is 12 points, and one even reached 16 points. I didn't expect there are so many wolf cubs in London. What are they gathering here for? Mr. X said in a cold voice, It is said that some important person will be arriving soon, and it may be related to vampires. Alexei curled his lips. Some cliché story like werewolves versus vampires. At this time, with Selena's departure, Craven in the castle immediately came to the place where Elder Victor was sleeping. Looking around, he didn't notice any changes. At this moment, Erica also came in and immediately explained to Craven, Selena left the castle with the Death Walker. Not only her, but also Soren's team. Craven looked at Erica in front of him and said, I already know this. Do you know what they did? Erica paused for a moment and then said, It seems to be Dragon Ball, or it's because of that human from before. I don't really know what it is specifically, they don't talk to me about it. Hearing that it was related to that human again, Craven felt helpless. It was another mess caused by the werewolf. What are Dragon Balls? Erica shook her head. I don't know either. I just know they are investigating this. At this moment, another somewhat old voice suddenly rang out from the room. Why is it so noisy? Upon hearing this, Craven's expression froze, and he thought to himself, Elder Victor was awakened early. Craven turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, Victor walked out from the corner of the room, with countless blood transfusion tubes densely packed behind him. Countless crimson blood flowed through the tubes, restoring Victor's strength. Victor walked over slowly, stood in front of the stone chair, looked at his 2 men, and waved to Erica beside him, Get out. Erica received the order and left the room immediately without stopping. Only Victor and Craven were left in the room. Do you know why I was awakened, servant? Craven knelt on one knee on the ground, lowered his head and replied, I don't know, master. But I'll find out soon enough. Hearing this answer, Victor asked, You mean find Selena? Yes, master. Victor closed his eyes and said, You must have her come to see me. We have a lot to talk about, Selena and I. She passed on a lot of upsetting things to me, things that should be dealt with immediately. Our organization has become weak and decadent. Perhaps I should consider other candidates to take charge of my affairs. Victor, who was scolding Craven at this moment, suddenly gasped violently and said in a weak voice. Despite this, many of the memories she transmitted were jumbled and had no sense of time. Did I just hear you mention Dragon Ball? Obviously, The large amount of disordered memories and the lack of sense of time made Victor, who had just woken up, feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, Craven, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately spoke. "Please, master, let me summon help. You deserve to rest." Hearing the word rest, Victor immediately steadied his breathing and said firmly, "I've had enough rest. What you should do is summon Marcus. And tell me about the Dragon Balls." Although his memories were chaotic and numerous, Victor still remembered that in Selena's memory, the Dragon Balls were treasures that could fulfill any wish, but they had not been collected yet. Craven glanced at the mechanism underground that awakened Marcus, then spoke, "But he is still asleep, master. Amelia and the council will be here tomorrow night to wake Marcus instead of you. You were awakened a full century earlier than expected. As for the Dragon Balls, I just found out about them. It's said that Selena is collecting them, but I don't know what they're for yet." Hearing his servant's words, Victor's eyes were deep. He didn't know whether Craven really didn't know about the Dragon Ball, or he knew but chose to hide it. "Go down, I need to sort out the information and memories that Selena passed on. Once you contact Selena, ask her to come see me as soon as possible." Then he thought of something and said, "If she's dealing with something related to Dragon Ball, then come see me as soon as she's done. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 149 Mark. Chapter 149 Mark, Part 3. Selena and her group soon arrived at the place where they had agreed to meet Michael. Selena opened the door of the Maserati and shouted to Michael, who was hiding in the dark, "Boarding." When Michael saw that the person coming was Selena, he ran out and got into the car immediately. After Michael got in the car, the Maserati started and drove away into the distance. However, what Selena didn't know was that at this time, there were not only werewolves led by the doctor in the distance, but also the werewolf team led by Connor. The two teams joined together and decided to see where Selena was taking Michael, and attack if necessary. Selena's convoy drove towards a vampire base. Selena in the car looked at Michael and said, "We are responsible for your safety and will take you to our base later. Take out the Dragon Ball." Michael looked at Selena and said, "Only when the money is in my account will I give you the Dragon Ball. But I didn't bring the Dragon Ball with me. After all, if I brought such a precious thing with me to see you, it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. As soon as the money is in the account, I will tell you where the Dragon Ball is hidden." Hearing Michael say this, Selena was not surprised and just nodded. "Go somewhere safe first. The werewolves won't let up on finding you. As for the money, tell me your account number and a bank employee will transfer the money into it after work tomorrow." After hearing this, Michael nodded silently and said nothing more. Soon the convoy arrived at a building of Zerdes Industries. The cars stopped downstairs and a group of 22 people entered. Selena brought Michael to the base and said, "This is one of our bases, originally used for interrogations. Here, your safety is guaranteed. Now tell me your bank card account." Sauron took out a pen and paper and handed it to Michael. After taking the pen and paper, Michael wrote his bank account number on it. Selena picked it up and took a look at it, then handed it to a death walker beside her and said, "Arrange for someone at the bank to transfer $1,000 million after work tomorrow." Death Walker nodded and walked out with the bank account number. At this time, one of Soren's men who was responsible for tracking Michael came in and shook his head at Soren. Seeing this scene, Selena knew that Soren's men had not found where Michael had hidden the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Selena saw Michael suddenly gasping for breath and his clothes soaked with blood on his shoulder. She then directly pulled open the clothes on his shoulder. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, she knew she was in trouble. "What's the matter with the wound on your shoulder?" At this moment, all the other vampires in the room stared at Michael. If they couldn't get a satisfactory answer, seeing everyone paying attention to the wound on his shoulder, Michael said, "Just yesterday, when I was running away on the drainage pipe, the man jumped up and bit me on the shoulder." Soren on the side said, "It was at that time. He must have bitten me when I was being pulled down. My vision was blocked and I didn't notice it at the time." Seeing the regret and pity in everyone's eyes, Michael said, "Any questions? I've already had the rabies vaccine." Selena laughed out loud when she heard that Michael had received the rabies vaccine. "Haha, the rabies vaccine is indeed suitable for those wolf cubs." Selena then put away the smile on her face and said seriously, "The guy who bit you was a werewolf. You have been marked by the werewolf." Then Selena sighed and continued, "You're caught in the middle of a war that's been going on for over 1,000 years. A bloody conflict between vampires and werewolves." Selena paused and said, "I hope you're lucky. Most people die within an hour after being bitten by a werewolf. The virus we are transmitting is deadly." At this moment Michael suddenly said, "I've already lasted a day, which means I won't die. If I die now, you will never get the Dragon Ball." Selena smiled and then said, "Yes, you are not dead yet. You have obviously survived the adaptation period. But you know what you're going to face next. Once you get through the adaptation period, it won't be long before you become a werewolf. Hearing that he was going to turn into a werewolf and seeing the looks of the vampires around him, Michael asked, "If you bite me, will I become a vampire?" Selena said expressionlessly, "You will die. No one can survive the first embrace of two races." Obviously Selena didn't know that this was actually the best time to embrace Michael for the first time. If the first embrace was completed, Michael would have the power of both races. Neither of them knew the real reason why the werewolves were looking for Michael, and they both thought it was because of the Dragon Ball. After hearing Selena's words, Michael was stunned for a moment and then asked, "If I turn into a werewolf, will you still protect me?" Looking at the quiet surroundings and the silent crowd, Michael smiled miserably. He was actually tricked by a werewolf. Selena then spoke, "I will protect you. As long as you give me the Dragon Ball, I will keep my promise." Selena's credibility is obvious to all in the vampire clan. Seeing Selena's determined eyes, Michael didn't know whether to believe her or something else, but he knew he had no other choice. "I believe you." Selena nodded, opened the refrigerator beside her, took out a bag of blood and threw it to Michael. "You'll need this when you turn into a werewolf." Michael took the blood bag with a bewildered look on his face. He then looked at the label on the bag and read, "Zerdes Industries." Hearing Michael's words, Selena replied, "It's our company. We used to make artificial plasma, but now we do this. Once it's accepted, this will be our newest cash crop." Michael looked at the blood bag in his hand and murmured, "This is cloned blood." Selena turned on the surveillance camera on the stairs at the building entrance and looked behind her to see that no one else was following her. Michael put down the blood bag and looked at the bullets, pliers and other items in the room, wondering, what does this do? Selena glanced at Michael and then, while handling the matters at hand, she spoke, "Werewolves are allergic to silver. If we don't remove the bullet quickly, they'll die during the interrogation. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription." End of this chapter. Chapter 150. Since you don't understand the good chapters, I will also learn some boxing. Chapter 150. Since you don't understand nice words, I'll also learn some boxing. Fourth update. Michael, what will you do after the interrogation? Selena turned her head to look at Michael and said in a flat tone, "Let's put the bullets back." Thinking about the treatment of werewolves and his own identity as a werewolf, Michael couldn't help but ask, why do werewolves and vampires have to go to war and can't they live in peace together? Why do you hate werewolves? Selena looked at the heavy rain outside and said lightly, "Let's fight again." Seeing this, Michael raised his head and looked at Selena, and continued to ask, "Why don't you answer?" Selena took a deep breath and revealed her life story for the sake of Dragon Ball. "Creatures like werewolves are constantly tearing us to pieces. Back then, I was still an ordinary human being. I couldn't save my mother and my sister. Their screams woke me up. My father died outside trying to chase the werewolf away. I was standing at the door and when I tried to run to my niece's room, I found twin girls, only 6 years old, who had also been slaughtered. Like animals." Listening to Selena's narration, Michael exclaimed, "Oh my God." The next thing I knew, I was in his arms. The war reached my homeland. He had been stalking the werewolves for days. He drove them away and saved me. Who? Victor. The oldest and strongest of us, and he made me a vampire that day. He gave me the strength to avenge my family. Since then, I have never thought about the past again. Michael asked curiously, "Who started the war?" "Werewolves, at least that's what we know, and exploring the past is strictly forbidden." After saying this, Selena looked at the weather outside and said, "The money will be transferred to your account on time tomorrow. Tell me where the Dragon Ball is." "The werewolves are also looking for the Dragon Ball. Can you really keep it safe if you hide it outside?" Michael looked at the woman in front of him, thought for a moment, and then said, "You will protect me." Selena nodded. Michael then revealed where he had hidden the Dragon Balls. He placed the Dragon Balls in a box, which he hid under the manhole cover. After hearing this address, Selena was surprised. "It's raining outside, aren't you afraid of getting washed away?" Michael said, "I know the area. This amount of rain won't flood the area and wash away the box." Selena nodded and said to the Death Walker beside her, "Go get it back and come back as soon as you get it." Death Walker nodded and immediately went out to get the Dragon Ball. At this moment, the surveillance in the room was suddenly damaged and the sound of gunfire was heard. Bang, bang, bang. Selena's expression changed, and she drew out her 2 guns and said, "The werewolves are coming, get ready to fight." Then he looked at Michael and told him to find a place to hide and not die. The other side. Vampire Khan drove all the way to the train station with a team of fully armed Death Walkers, and then entered the platform to wait. Khan was unaware of the werewolf troops that had ambushed at the train station in advance, not to mention Alexei and Mr. X who were hiding in the distance. At this time, a train slowly approached. The two sides checked the signal with flashlights. After confirming that the person who was to be picked up was a vampire, Amelia led her men and armed forces and slowly walked out of the train. At this time, Lates watched the other party confirm the signal, and after confirming that the person in the car was the vampire elder Amelia, he immediately spoke. Action. Oh. After a wolf howl, several werewolves transformed into wolves and jumped onto the train. Other personnel also rushed out with submachine guns and fired madly at the vampire team that came to support them. Da-da-da. In an instant, the werewolves and vampires started fighting. Looking at the werewolves and vampires that had already started fighting, Alexei said jokingly, "Interesting, they can actually transform. I just don't know what the vampire will turn into, a giant bat." "Mr. X, do we need to stop them?" X shook his head. "There's no need to stop them, this is their internal fight. But if the werewolves win in the end, we need to take them away." The killing continued below. The unprepared vampires were quickly at a disadvantage due to the difference in manpower and the werewolf sneak attack. At this time, there were constant gunshots outside the train. Khan and his team were using new bullets, but Lates was also using special bullets. Both sides won and lost, and their numbers were constantly decreasing. The werewolves who jumped onto the roof of the train were also shot at by Amelia's men and were not allowed to get close at all. But they were soon broken through by the werewolf transformed by Les. Even the elder Amelia was killed by the sudden attack of Les and his blood was obtained. Les drained Amelia's blood and said to the other werewolves, "We've got what we need, prepare to retreat." All the vampires present were killed by the werewolves, and Les asked the remaining werewolves to take the bodies of their companions. Just when the werewolves were about to retreat completely, Alexei stood in front of Les. "Everyone, there is something I need to understand with you. I need you to come with me." At this time, Les changed from a giant wolf back to human form, looked at the stranger who appeared before him, and said, "Where did you come from? Don't you want to live anymore?" But as Les was speaking, he noticed the combat capability detector on the other person's head and his indifferent expression, and immediately changed the subject. "Who are you, Excellency? This is a war between werewolves and vampires. It does not involve ordinary people." Alexei threw a coin representing the judge of the Assassin Brotherhood directly at the other party. Les took the coin, looked at the logo on it, and his expression became serious. "The Assassin Brotherhood." Alexei smiled. "Isn't this the customer who sold vampire information to the Assassin Brotherhood? No wonder you didn't show up when I told you to come get the gold coins. It turns out you were busy with this." Hearing that the other party recognized his identity, Les secretly said in his heart that something was wrong. Roar. Les instantly transformed into a giant wolf and roared, "Retreat, everyone retreat. Take the things back." Most of the werewolves around transformed into giant wolves and broke out in all directions, while Les was ready to stay and block the man in front of him. Alexei drew his silver weapon. "Since you don't understand nice words, I'll also learn some boxing skills." Bump. Suddenly, a silver bullet appeared and penetrated the chest of a werewolf who was about to escape. At the same time, the silver inside the bullet exploded in the opponent's chest. Ah! A scream was heard, and the werewolf that fell to the ground twitched a few times and died. At the same time, there was a huge hole in his chest, and it was obvious that his heart and organs were corroded. P.S. October is over, I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket for November. Currently, the daily monthly ticket is 10,000 for 4 days, and there are still 17 days left. Please continue to work hard in November. Request monthly ticket recommendation ticket automatic subscription. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.